Hazel and Her Billionaire Tower, a Fairy Tale Romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 5. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Chapter 1. Hazel wanted to hide away in her tower the rest of the day. The private investigator she'd hired had failed her yet again, and with Mom's most recent phone call to list every one of Hazel's failures, the investigator's disappointing email, and her ex-boyfriend's appearance in her dreams the night before, she was ready to lock herself away, for at least a little while. But work wouldn't wait, and no matter where she went, the memory of Wesley's wavy chestnut hair, brilliant blue eyes behind his thick-rimmed glasses, and smile with the ability to sledgehammer the ground from beneath her made Hazel lose any and all sense of up and down. She'd woken as if from a nightmare, in a complete sweat, shaken from the dream's tangible feel. Light had poured all around Wesley in her mind. The sight of him had all the force of a tornado, and she'd been fighting its after-effects all day. It had been 8 years since she last saw him. So much had changed. She'd changed. She was sure he had, though she'd blocked him from every possible source of contact, so it wasn't like she would know or anything. But come on, couldn't her heart get the memo? With a grunt, she pushed away from her desk and strode around it, placing a hand on the trim surrounding one of the rectangular windows that spanned nearly from floor to ceiling of her tower. Hazel stood in a spotlight of sun, hoping the view would calm her racing pulse. This was her favorite room in her mansion at the Cove, but it wasn't serving as its usual safe haven. Hard as Hazel had tried to keep him out, Wesley penetrated her thoughts, interrupting the numerous things she'd attempted to accomplish that morning. Even the luxurious view of Beaver Lake surrounded by trees and catching gleams of shining sunlight didn't drown him out. She closed her eyes, attempting to cast aside the same old craving for his touch. The memory of his cinnamon sugar toast lips against hers. It was a dream, she chided herself, shaking her head. She had to snap out of this. Work would help distract her, if she could only focus on it. Hazel settled at her desk for the 20th time that morning, situated in the center of the octagonal spread of windows at the top of her tower, and wiggled her mouse to wake her computer up once more. This was the reason she'd moved to Eureka Springs, Arkansas, in the middle of the Ozarks. The Cove here was notorious for being a safe getaway for billionaires wanting to escape for a while. Escape she did, with every intention to focus on the search for her birth mother. The only person she'd told about Mountain Cove, the development she'd invested in near the cozy little Arkansas town, had been Sandy Strickland, her adoptive mom. And even then, Hazel avoided those phone calls as often as she could. Sandy had always been a fan of spouting out veiled criticisms in the form of helping. She was strict in every sense of the word, from ensuring people remove their shoes when entering her home, to pressuring Hazel to behave ideally wherever they went, to expressing disdain for people who didn't think the same way she did. Her fussiness had only become exaggerated now that Hazel had moved away. This time, Sandy had called to berate Hazel for not adhering to society's norms like marrying by a certain age, which only brought Wesley back to her mind again. "Come on," Hazel told herself. "Get over him already." Hazel opened her email to search the investigator's message for any clues she might have missed the first 10 times she'd read it. Sandy's approval was lacking in pretty much every facet of Hazel's life, but she especially scorned the fact that Hazel had hired an investigator to find her birth family. Hazel had gotten the update yesterday. The trail Franklin Woods was following died off in the exact same place it had with the last 2 investigators. How could the woman who'd given birth to her have just disappeared? Hazel had never met her. She only knew the story Sandy had told her when she was 10 years old. Sandy and her husband had adopted Hazel as an infant and had only 2 things from her birth mother: a knit blanket and a stylish but dated woman's hat. Hazel had given each detective all the information she could, including the few details the previous man had discovered. She was determined to locate her. "I need an investigator who can live up to his promises," Hazel said, clicking onto the Bureau's website for someone new. She'd even attempted to hire someone from the FBI, but those requests had been denied. Working with the Brazilian government was no help either. Brazil was the last known location of her birth mom, but the region Hazel had been born in was so remote the records kept were meager at best. She twisted her long black hair into a rope over her shoulder and minimized the computer's window, returning to the spreadsheet she'd been working on earlier. But first, I'd better get back to it. Hazel offered marketing consultation for other businesses. She'd examined her clients' marketing strategy for the graphic design tutorial app they were attempting to develop. From the look of things, they needed to begin spreading word about the product now to build buzz before releasing it into the marketplace. Hazel inserted the Bluetooth device into her ear, ready to contact the client and give them a walkthrough on some starting points. She dialed the customer, but before she could tap call, another call came through. Hazel recognized her PA's number on the screen. Hazel Strickland. Hazel, Melanie said. I've got a woman named Aaliyah Alir on the line. She wanted to discuss a business proposition with you. Hazel straightened her spine. This was just the distraction she needed, both from Wesley and the disappointing news from Mr. Woods. Besides, while the name Aaliyah, she heard each syllable in her mind, Aaliyah, was pretty, the Alir part of things was hard to ignore. Alir as in the resort line? Hazel asked. The hotels that dotted every continent and country around the world? I believe so, Melanie said. Shall I patch her through? Please, Hazel said. Seconds later, a little clicking noise followed, and then a younger woman's sweet voice introduced herself. Thanks for agreeing to chat. Any time, Hazel said. My PA said you have a proposition for me? I do, Aaliyah said. I've recently started working for my father again, and we're looking to secure retailers for our most exotic locations. We have a few openings, though I don't like to feature the same stores in every resort. We often get the same customers hopping from hotel to take in the sights. It's nice to feature a different vendor in each one so they have something to look forward to. Smart move, Hazel said. For customers who could afford the travel fees, they probably gobbled up the opportunity to soak up a new location every time. Hazel had to say, she wouldn't mind visiting an Ilia resort one of these days. They were world-renowned for their quality and class. She jotted a note in her planner to take a vacation. Then she scribbled it out again. Who was she kidding? She didn't have time to vacay. And you'd like my help locating unparalleled vendors? Her expertise was in marketing, but perhaps she could add a few suggestions as to how the hotel could maximize the store's features and bring it more clientele once the vendor was selected. I do, Aaliyah said. My father suggested I get in touch with you. He watched a documentary on your successful BizTube origin story. Hazel perked up. Her BizTube app had been a massive contributing factor in the wealth she'd managed to accrue when she wasn't yet 30. Hazel had invented a way for employers to connect with their employees in ways that impacted their businesses with positive results. The app's release had landed her on the cover of Business Weekly's Top 10 Most Influential Tech Releases the year it launched, and she managed to obtain new clientele from that article to this day. She never tired of hearing how people admired her. Call her shallow, call her selfish, call her whatever you wanted, but she thrived off the publicity. The praise didn't hurt her ego either, which had always struggled a little beneath her mom's constant badgering. It was the motivation she needed to maintain her hectic work schedule. People needed her, and that was all she needed to hear. Thank you, I'm flattered, Hazel said, digging a pencil from her extremely organized desk drawer. Everything in her life was in its place. Nothing took up space it didn't need to. I don't have any clients that come to mind immediately, but let me see what I can dig up. That would be wonderful. We're looking for something eclectic, something unique and of course high quality. We want to help our guests immerse themselves in their getaways. So naturally you want the store to feature items guests can remember where they purchased them from with fondness. Exactly. Can you see what you can find? We will of course compensate you for your time. I'd be happy to, Hazel said. Give me a week and I'll have some options lined up for you to consider. Efficient, Aaliyah said, sounding impressed. That sounds good to me. Thanks for calling, Hazel said, ending the call. She lowered her phone and gazed out at Beaver Lake. A new direction. Excellent. Now to find the perfect stores for Aaliyah Lear to choose from. She pulled open a few files on her computer when her phone pinged with a new message. She peered at the device, smiling at Rosabelle Smith's name attached to the text on her screen. The text was a selfie of Rosabelle and her beastly boss, Duncan Hawthorne, and she wore the gray cloche hat Hazel had seen her wearing the day Rosabelle first left Eureka Springs. Hazel hadn't had a friend in a long time. She was too busy for the kind of attention friendship required, but Rosabelle was a runner. They'd connected doing something Hazel already had in her schedule. Since Rosabelle had returned to town after becoming engaged to marry her boss, she often met Hazel in the morning to continue their runs. Beneath the adorable picture of Rosabelle and Duncan, Rosabelle texted, "Have you gone to the hat shop yet? I'm telling you, it's the source of true happiness." Hazel smiled. Rosabelle had told her about the upscale hat shop and insisted Hazel check it out, but Hazel bought everything online or via a personal shopper. This, though, sparked an idea. She glanced at Aaliyah Lear's name scribbled onto her already crammed planner. Was it terrible that the real catalyst getting her to check out this hat shop in person wasn't her friend's advice, but because of a business opportunity? As long as Rosabelle didn't know that, the truth wouldn't hurt anything. Wasn't everything business, though? That was how Hazel ran her life. Business kept her heart ticking, kept her from thinking about infuriating men and past relationships. She checked her schedule again. Lunchtime was coming soon. She could postpone a few of her obligations until later that evening. Hazel swiped her phone and hurried to type her answer. "Actually, I'm heading there today." She considered inviting Rosabelle along, but the introvert in her shook her head. "Awesome," Rosabelle replied. "I wish I could come with you, but these wedding plans are taking over my life. You're going to die over the hats in there." "I hope not," Hazel replied with a smiley to her friend's hyperbole. "But I can't wait to see the hats you keep telling me about." "It's seriously the best," said Rosabelle. Hazel considered this. She tapped the tip of her stylus to her mouth and then gave a quick reply. "I'll keep you posted." Stomach rumbling and demanding attention, Hazel slipped into her bejeweled flip-flops that accentuated her capris and loose blouse spangled with golden triangles, twined her long dark hair into a braid to beat the heat, and headed out into the July sun. Sunglasses in place, Hazel navigated the winding roads into the heart of Eureka Springs. Her GPS kept calling her to turn at random times where no turns were available. "It's haunted," she mumbled to herself, tapping the side of her phone again. She ended up weaving through streets bursting with vintage homes, along with the historic stone building whose horizontal sign dangled out front, declaring it to be the Carnegie Library. The golden stone building was nestled into the mountain, offering a staircase on either side of its entrance. Each set of stairs beckoned Hazel to pull over and pause for a spell to bask in the day's lazy feel, in the promise of books and hidden coves within the library's walls. She ignored the pull, crawling along the mountain streets until she made it to Spring Street. Hazel passed a dressmaker's, a venue offering to perform weddings, and a tiny place selling souvenirs and t-shirts. Finally, her gaze landed on the narrow, sage-green multi-use store with its stacked floors, flat face, and pair of windows peering down at her. Below the windows, a sign designated the store Les Chapeaux, Hats and Haberdashery. "This must be the place," Hazel said, peering from side to side before scurrying across the empty street. "This is charming," she added, thinking about Aaliyah's request. Not that the shop's exterior factored into the decision whatsoever, but its curb appeal didn't hurt. Depending on the hat quality, this could be the perfect solution. Hazel clicked down on the antique silver handle and entered. The bell over the door tinkled. The instant her shoes met the carpet and Hazel closed the door behind her, a sense of both calm and complete wonder swept over her. Beneath a Tiffany lampshade wide enough to swim in and glimmering with pieced glass of every color, hat stands created a mirage along the floor. Pegs jutted out from the velvet-covered stands, each featuring a hat completely unique from the rest. Different collections were clustered together, from men's hats on the back wall and along glass display cases to women's elaborate, ostentatious styles replete with feathers and bows. Hazel marveled at a few top hats accentuated by round goggles and jagged cogs. This store featured something for everyone. It didn't matter a person's age or gender. Hazel had the instant sense that no matter who stepped through that door, they would find something fitting their personality and style. The entire spread left her completely breathless. "This is the one," she muttered to herself. "This vendor is ideal." A man in a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows stood with his back to her, busily assembling some men's hats with narrow brims on display counters toward the rear of the store. At the sound of her entrance, he turned and faced her. Hazel's pulse tripped at his approach. It wasn't his gelled waves or his lean torso shaped by the well-fitted button-up shirt. It wasn't even the 5 o'clock shadow of scruff along his jaw. It was his eyes. Those were some serious personality eyes, and they flashed right at her. She'd always had a thing for eyes. Hazel felt like they were a person's soul incarnate. Anyone could put on a show and pretend to be one thing, but the eyes never lied, and this man's gaze had the effect of a vaudeville-sized hook, the kind used to reel pathetic acts right off the stage in place of whoever waited in the wings. She'd seen those eyes before. Last night, in fact. In her dreams. Hazel's thumping heart recognized him before her brain caught up. Wesley Bassett was there, staring right at her. Chapter 2. Hazel whirled around and braced her hands against the counter offering fedoras of varying colors. Her heart pounded. Her knees slackened. The sight of Wesley had a physical reaction over her, making her wobble as surely as if she was on a boat in the middle of Beaver Lake instead of standing on solid ground in an utterly normal shop. "Hazel?" Oh man, his voice. She'd envisioned that voice, the low rumbling tone, the way he used to sound when he answered the phone or when he sang in the car to their favorite song. Pure, unchecked emotion coursed through her, surging like a flood to wash away every other thought in her mind but his name. Wesley Bassett. Wes. Her Wes. The man she dated during undergrad, the man who'd offered her rides from campus at Oklahoma State to the grocery store, rides which had then gradually taken detours because their conversation never seemed to have a convenient place to stop. The man she'd found serenading her outside her window when she wasn't at her apartment, who'd taken a scathing freak-out moment from the roommate he'd woken during the act. The man who first captured her heart. The man who'd broken it. Hazel exhaled, smoothed the hand over her stomach and turned. She lifted her face to him in an attempt at civility and to hide the way he completely unraveled her. "What are you doing here?" She couldn't bear to say his name. Be still her heart. There was that grin. The shape of his smirk squeezed her chest the way it always had. His drool-worthy features hadn't changed, though his hair was cropped shorter than he used to keep it, and the style of his glasses had altered. They were wider with black rims. A small snatch of beard grew on his jaw now, too, on purpose this time instead of lazily or accidentally. What was he doing here? "Your hair got long." She gripped her braid. "Yeah, I let it go." Cursing inwardly, she hurried to correct herself. "I mean, I let it grow long. I didn't let myself go, obviously." "Any time now, Flor. You can open up and swallow me any time now." Of all things, Wesley laughed. "Obviously. You look great, Daisy Jane. What have you been up to? What are you doing in Eureka Springs?" Daisy Jane. Why did he have to go and stir up old memories now? She'd been battling them all morning as it was, but having him call her by the nickname he'd used the day they agreed to become more than friends was too much. On one of their many drives, Hazel had packed a picnic and Wesley had whisked her away to the countryside. They'd settled on a blanket in the middle of a field, the air filled with birdsong and the smell of leaves. Wildflowers speckled the undergrowth, and Wesley had plucked a daisy and lovingly tucked it behind her ear. "Daisy almost rhymes with your name," he'd said, capturing her with the blue of his eyes that outshined the sky blanketing above them. "Hazel Daisy." His arms had woven around her. Her joints had turned to wax as his hand had stroked her jaw. The name had transformed from Daisy to Daisy Jane, and it had stuck. She resolved to bring herself and him back to reality. "No offense, but since when are we still friends?" He ducked his head too fast. She was gratified to note the patch of pink climbing his throat. "I guess I deserve that." Time to end this unbearable conversation. On that note, see you. Chin raised, she stepped forward, ready to move on with why she'd come. He cleared his throat and caught up to her. "Is there something I can help you with?" Hazel's brow puzzled. Her gaze darted from hat stand to hat stand and then back to him again. "Are you serious?" He rubbed a hand behind his neck. "This is my mom's shop. I live here now. Maybe I can at least help you with what you came in for." She gave Wesley a once-over. He wasn't exactly wearing a billboard that declared him to be an employee. He didn't have a shirt with the store logo or even a name tag either. How was she supposed to know he worked here? Hazel closed her eyes, feeling every inch the fool. She should have researched this before coming. Usually she was so careful. But the call from Aaliyah Alir, combined with Rosabelle's encouraging, playful text, had made Hazel treat this more casually than she ordinarily would. She cycled back through conversations, trying to remember what Wesley had told her his mom did. She couldn't recall anything about a hat shop. For that matter, he'd never once mentioned Arkansas. She thought he was from New York. She never would have bought her house at the Cove if she'd known he was living here. She never would have come into this wretched shop, period. Hazel's gaze darted around, stained glass dome chandelier above her head, collection of hats, gilt artwork edging the ceiling. Did she think this establishment was cute before? Because right now it was the inferno, and she had to make her way to the exit in the quickest way possible. "I'm good, Wait a minute. This could be her chance. She was no lovesick 20-something. She was a successful billionaire who cast the world aside and marched to the beat of her own drum. Hazel was here on business, and she wasn't about to let a pretty face or some painful memories keep her from that. "You say your mom owns this store?" He offered a stiff nod. "She does. She inherited it from her parents when they passed away a few years ago. Mom thought about selling it, but she grew up making things like this and decided, why not try being a milliner? And now—" "That's nice. Is she here?" Always keep control of the conversation. She was losing her grasp on everything else, or the search for her birth mother anyway. She couldn't let him take over and act like nothing had happened between them. How could he be so chill right now? Wesley's mouth gaped for a good moment before he managed to close it. Yes, she's here." "I'd love to talk to her." There, that was the way to handle this kind of situation. She couldn't let him in again, not even for a small amount of supposedly friendly conversation. Sure, I'll be right back," he said. Hazel smiled at him, doing her best to remain distant but look fabulous and fill him with regrets, while maintaining a hold on her heart all at once. Whether she achieved so much with one gesture or not was a toss-up. "That'd be great, thanks. And Wesley, good to see you," she added, proud at coming out on top of the conversation. Still gaping in confusion, Wesley turned toward a door behind the vacant cash register and disappeared momentarily from view. Hazel's whole body shouted at her. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been so aware of her elbows, ribs, and toes, or the blood pumping through her veins. Would it ever slow down? She gritted her teeth and smoothed her hands over her blouse, determined to not let him get under her skin. "That's right," she told herself and him. "Keep your distance." Hazel stroked the feathers on a nearby mustard yellow hat with cherries springing from the center ribbon. She couldn't buddy up to him. This was all about business. It couldn't be about anything else. She wasn't sure she'd survive again if it was. Chapter 3. Of all the people Wesley expected to run into at Les Chapeaux today, if someone had told him Hazel Strickland would have been among them, he'd have laughed in their faces. Hazel had made her loathing of him more than clear when he'd broken up with her 8 years ago. He couldn't say he blamed her. Wes had looked back at that moment 1,000 times with remorse. He'd always been a bungler of words, and he certainly bungled them that day. Then, when he tried apologizing, she was long gone. She moved away. She blocked him on every avenue, from social media, from her phone, all of it. She'd made herself completely inaccessible. Now, she'd walked right back into his life again without a single warning. Leaving the storefront, Wesley wove through the workroom of their building, snaked through the workroom with its bolts of fabrics, boxes of haberdashery and ribbons, hat forms and bodiless mannequin heads, and to the narrow staircase across from the half-bathroom. He trotted up the stairs to their living quarters. Mom had taken the day off, and if the inquirer was anyone else, he would have handled things without bothering her. But seeing Hazel Strickland in the shop had completely thrown him. With how he'd ended things back in Oklahoma, he couldn't deny her request now. This building had been erected in 1928, the same year Mickey Mouse made his debut in Steamboat Willie, and while the place had good bones, it had needed some fixing up throughout the years. Mom wasn't one to let a day off go to waste. Wesley found her surrounded by piles of towels, sheets, and blankets. With the shelves bare before her, she meticulously folded and inserted towels in their designated baskets. Everything in its place. Hazel had been like this too. He'd always been amazed at how organized she was, from the various types of pasta, oatmeal, and dried beans in decorative jars on shelves in her kitchen, to how frustrated she got with her roommates for failing to put things away. Mom didn't hear his approach. She rolled several washcloths, tucked them neatly into their basket, and task finished, slid the basket back onto the newly cleaned shelf. Wesley wasn't sure if it was her French blood that gave her such an eye for organization or just her personality, but she was organized to a fault. "Hey, Mom," he said. Mom gave a little jump and laid a hand on her chest. Eyes wide, she rotated to face him. She had a lovely countenance, eyes filled with wisdom, and porcelain skin faintly lined near her mouth and on her forehead. "Wesley, what are you doing up here? Who is watching the store?" "I won't be here long. A woman is here to see you about a business deal, and I thought—" She shook her head in a manner all too familiar to him. "No, no, no, no. You know I do not work on my days off. I need my respite, Wesley. Whoever it is, you can handle it." He clenched his teeth. Should he tell her the visitor was Hazel? His mom knew who Hazel was, though she'd never met her. She'd been living in New York with his dad when he'd gone away to college, and the two had never made it to visit him in Oklahoma. He sorted through a few details about Hazel now, but this wasn't something he wanted to go into here. There wasn't enough time for him to convince Mom she needed to defer from her typical routine to come speak with Hazel. He inhaled. "You know what? Never mind. Sorry I bothered you. Of course I'll handle things myself." Mom nodded in approval, bending for the basket housing their hand towels. Her back to him, she waved him away. Wesley's shoulders sagged. He should have known not to even ask. Hadn't he learned from repeating the same instance over and over again as a child? He'd only been around Hazel for 3 minutes, and she was already rumpling his judgment. With a sigh, he headed back to the stairs. He wasn't sure he liked this new, impatient, impertinent version of Hazel. She was rude to him, cutting him off without letting him try to talk or reconnect with her. The thought pricked harder than he expected. Reconnect with her? Did he want that? Why was he even thinking about that? Chances were she had stopped into town like so many of the other tourists who visited and would be off again, running her business and doing what she did best. During his conversation with his mother, Hazel hadn't left. In fact, she remained in the exact spot near the front of the store where he'd left her. Hazel dipped in front of a mirror, inspecting her appearance. The pose was familiar. Every woman who ventured into the shop struck a similar stance, but only to try on the headwear. Hazel was no different. She'd selected an ivory tea party hat, its wide brim curving like the edge of a frisbee, and crafted of see-through fabric that allowed her dark eyes to flash at him. "That's a good look for you," he said. Jaw clenched, she removed the hat quicker than expected. "I'm not here to buy anything." Her gaze darted over his shoulder to the workshop entrance. "Is she coming?" Wes dug his hands into his pockets and attempted to contain his pulse. "She's busy. Looks like I'm your man." Her eyes tapered. "You were once. Not making that mistake again." She might as well have stabbed him with a fork. Was she going to continuously bring that up? Wes cleared his throat. "I meant she's not coming. Whatever you'd like to discuss, you'll have to do so with me." Hazel turned away from him, muttering under her breath. He considered apologizing, explaining things from his point of view. He wasn't sure now was the best time. Clearly, she wanted nothing to do with him. Would anything he said change that? Wesley decided it was best to get what she wanted and move on. "So if you're not buying anything, what brought you in?" Hazel sniffed and clutched her bag. "How involved are you in your mother's business?" "Why does that matter?" "It matters because if I'm going to discuss things with you, then I need to know. I have a proposal to make, and I'm not sure you're the person I should be speaking with about it." The bell behind him tinkled, and a pair of women tottered in. Wesley glanced over his shoulder to greet them and then turned back to Hazel. He didn't have time to mull this over right now, but he knew one thing. If Hazel left now, he doubted he'd ever see her again. He'd hurt her that day, the day he'd ended their relationship. All the times he'd tried contacting her to discuss things afterward, she'd refused to hear it. But he needed to let her know how he really felt, how he'd thought things over countless times since, how he wished he hadn't acted in such a rush. He had to take advantage of this moment. "If you want me to hear your business proposal, then you'll have to agree to meet me for dinner." Her mouth parted. "Tonight," he added, "at Sunny Side Up. It's a little cafe here in town on Main Street. The perfect place for old friends to catch up and discuss important plans." Glossy pink lips parted, brows lifted. She shook her head in disbelief. "I have no desire to go to dinner with you." He lifted a shoulder. "Your choice." "Wesley Bassett, are you blackmailing me?" "Blackmail implies I know something you don't want others to find out, and I'm using it to get something I want." "And the difference here is?" He took a chance and leaned closer, getting a whiff of her lavender scent. Oh man, she still smelled the same. "I don't know anything about you that you don't want others to know, but I have something you want. Meet me at Sunny Side Up at 6. If you're not there, I'll know you're no longer interested. If you are, well, we can go from there." Hazel gripped the strap of her bag. "I have a different idea. Why don't I schedule a meeting with your mother for a different time?" "It's got to be with me." He straightened his shoulders to add confidence to the statement. "She probably wouldn't agree to meet with you, but I could convince her to." That was true enough. Pestering Mom about this probably wouldn't help Hazel's cause. "If I'm there, it will only be because of business. You got that?" Hazel said. "Business. I don't want to talk about our past. I'm not here to catch up or look back on old times. I'm here for your mother's shop, and that's it. Got it?" "Oh, I know. Me too." The lie gave him zero shame. He wasn't going to let this opportunity pass, not when she'd blocked him so thoroughly from her life. This was his second chance, and he was going to take it. Hazel stepped outside the instant Wesley left her to herself. She seethed from his invitation. What was he up to, asking her to dinner when they could have discussed things just as easily where they were? Ideally, she would prefer to do some background research on Les Chapeaux and set up an appointment with the business owner in a boardroom, somewhere she could maintain a professional level on things. But something was different this time. She'd known Wesley so well before. Having him see her in her professional role in such a cold way seemed too stiff. It was not because she was looking forward to dinner with him. At least their meeting would take place somewhere besides Les Chapeaux. They would have run the risk of being interrupted by customers there, and Hazel didn't want any interruptions. The hats surrounding her in his mom's shop were distracting enough. So many beautiful styles, so many incredible choices, and seemingly so out of reach. Why weren't hats a thing in America anymore? We seriously need to make hats a thing again, she muttered to herself as she made her way back to her car. Her thoughts streamed through popular styles of the past, where neither men nor women set foot outside without a hat on, and where men removed their caps when entering a building or during a prayer. She remembered the stymieing number of different styles in Les Chapeaux, the thin cerulean blue bonnet smattered with matching flowers. The one next to it had decorative cherries lining its brim, and still another was emerald with a striking brim and explosive black ribbons spewing in decorative directions. A person could wear a different hat every day for the rest of her life and never scrape the edge of the millinery possibilities. Hazel stopped at her car, unlocked the driver door, and slid in. She wasn't sure she'd ever worn anything quite as stunning as those hats, but her adoptive mom had. Then again, Sandy and her husband were from a different generation, one where hats were more commonplace. With her adoptive father, Martin, being a doctor and Sandy a nurse, they'd met Hazel as a child in Brazil during their stint in Doctors Without Borders. Before Martin had passed away, they'd laid everything out for her. They'd handed her a thin, worn blanket and a delicate but beautiful hat not unlike those in Wesley's mom's shop. Hazel had stuffed the blanket and the hat into a keepsake box until a few years ago when she stumbled across the private investigator who'd been researching one of the companies she was trying to market. The idea to find her birth family took hold, and Hazel contacted the investigator the next day and recounted what few details she knew. Barely 2 years old, Hazel, born Allegra Silva, was dying of yellow fever when the Stricklands arrived to help after an earthquake in Brazil. Many families had been torn apart. Officials had believed the Silvas to be dead for days, until Alina and her husband Ivan were found in the debris of a fallen building. Reunited with little Allegra, they were devastated to discover Allegra had contracted yellow fever during the quake. The Silvas didn't have money for the medical care little Allegra needed, and while the medical crew from Doctors Without Borders had brought supplies with them, they didn't have the necessary vaccines. Alina Silva pleaded to the Stricklands for help. She begged for them to take Allegra home with them to the United States, to get her the care she needed. Alina was devastated to part from her baby, but if it meant saving Allegra's life, that was worth it to her. The Stricklands had agreed. They'd returned to Oklahoma and got little Allegra the medical care she needed. When the time came to return Allegra to her family, they'd vanished. No sign existed of where they'd gone to. No one knew why they'd moved or where. The Stricklands considered placing Allegra for adoption, but by that time they'd become attached to her. After going through several frustrating processes in the system, proving their qualifications financially and in other ways, the adoption had been approved. They'd renamed her Hazel Allegra Strickland. Growing up, Hazel wondered why she didn't have the same skin color as her parents and why they were so much older than her friends' parents. At 10, the Stricklands then shared the truth with her real name, her real heritage. Hailing back to her past and discovering where she'd really come from was always intriguing. For some reason, Hazel's past always made her feel a little like she was living in a fairy tale of some kind. Like Rapunzel, Hazel was raised by someone else. At times, Sandy could seem a little malevolent, she thought with a chuckle. Hazel related all of this to the investigators, but time and time again, results hit a roadblock. Every single investigator started in the Silvas' hometown, followed the loose threads until those threads were snipped and left them at dead ends. Elena Silva had disappeared from off the map. Likewise, the siblings Hazel had left behind were unaccounted for. Brushing aside the memory, simmering from Wesley's invitation to dinner, she turned the key in the ignition and pulled out onto the street. She would meet him, present her ideas, and make sure things ended there. Then she could put her focus back on finding her birth mom, where it belonged. Chapter 4. Wesley went through the remainder of the day helping several locals prepare for a wedding and a pair of men update their golfing hats. A few tourists were enamored with the steampunk top hats with the goggles on the side, so Wesley helped them make their purchases as well. Gradually, the sunlight through the front windows faded and ricocheted off the stained glass chandelier above. The steady trickle of clients popping in and out slowed, and then it was closing time. He went through the motions, checking surfaces, putting a bracelet that had fallen from someone's wrist during the day in their lost and found, locking the main door and turning the sign from open to closed. He sorted through the money in the till and then ensured the lights were dimmed before making the trek through the break room and up the back steps. Mom sat at the kitchen table, sifting through a box of papers which were strewn across the surface. With a delicate finger, she tipped her glasses higher on her nose and continued searching. Wesley peered closer. "What have you got here?" "Found another box of old receipts in the attic," Mom said. "You should just throw those out," Wesley said. Since they'd taken over the store, he and Mom had been sorting through every square inch of the place. Considering all the antiques cluttering up the attic and the boxes crammed in the most remote places, the search was a never-ending proposition. Wesley was starting to think they should toss every last bit of what didn't belong to them, but Mom insisted on making sure there was nothing of value being cast aside. "Might miss something important," Mom said, scrutinizing a new stack. Wesley sat beside her, pulled a different stack toward him, and adjusted his glasses. He was all but blind without their assistance. He tried contacts, but the thick rims completed a look for him. He liked his appearance, but mostly, he continued wearing glasses because of Hazel. The memory swam to the forefront of his mind without warning. They'd been wrapped in one another's arms on the couch in his dorm community room. They were supposed to have been studying, but other things had kept their attention instead. Breaking from the many kisses they'd been sharing, Hazel got a coy look on her face and using 2 hands, removed the glasses from his face. "Hey," Wesley had said, "I won't be able to see you." She peered at the thin frames before turning her investigation to his features. "You look different without these," she'd said. "Different?" "Good different. But I think I like you better with them on." "So give them back." "Nope, not until I do this." She'd kissed him again, and it'd been a different kind of kiss, an unexpected, new territory kiss, all about feel and sensation. He felt her fingertips with more of a shiver on his skin. Her mouth on his had been a brushstroke. Like navigating a room blindly, he'd closed his eyes and allowed her to lead the way. He shook away the memory. Those days were long gone. Soon, she'd gotten too busy for cuddling on couches. Day by day, her ambition for success had created a blind spot in her vision. The day he'd broken up with her, he hadn't wanted to end things. He'd only wanted to see if they could go back to the way things had been before. He'd said the wrong thing, though, and Hazel refused to discuss anything else with him. Their conversation had gotten out of hand, spiraled out of control, and he'd lost her. Wesley wasn't ready to let the situation between them stay the way it was now. He wasn't sure what reason Hazel thought he'd had for ending things, but his motives weren't what Hazel thought they were. She'd made her point very clear that she didn't want to discuss the past tonight, but he had to. "Did you get that business deal figured out?" Mom asked. "Yeah." he said, sorting through piles of receipts from 1972 and lobbing them into the garbage can beside her. She wanted to present an idea, but I wouldn't listen. I told her we should discuss it over dinner. Dinner? Mom lowered the receipt in her hand and peered at him over her glasses. Her eyes had that astute look as though they were trying to examine beneath his skin and into his soul. All right, Wesley, who is this woman? He sighed. Remember the girl I nearly proposed to back at Oklahoma State? The one who took you for granted? Wesley rubbed a finger along his lip. Well, she's here. Her name is Hazel Strickland. She's the one I'm meeting. Lips pressed in a ruler-thin line, Mom gave an adamant shake of the head. No dinner, no business deal, not with a woman like that. He knew Mom remembered Hazel all too well. She'd never met Hazel, but Wesley had spoken with his mom several times throughout their relationship. Call him a mama's boy, but Mom had a gift when it came to people. Her wisdom surpassed his, and counseling with her for advice and help was akin to free therapy. Mom had a way of unveiling things between people and within people that others couldn't quite grasp. That woman wrapped you around her finger and then cut you off completely when you tried sharing what was in your heart. She thought I was breaking up with her, Wesley corrected. Weren't you? Not exactly. This was something he'd left out of the conversation with Mom at the time. He didn't tell her everything, and he wasn't about to now. I was hoping to get more of a commitment out of her. Mom grunted. Huh, only to have things end? Well, yeah. He'd wanted to propose to Hazel, actually, but he tried to clear a few things before popping the question, and the conversation had unraveled faster than a pulled stitch. He still had the ring in his dresser's top drawer, unable to bring himself to return it to the jeweler. It wasn't like he'd bought the ring in Eureka Springs. We're just going to talk, maman. He hadn't called his mother the traditional French name for some time. The term softened her. She offered a smile that had too much intuition for his liking. That's never all it is, Wesley. Not with a woman like her. I won't let things unravel again this time. He would guard his heart much better than he did before. Come on, I can help you make dinner before I have to go. Mom raised her brows in a whatever you say kind of way before pushing her chair from the table and standing. By the way, I received a phone call today from Eureka Springs Elementary. You did? That was a topic change if he ever heard one. Yes, sounds like they would like to hold a fundraiser to raise the monies for new playground equipment before school begins this fall. They want to include features for kids who are disabled physically or who have autism and sensory issues. The new park will be inclusive for children of all the abilities. Wesley smiled. He always liked when his mom's French upbringing got in the way of her speech. Even after living in the United States for the last 30 years, she still occasionally got her words mixed up. Why would they contact you? He asked, following her into the kitchen. Rooster perked from his place on his large pillow in the corner, but Wesley waved him down. He would feed his dog once dinner was ready. Their apartment above the shop was a large room, with the kitchen and living room in one open space. The 2 bedrooms were situated toward the front of the narrow building. Mom reached for the silver skillet dangling on a peg above the sink and grabbed a pair of tomatoes from the wire basket on the counter. Wesley retrieved the cutting board from its place in the cabinet. The principal is married to the owner of Opal Heart Ranch. They had a proposal of their own. Wesley's insides tightened. Oh, a Eureka Springs Derby, in Kentucky fashion. The event will be genteel, and every woman will, of course, want to compete for the most decadent headwear. Mom patted her gray hair as if it was recently styled. Wesley pictured the expanse of an event like that. Eureka Springs was notorious for its weekly events, but he couldn't remember anything like this being hosted. And they'll be holding the race at Opal Heart? Do they have a racetrack there? Oui, That is what they tell me. I'm happy to support any cause for children. That sounds fantastic, Wesley said, growing excited at the thought. Too soon, uncertainty dampened his enthusiasm. We're really going to have to step things up to keep up with the influx of orders this is going to bring. Nothing we can't handle. Mom scooped the tomato chunks and added them into a bowl. She chopped a head of lettuce and added several handfuls of peppers, carrots, and cucumbers. I will have to see if Liz might work a few more hours to manage the floor while we construct hats. We may also have to outsource our product, depending on the response. Doable, Wesley added. The event sounded classy and different, which for Eureka Springs was saying something. The town featured all kinds of interesting events. Are any other shops setting up booths? Several, from my understanding. The dress shop a few stores up. Even Bound and Determined Books, I'm sure, will be there. That author you admire so much intends on hosting a signing and donating a portion of his income as well. Grantham Robbins? Robbins was from Eureka Springs, and though he'd moved away for a time, he'd recently returned. His spy thriller novels were Wesley's favorites. The town is really coming together for this, especially on such short notice, Mom added, tossing a piece of chicken to Rooster, who'd meandered in from his pillow. He wagged his tail gratefully and caught the offered specimen in his teeth. Wesley helped saute the chicken, adding sprinkles of lemon and pepper as it seared in the skillet. The thought of the Derby made him wonder how long Hazel planned on being in town. Was she only here visiting? When is it going to happen? He asked. At the end of the week, July 25th, I believe. And they're only now telling you about it? That doesn't give us much time. We'll manage, Mom said. Was Hazel associated with this at all? Maybe her proposal pertained to this community event. If so, he looked even more forward to meeting her for dinner. This smells divine, Mom said. Are you sure you won't stay and eat here? He kissed Mom on the temple. I'm sure. I have to do this. Enjoy the food for me, too. I'd better get ready. After feeding Rooster, Wesley headed for his room. He showered quickly and dressed up to meet the woman of his dreams for dinner and convince her to give him another shot. He'd dated a few other women since Hazel, but none of them had ever sparked a flame in him the way she did. One woman couldn't tolerate his love of reading. Another despised dogs. He couldn't get past a third's obnoxious laugh. Every time he went on a date with someone, he found himself wishing the woman got him the way Hazel did before their relationship ended. Wesley wasn't sure soulmates existed, but he knew connection did. The only time he'd experienced the fluttering, racing, heart-tangled kind of love he'd always wanted had been with her. Chapter 5. Sunny Side Up wasn't exactly formal, but Wesley still donned a fresh blue shirt and dark slacks. After showering, he trimmed the thin layer of beard along his jawline and cleaned his glasses for good measure. The evening hadn't cooled much at all. Sunlight still blazed hotter than ever, and the humidity added to the heat made his skin sticky. Sweat collected beneath his trilby, a hat most people confused with a fedora. The piece was a statement of fashion, more than something worn to block out the sun. Wesley didn't wear it often, but he figured tonight was the night. He hurried toward Sunnyside Up with a heartbeat in every footstep, grateful for the blast of chilled air inside the establishment, and stalled. Hazel waited near the bar in a black belted dress that reached her knees with a slit that offered a slice of her thigh. Add the strappy heels, and he was a goner. She always had this effect on him, the ability to crank his heart rate as though she held the ratchet herself. Dark curls hung to her waist, kept from her forehead by a single braid twisted down one side of her head. He was glad he'd opted to wear something a little dressier, too. He wasn't a savvy businessman like she was probably used to dealing with, but Wesley knew how to clean up. With a quick glance, she took in his appearance, including his hat. "Wesley?" she said coldly, appearing unaffected by his presence. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't act unaffected. In fact, he had every intention of letting her know how glad he was to have her here. "Hazel, you look gorgeous." She turned away, opting not to respond. Mabel Marsh, a woman with silvery hair and dyed-on eyebrows, greeted him. "Hey there, Wes, what can I get you to?" "Hey, Mabel." He gestured to Hazel. "What'll it be?" The two of them ordered, a salad for Hazel and a buffalo burger with steak fries for Wesley. Mabel directed them to the vacant seat in the cafe's back corner, which suited him perfectly. They were less likely to be interrupted there, away from the door and the coming and going customers. He attempted small talk, but Hazel gave one-word answers, if she said anything at all. He asked after her mom and if she'd had any news from home in Oklahoma. He attempted to bring up inside jokes about the music playing on the overhead, but Hazel grunted, wiped her mouth with her napkin, and lowered her fork. "There, we ate dinner," she said. "Shared small talk. Do you mind if we get on with things?" Wesley dipped one of his final few steak fries into ketchup. "Are you always this direct with your clients?" "You're not a client. Not yet, anyway. You're a potential, and right now I'd like to get to the reason for this meeting." He sank against his seat. A potential client? Her proposal probably had nothing to do with the elementary school fundraiser. Of course not. He was an idiot to even think it would. Hazel wouldn't deal with something so small-scale. She bent for something within the bag at her side and spread a piece of paper on the open table space between them. The animation in her face made her already brilliant eyes flash. He didn't bother hiding his smile. Hazel glowered. "Stop that." "What?" "I know that look, Wesley." "What look?" "You're giving me that look. That eye look." He narrowed the offenders. "You're going to have to be a little more explicit." She hunched her shoulders. "Even though it's been 8 years, I can still read that expression in your eyes. It's the one you used to get when you found my antics amusing. Am I amusing you right now?" Wrong question to ask. Her eyes tightened further. "Do you think this is funny?" "Completely," he said, deciding to be truthful. She sank into her seat as well and folded her arms. "I told you we're not doing this. We're not together. You can't look at me as though you still find me attractive." Heat coursed through him. He glanced from her attire to the glittering bracelet on her slim wrist to her impeccably manicured fingernails. Attractive didn't seem to be a strong enough word. "If you didn't want me to find you attractive tonight, then you should have worn a different dress." "As I was saying," she blurted, color rose in her cheeks. This was too much fun. This meant she wasn't impervious to him either, the way she pretended to be. "Do you like my hat?" He gestured to the article on the bench beside him and lifted it for her viewing pleasure. "What?" "You heard me." Her tone increased in exasperation. "As a matter of fact, yes, I do like your hat. I like all your hats, and that is why I'd like to make you and your mother an offer. Though if Le Chapeau really does belong to her, it's chapeau, not chapeau." "I didn't say chap-o." "CH makes the sh sound. Didn't you ever take any French lessons?" "Nothing but what I learned from you." Wesley belted a laugh while fury flashed in her eyes. She blushed and hurried to defend herself. "Oh, come on. You know I wasn't talking about kissing." "We had plenty of those lessons too, though, didn't we?" She couldn't fight her smile completely this time. He simmered at the memories she evoked. Memories like the glasses instance he'd summoned earlier. Kissing Hazel had been like nothing else, and in that moment, he wanted to do nothing else. "Get it together," he told himself. After they each took a few moments to collect themselves, Wesley cleared his throat. I'm sorry. I told you I'd only talk business. Why don't you go ahead with your proposal?" She cleared her throat and sat straighter in her chair. The waiter passed to fill their glasses with water once more and take their empty dishes. "All right." She gestured to the paper she'd laid out. It featured a logo with the name Alir Luxury Resorts in the center. How familiar are you with Alir hotels and resorts? About as much as the next person. I know they exist, that's about it. He wasn't exactly in the income bracket to afford a stay at any of them. Each hotel is extremely high-end, Hazel went on, as though this was something to be proud of. Only the most prestigious clients visit to enjoy quality amenities during their travels. I'm not sure what this has to do with me, Wesley said honestly. What in the world was she telling him this for? He knew all too well he didn't fit to her standards. I was recently contacted by Aaliyah Alir, the CEO's daughter. They were looking for vendors to feature in their Rio de Janeiro location. She asked if I knew of any stores in particular that might fit the brand, and the minute I stepped into your mother's store, I knew it would be the ideal option. Wesley's brows leapt to his hairline. You want us to relocate the store? Not exactly. I'm talking about expansion, Wesley. She cleared her throat. The store would remain as it is here in Eureka Springs. You would set up a separate location, staff it with qualified people, and ensure your impeccable products are available for sale to Rio de Janeiro's tourist chain. Wesley thought of 1,000 reasons why relocating Les Chapeaux would never work. He and his mom fabricated many of the hats themselves. They conducted all the business on site, and the website was rudimentary at best, mostly because Wesley built it from one of those freebie hosting sites. Getting another shop up and running on the other side of the world? Not possible, he said. Why not? You haven't even considered my proposal. Decisions like these take time, and you'll need to go over my request, which I have here. She retrieved a manila folder from within her bag. She wouldn't understand, not without experiencing it herself. Without thinking, he placed a hand on hers, stopping her from sliding the folder to him. The touch sent an electric shock to his system. I could explain, but maybe you'd like to spend a day or two with us in the shop and see for yourself what a business like this requires. Hazel hurriedly slipped her hand free. I know what businesses require. Wesley left his hand on the edge of the table and smiled at her, this time with sympathy. Not ours. Hazel rolled her eyes. What do you know? You were a fashion major, not business. What have you done with that degree anyway? Are you... You know what? Never mind. I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time here tonight. Hold on now, Wesley said, unperturbed by her feisty response. He suspected he was the reason she was so defensive, and he wanted to put her at ease. Who knew what she thought of him? He'd hurt her. He wanted to make it right. I'm serious. Come by the shop. Spend at least one more day there, and you'll see exactly what I can never quite explain. Hazel muttered something like unbelievable to herself before snapping her bag closed and holding it on her lap. Her nostrils flared as she inhaled a steadying breath and met him with a calmer expression than she had before. Fine, she said too quietly. Miss Alir requested an answer by the end of the week, so I'll give you until then. Wesley waved to Mabel, who nodded her acknowledgement and bustled over with their check. Hazel stood, smoothing a hand down her dress to settle the fabric. Wesley stood as well, donning his hat for good measure and smirking at her from beneath its brim. Sounds wonderful, he said. Thanks for agreeing to meet me. I'll see you in the morning. Chapter 6. Hazel headed into Eureka Springs a little earlier than planned. She wanted an idea of the buildings to get a few backups in case the hat shop, she refused to think of it by its French name thanks to Wesley's snarky remark, turned out to be a bust. Then again, Eureka Springs wasn't the only place with shops. Countless towns across the United States offered commendable products just like this one, and she could make a few phone calls, do a thorough search online, and have several shops in line by the end of the day. For some reason, that was too easy. She'd been enchanted with the hat shop the moment she set foot inside. There was also something about Eureka Springs' charm. Maybe it was the eclectic feel of the area. Outsiders traveled from near and far just to be here. Hazel was sure having a shop from this town in one of the Alear hotels would be the ultimate solution. Leaving her car in the upper lot, she joined a crew of people at the trolley stop and ventured down the impressive ravine leading to the historic heart of Eureka Springs. Sunny Side Up caught her attention. After stopping in for a quick bagel and coffee from the same woman with the impressively tattooed eyebrows and silver hair from the night before, Hazel headed out into the morning sun. It was only 9, but heat already tempted her to remove her jacket and enjoy its rays on her bare arms. She passed several souvenir shops, but doubted they'd be the right fit for a hotel like Alear. Besides, the majority of trinkets offered featured Arkansas and Eureka Springs. Higher-end customers like those who frequented Alear resorts wouldn't likely be looking for little maze games for their children as a memorial of their visit. They'd want something more unique. The Basin Park Hotel caught her eye. The building had an intriguing design with its thick stone and vintage entrance. So much of this town seeped with history. She passed by a large blow-up silhouette of a woman in a vintage gown with the lace climbing to her throat. The woman held a hatchet in one hand. After a pause, Hazel realized the silhouette was an ad for the ghost tours being offered. Okay, then. Ghost tours are probably not a popular feature in an Alear resort. Moving on. The next shop to catch her eye was a dog bakery, from Wags to Wishes, with its striped awning over each window and the double-door entrance featuring curved glass with decorative etching along its edges. The entire layout was delightful. Cute, Hazel said. She'd never had a dog before, but this shop made her want one just so she could shop for the canine here. That was the kind of appeal a business needed, to convince a person they needed something they'd never considered owning before. Genius. Getting people to purchase things they wouldn't have considered before is what I do best, Hazel said, making note of the dog bakery. People traveled with their pets all the time, and she would bet dog lovers frequented Alear resorts too. A dog bakery might not be the conventional style of venue, but she would present it to Aaliyah anyway, in case the hat shop fell through. As if sensing she'd been thinking of her PA Melanie's name came up on Hazel's phone as it rang. Hazel answered and cleared Melanie to patch Aaliyah through, including telling her to approve all of Aaliyah's calls. That would make things a little easier. Hazel Strickland speaking. Hazel, it's Aaliyah. Just thought I'd check in and see how things are going. Any prospects? Aaliyah asked. Hazel glanced upward at From Wags to Wishes fringed fabric lining the awning's edges above her. I have a few for you, actually, but one I'm trying to really narrow down. Tell me about it. Hazel hedged. Wesley hadn't completely rejected the idea. She still had today to see what drawbacks he referred to last night. No doubt his reasons for rejection were minor or could be overcome by someone who was more business-minded. I'd prefer to wait until I get things a little more solid for you, Hazel said. I'd rather not get your hopes up if this deal falls through. Aaliyah hesitated before responding. Understandable. Hazel hurried to assure her client. Don't worry, this town is replete with adorable shops and possibilities. Aaliyah perked up once more. Sounds like it. I actually looked up Eureka Springs the other night to see what we were working with. After what I saw, I might fly out there myself. Aaliyah gave a little giggle. Hazel went rigid inside. She wasn't sure she liked the idea of Aaliyah Alear flying out here. Such an action implied a lack of trust, that Aaliyah didn't rely on Hazel's judgment. I've got this under control, Hazel assured her. I'm sure you do. It's just that I've been investigating some of our less successful locations, trying to see how we can improve conditions. That was hard to believe. Improve on Alear quality and style? It's been known to happen. Aaliyah said with another chortle. In any case, we have a location in Louisiana, and it would be no trouble to take a detour. Whatever you'd like to do, Hazel said, attempting to maintain a sociable tone, though I assure you it's not necessary. Okay then, I'll let you know what I decide. Good luck with the search, Aaliyah said before ending the call. Hazel exhaled through her mouth. She didn't need this heiress breathing down her neck while she was trying to do the job Aaliyah hired her to do. Hazel considered walking away. She wasn't starving for the money, though the prestige at offering satisfying service to someone like Aaliyah Alear held its own appeal. It was the principle of the thing. Hazel worked because she enjoyed it. Accomplishment fueled her day-to-day existence. What was she supposed to do? Sit at home in her tower all day long? Fluffing her hair away from her neck and wishing she had some way to pull it up and allow her skin to breathe in this heat, she reached for the handle of From Wags to Wishes when a golden retriever nosed in, sniffing her knees. "Hey there," said Wesley from the end of the dog's leash. "Rooster," he added, chiding his pet, "back up." Morning sunlight splashed on Wesley's face, adding a gleam of admiration there that should be illegal. He blasted a smolder in her direction, causing her heart to hiccup and skip an entire beat. Her breathing picked up speed. This was ridiculous. Shouldn't she be used to seeing him by now? "What are you doing here?" She berated herself the minute the question left her lips. He had a dog. What else was he doing here? "I was just about to ask you the same thing." He lifted the end of Rooster's leash. "I have a dog. You don't." Heat flamed in her cheeks. She glanced around, searching for an excuse. "Truth be told, I've been scoping out some other businesses around town." "In case I let you down?" he said. He had already told her no, but she wasn't ready to accept that response. She straightened her shoulders. Wouldn't be the first time. Wincing, he glanced to the sidewalk and back to her. This time his smile was sad. "Can we not do that anymore, please?" Shame spilled over her in a rush. She attempted to fight it off. How could he act like she was being unfair? True, she continued letting her unkind thoughts tumble out unchecked. That was below her, and he was right. She'd tortured him enough. "I get that you're hurt," he said, reaching down to scratch behind Rooster's ears. "And if you'd let me, I'd explain what happened that day." "I know what happened that day," she said softly. He stared at her. The lack of argument put her off, making her waver inside without any kind of retort. "Sounds like you've got it all figured out then. Excuse me." After an acknowledging nod, Wesley whistled through his teeth to get Rooster's attention and opened the door, leading the dog inside. Hazel couldn't understand the stinging effect of his words. She had stepped over the line with her comments, especially after how pleasant and confusing he'd been during their dinner last night. But what did he mean by leaving her out here alone without a word about meeting in a few minutes for her to see the behind-the-scenes running of the hat shop? Was his snub some kind of dismissal, and he was canceling their appointment? She wasn't going to stand there like some discharged annoyance. The smell of meat and dog food filled her nose the minute she stepped inside. There were displays of gift bags for dog lovers, massive, fluffy pillows, and different-shaped bones and chew toys. Off to the side, a buffet-style kiosk offered hand-picked treats by the pound, providing little silver tongs for customers to make their selections. The glass counter in the back reminded Hazel of something that might be found in a chocolate shop, only instead of offering delicacies for humans, these were treats for dogs. A woman, cradling a chihuahua on her arm, stood, making requests from the worker behind the counter. Wesley was next in line. Rooster's nose was already to the glass, attempting to sniff out his favorite treats. "Hey there, Wesley," the woman with brown hair behind the counter greeted. "Hey, Callie," he responded, sounding friendly. "In for something for Rooster?" You got it. He really liked those treats I picked the last time. What were they called? Let me check. Callie turned to skim through some kind of record book before turning back. They were the Bacon Sausage Doggy Delights. Perfect. Fill me a bag of those, would you? And some of those burger back cakes as well. Rooster's tail wagged happily, as if the dog understood the exchange that had just taken place on his behalf. Hazel hung back, not wanting to confront Wesley in front of the associate or the pair of men who walked in with a lean Dalmatian strutting between them. "You're still here?" Wesley asked as he approached the door. She hated how stupid she felt. He wasn't allowed to make her feel this way. She should have just left. He'd obviously expected her to. She shrugged the frustration off and scurried to follow him out into the heat of the day. "I think I overstepped back there, and I wanted to apologize," she said. He bent to offer Rooster one of the prized treats from within the little paper bag. The dog barked and sniffed happily at the offering before gobbling it up. Wesley straightened. "Don't apologize. Just business, right? Let's keep it business between us from now on." Hazel gaped. Ironically, in that moment, she'd wanted him to open up to her. She'd made herself ready to hear whatever explanation he had for his behavior that day, for breaking up with her, and now he wasn't going to? "You are coming to the shop with me, aren't you?" he said, not waiting for her to answer before heading with Rooster in that direction. Hazel increased her pace. "Any other good prospects I should be aware of in this town?" she asked, trying to keep things as casual as possible after their bizarre argument. "There's always the bookshop." He pointed across the street. Bound and Determined Books had a brown storefront with a shop sign that dangled from an iron projection over the sidewalk. "That would be an idea," Hazel said. "Except I don't see how I could fill an entire store in an Ilier resort with books by Grantham Robbins." Wesley gaped at her. Did he think she'd forgotten this little detail about him? She knew he was as nerdy as they came when it came to books. Wes loved to read, and if he could read Grantham Robbins' spy thrillers all day every day, he would do it. Wesley shook himself and recovered. "If you had a store with only his books, I would die a happy man." He pulled Rooster's leash to keep the dog from running down the hill. "Did you know Robbins is from Eureka Springs? He's going to have a book signing in a few weeks, and the town is abuzz with the tourists that event alone is going to draw in." Robbins was an international sensation. Several of his books had been made into movies and the basis for exclusive escape rooms across the globe. "I know, he's been your favorite author for a long time," Hazel said. "Who knew he was from the same town?" "From what I understand, he only just returned to town after living elsewhere." They slowed before Les Chapeaux, but instead of taking the front entrance, as Hazel had the day before, Wesley strayed down a narrow alleyway with a shadow man painted on the side. Probably some kind of homage to this town's ghost history. "What are you doing?" "Mom hates it when I take Rooster in through the main doors. We'll go around." Hazel swallowed, but followed him. The back of the store was less appealing with its high boarded windows and bland flat brick. From this view, the building appeared more connected to the others around it. The door's paint was peeling. Its single window offered a cramped view of an entry room and a closed door. Using a key, Wesley unlocked the door and led Rooster inside. "I've got to take him upstairs first. You can wait here if you want, or if it's not too unprofessional of me, you're welcome to come up with us." Hazel sniffed. Now who's making jabbing comments? "Sorry," he said, quirking a grin. "Just not sure where I stand with you." "Me neither," she thought with a sigh. "I'll come upstairs if you don't mind." Chapter 7. "Sure," Wesley said. He locked the door behind her and then led the way to the narrow staircase. The stairs creaked beneath their steps. "Just how old is this building?" she asked. "Just shy of 100 years," he said. "Come on in here." Opening another door, it led into a comfortable living room. Rooster barked happily, wagging his tail and darting toward one of the doors Hazel assumed were bedrooms over the shop front. Wesley smirked at the dog's enthusiasm for home. "Wait here, I'll get him situated." Hazel clutched her bag. She found herself envying the dog. Her tower was comfortable and a delight, but for some reason, a strange forlorn longing swept through her at the thought of home. For a long time, home had been Oklahoma, but the search for her birth family had added an ounce of uncertainty in her. She shot a quick glance at the email on her phone, but there weren't any new emails from Franklin Woods, the investigator she'd hired. No new threads had been discovered. She swallowed her disappointment and explored. The living room was orderly, with its tweed gray couch, circular pillows free of tassels, the low-seated coffee table, small enough to fit in such a compact space. No TV, which surprised Hazel. Wesley had always been a big gamer when they dated. She wondered if he had a TV in his room instead. Crystal beads hung along the windows like stray raindrops. They caught flickers of sunlight and projected rainbows in prismatic fashion along the opposite white wall. Hazel recognized a few of the pictures framed on the side table and hanging on the wall. Wesley had always been a talented photographer, and he'd had a few of these images back in his apartment in Oklahoma. One picture caught her attention, however. This image was old-fashioned, impressionistic in the style of Monet or Renoir. She inched along the creaky wooden floor for a better view. A woman sat at a stone-arched window, staring out through the darkness of night toward a distant light. Long hair flowed past her shoulders and down to pool on the floor. Though her back was to the observer, her face was angled enough to reveal the side profile of a beautiful woman whose expression was filled with loss and sorrow. The entire image was breathtaking. Hazel longed to reach through the canvas and pet the woman's luscious hair. Wesley's voice tiptoed from behind. "Rapunzel," he said on a breath. Hazel started. She was so absorbed in staring at the painting she didn't hear his approach. She placed a hand on her heart. "You scared me." His perceptive look was disbelieving. "You knew I was coming right back." She'd give him that much. "Is there a particular reason you have the picture of a fairy tale star hanging in your living room?" Wesley strutted closer to the painting and tilted closer as if checking for flaws. "She's always been my mom's favorite fairy tale heroine." "Why?" Hazel had always liked the story of Rapunzel. As a child, it had been her favorite fairy tale too, which probably had influenced her choice of home at the Cove. Though, admittedly, the idea of a baby being kidnapped at birth to pay her parents' debt and then raised in isolation was kind of awful. Some versions were more gruesome than others, like the wicked witch who held Rapunzel captive, discovering the man had found Rapunzel because she was carrying his child. So the witch carried out devastating punishments for both of the lovers. Then again, there weren't many original fairy tales that had happy endings. "I think she likes the idea of a woman needing rescue." "She would be one of the few who do anymore," Hazel said. "I know it's more traditional," Wesley said. "Our modern way of thinking advocates for women to save themselves, and I'm all for that. Mom just likes the notion of a woman needing a man every now and then." "Your father?" Hazel said, wondering if Mrs. Bassett had ever needed rescuing. "Where is he?" When they'd been dating at Oklahoma State, his parents had been together. Did they divorce? Was that why his mom liked the idea of being rescued? "He died last year," Wesley said. "I'm sorry to hear that. How?" "He fell off a ladder while attempting some repairs here in the shop and landed wrong. The impact caused several blood clots and he died a few days later." How terrible. A wave of pity swept over her. "I'm so sorry," she said again. Maintaining space between them had to continue as her biggest priority, but she found herself wanting to comfort him. Hazel gripped her phone and scrambled for something to say that could iron out the uneasy moment. "Did I tell you I've been looking for my mom?" Wesley's head lifted. You mean your birth mom? Yeah. Hazel made for the couch. She needed to sit down for this conversation. She wasn't sure why, but she wanted his opinion on the situation. She wasn't quite sure what to do and didn't have the heart to go to Sandy Strickland about it. Hazel knew if her adoptive mom found out she was still searching for her birth mother, the tension between them would only thicken. Sandy Strickland is still back in Oklahoma. And how is she doing? He asked. Great, Hazel hedged. Mom is as vigilant as ever in attempting to micromanage my life from a distance. His expression was a little too understanding. He'd met Sandy and had witnessed her picky control issues. Is that what made you search for your biological parents? Wesley asked. I thought you were doing better with the way things were. She cradled her hands in her lap, unsure why she'd ever instigated this conversation. I was. I am. I don't know. It's just a whim I decided to follow through on. She lowered her head. It would be nice to know who I am. Wesley brushed her hair from her shoulder, exposing her face to him. But you know who you are. She shivered at his familiar gesture and felt him watching her. I'm not sure. Her identity was on her mind too often lately. She wasn't sure what made her open up to Wesley about it in the first place. The comment he made about wanting to keep things professional might have something to do with it. After their dinner the night before, she regretted how standoffish she acted. There wasn't anything wrong with being his friend. She wanted to show him they could still be friends. Good luck finding them, he said with sincerity before standing before her. A pause lingered between them, and then Wesley offered her a hand. Want to see where we make the hats? Hazel lifted her face to his and smiled, grateful for the subject change. That would be wonderful. Thanks for accommodating me. She didn't take his offered hand, but stood. Her chin reached his shoulder height, and boy, did he have great shoulders. Hazel had always admired Wesley's shape, his lean torso, narrow hips, and long legs. He beamed down at her with an expression of kindness and confusion. Time stilled. For only a moment, she lost herself in his ice-blue eyes. They still had the same hypnotic effect they'd always had, along with the ability to render her nothing more than marshmallows inside every time that gorgeous glance turned in her direction. She longed to reach for him, to run her fingers through his chestnut hair. Wesley cleared his throat, breaking the connection first with a nod and a pivot toward the apartment door. Hazel shook herself the entire way down the groaning, slim stairs. A door was the only thing keeping the stairs and back entrance from the workroom. Work tables created an L along the side wall. Hazel expected the room to be cluttered and chaotic based on the number of hats stacked along a back shelf, but the fabrics, textiles, and supplies were quite orderly. A lone pair of shears lying on the table was the only thing that seemed to be out of place. We place the orders we receive here, Wesley said, pointing to an electronic tablet. I scan them directly in sometimes because Mom likes to handwrite everything, and most of the time, people around town who order things for weddings or parties go to her for that, not me. I'm in charge of keeping the books, making sure we stay in the black. I also help with the men's department and I box up purchases when Mom is busy with customers. So you don't help make the hats? Hazel said. I help, but most of the millinery construction for the hats made in-house belongs to her. She's the mastermind. Some brands we do order and have shipped, but for the most part, everything is made right here. How does she get so many ideas? Hazel asked, inspecting a hat in progress situated on the mannequin of a head. She keeps a record of her favorites here. He pulled a thick, leather-bound book from its place on a shelf. Loose bits of paper jutted out from its edges, giving the impression of ideas being added to the book along the way. He opened it, and Hazel leaned in, inadvertently capturing the clean scent of his soap. Prickles overtook her. Her heartbeat kicked up the pace, racing to keep time with his. She hadn't stood this close to Wesley in so long. Dregs of her dream from the other night came into being, but she brushed them aside and forced herself to focus on the book in his hands. The drawings were intricate and detailed. Some showed a finished product, while others offered step-by-step images or written instructions to display how a certain hat had been crafted. Doodles took up empty space along several pages, things like trails of ribbon swooping through the center or the sketch of a rose or a tulip to insert on the hat's brim. Hazel noted the cursive script. Much of it was written in French, and she was overcome with a desire to interpret the lovely writing. "Your mom drew these?" She traced a finger along the delicate page. "Not all," Wesley said. "My grandmère started this shop before Mom did. Mom inherited it after grandmère and grandpère passed away, and she moved back here instead of staying in my childhood home in New York. I came to help her after graduation. After we—" The spotlight of his attention burned. She knew what he'd been about to say. After they broke up. "Don't finish that," she said, not wanting to hear the words. "But I'm glad to know the connection now. I didn't remember you having any links to Arkansas whatsoever." Wesley closed the book and returned it to its shelf. "Yeah. My grandparents moved here from Provence, France, when my mom was young. She grew up learning these designs in the millinery trade. She stopped after she married my dad, but when my grandparents left the shop to her, she was ecstatic for the chance to pick up her roots once more." "And this is why you don't want the shop relocated?" Hazel said. "One of the reasons," Wesley said with a lifted shoulder. "What are the others?" She gestured to the textiles surrounding them. Hands-on fabrication of the product would be a setback, assuming neither Wesley nor his mom wanted to relocate to Rio de Janeiro. Setting up a shop there would make production difficult without either of them on site. Hazel smiled, suddenly wanting to see Wesley in action. "Do I get to see what you know about making hats?" "Maybe after the shop closes tonight." He tapped a finger to her chin, shuffled toward the door separating the workroom and the main floor in the storefront, and peered through its small window. "Why not now?" He peered over his shoulder with a look that quirked his mouth at just the right angle. "Because it's time to show you another reason we can't relocate the shop anywhere else." Chapter 8. Hazel watched Wesley's skilled hands as he straightened a display of men's straw hats. He added several decorative cufflinks to another display beneath the glass counter on which the straw hats were situated. "What exactly am I supposed to be doing right now?" Hazel asked him, feeling slightly out of place. She didn't work here. Standing around wasn't going to do any good, but she didn't have a clue what she could do to help. Impatience nagged at her to get this over with so she could move on, but she quelled the feeling. "You'll see," Wes said with a secret smile. Sighing, Hazel peered around the shop once more. A group of women wearing shoes with thick soles and carrying functional bags rather than the typical purses chosen for fashion entered. The bell tinkled to signal their entrance. From the condition of their t-shirts tucked into pants and the unimpressed expressions on their faces, Hazel suspected they'd about face and head right back out again. "Bonjour, ladies," Mrs. Bassett said, approaching in a sweet manner, hands outstretched. The women smiled, and soon Mrs. Bassett had them laughing and trying on hats. Minutes later, the women whose stern expression and plain attire made Hazel expect her to be the last person to buy a feminine hat, decked out with frills and bows, took one to the counter for purchase. "Excuse me," Wesley said, brushing past Hazel. He greeted the woman with his adorable grin and carried the hat to the back room. Minutes later, he returned with a circular white hat box tied with a wide red ribbon and offered it to the woman. More customers entered, men, women, tourists, and locals. His mom managed to banter with each of them, to laugh and compliment their hair or their eyes. Hazel's uneasiness kept her tight inside, expecting a strict berating from the shop owner the way she might have received if Sandy had been in her place. But Mrs. Bassett's attention was genuine and kind, And nearly every time the customer she chatted with made a purchase and left with a hat box under one arm. Even when those who made no purchases left empty-handed, Mrs. Bassett still treated them as though each was the most important person she'd encountered that day. Hazel watched, waiting for Mrs. Bassett to show a sign of tiredness, to roll her eyes behind her back or display irritation at having to interact with so many people. But every time, she beamed. She fawned over them in such a way her attention couldn't be anything but genuine, chatting in friendly fashion and selling hat after hat. Time after time, Wesley was there to support Mrs. Bassett, to bring additional hats from the back room, replacing those that had been sold, to take new purchases back and return with decorative professional packaging. After maybe the 27th sale of the day, Hazel lost track. Wesley returned to her side. "How are things faring for you over here?" Hazel was speechless. "Your mother, she's amazing. Is she always like this?" "Yeah," Wesley said. "She helps with all kinds of events around the town, from weddings to the Barefoot Ball next month to the Eureka Springs Derby next week." The Barefoot Ball was something Hazel had never heard of and wanted to know more about. But a Eureka Springs Derby? You mean like the Kentucky Derby? Horse races? Summery dresses, debonair suits, and especially the hats. You got it. A ranch nearby is hosting it as a fundraiser to gather cash to install new playground equipment at the elementary school. I guess several other stores around here will have booths there, and we're all donating proceeds to the school. Hazel pictured men and women in exorbitant outfits showing up in Kentucky Derby-style hats with wide brims, dripping with lace and ivy, gathered around a track to cheer their selected horseman or horsewoman on. That actually sounds like a blast. When is it? By nature, she was not a social event attender, but the idea of dressing up and attending a spectacular occasion in such an unconventional way was appealing. She wouldn't mind pitching into the cause either. Wesley paused to consider. "This weekend. We've been taking orders for the style of hats people are looking for. It's going to be a riot." His eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me you want to go." Hazel raised her chin. "So what if I do?" He tucked a hand into his pocket. "Aren't you too busy for something like that? There would be no business involved, just fun and local support." He might as well have pricked her with a knife. Sandy had recently harped on Hazel for working too much too, though his tone had been playful and upbeat, and she knew he only intended to tease her. Wesley's similar implication of being too busy brought up the last painful conversation they'd had. He'd said the same thing 8 years ago. He'd accused her of being too busy for a relationship with him. He'd accused her of always choosing her work over him. What did he expect her to do with her time? Sit around and watch TV? The words hurt then, and his reminder of them carried a fresh sting. Unfazed, Wesley bumped her shoulder with his and gently held her elbow as he guided her to the back of the store. Along with the glass counter displays and hats galore, a tall cabinet featuring dozens of miniature drawers, each with a different label, awaited. "I forgot to show you this. This is the haberdashery section." Hazel inhaled, trying to calm the effects his words had on her. What does that mean, anyway? Haberdash is old speak for someone who deals in ribbons, buttons, threads, and needles. You know, sewing necessities. It's pretty hands-on, depending on what people need. There's a wedding dress repair shop up the street that we often do business with as well. Not sure your exotic visitors to this fancy resort will be looking for ribbon and thread. Shame struck Hazel right in the chest. How was she supposed to know everything Les Chapeaux offered? By doing her usual research, right? She cursed herself again for not following her typical due diligence. Then again, there was a lot about this particular pursuit that was less than her usual professional standard. Mrs. Bassett finished with a customer and retreated to the haberdashery section where Hazel and Wesley stood sorting through spools of ribbon. Her linear features hinted that she was once a great beauty. Hazel wasn't surprised there. She saw a lot of similarities between Wesley and his mom now that they stood side by side. Hazel wondered if his mom's chin-length silver hair had once held the same chestnut-colored tones in Wesley's. "This fundraiser is really causing a stir," Mrs. Bassett said with a friendly but tired smile and the hint of a French accent. "It's good to have the influx. How have you two been finding things today?" Hazel swallowed, wondering how much Mrs. Bassett knew about her relationship with Wesley. Did she know who Hazel was? "Mom," Wesley said, lifting a hand in Hazel's direction. "This is Hazel Strickland. She's an old friend from undergrad and has bought a house on Beaver Lake." "Nice to meet you," Mrs. Bassett said, offering a hand. Hazel took it, though Wesley's mom only gripped Hazel's fingers and gave her a delicate little shake. "Wesley told me you had stopped in." Suspicion crept in. Mrs. Bassett's words were friendly enough, but if she knew who Hazel was, if Wesley told his mom about her and why they'd broken up, did she also harbor disappointment and dislike for her? Wesley went on, "Hazel, this is my mother and owner of Les Chapeaux, Agnes Bassett." Hazel wasn't sure how to behave. The longer she remained before them, the less this felt like a business excursion and more like meeting the parents. She'd never met Wesley's parents before. They'd never come to visit him at the university, and he'd never invited Hazel home to New York. She tried bringing things around to a professional level. "Pleased to meet you. I didn't realize you and Wesley were situated here, but a friend recommended your store. You can imagine my surprise when I strolled in and found him working here." Where Hazel expected coldness, Agnes offered a smile. "I understand you have some kind of proposal you've been discussing with Wesley." "I do." Hazel braced herself, feeling courage surge through her system. This was how things should have gone from the start. If only she'd encountered Agnes first instead of Wesley the day before. Perhaps his mother would see more sense in her offer than he did, though something made her suspect Wesley only humored her because of their past. She hesitated for the slightest moment, however. Wesley had made several important points, first in the workroom and here on the floor, that Hazel couldn't completely deny. A store like this might not be the best fit for Rio de Janeiro after all. Hazel took a different approach. She was bolstered by Agnes's kind manner. "Your shop struck me from the start, but I'm even more amazed now seeing the way you interact with customers. How do you do it?" "Do what?" Agnes asked. "Know which hat will fit each person so well." Hazel thought of the hat her friend Rosabelle had selected from this shop. She had only talked a few times with Rosabelle before seeing the hat on her, but it was a perfect fit, both in style and color. Rosabelle had even said it made her feel like a new woman, like the woman she was always meant to be. "Every person has his or her own styles and tastes," Agnes said, brushing a few spare buttons into their drawer and closing it. "I've been in this business for so long. I grew up making hats with my mother and watching her do the same thing for others. Now I can look at a person's face shape and get lost in the gleam in her eyes, and I can tell." "It's a gift she has," Wesley added with pride. "I've seen it time and time again, more so since I moved back here. It's what makes this shop so successful. The hats are amazing specimens on their own, but Les Chapeaux wouldn't be what it is without Mom." Hazel heard what he hadn't said. This was the reason Wesley was so hesitant to allow a shop in the Alir Rio de Janeiro resort. Behind Agnes, the bell tinkled and a tall man entered behind a woman wearing a large pair of sunglasses. Agnes inclined her head at Hazel before bustling over to help them. Wesley spoke softly behind her. "You still haven't picked one." That tone had the ability to stroke every hair along her spine and make each one stand on end. She shivered from its effect and kept her attention on the forest of hat stands between them and the front of the store. For a moment, Hazel thought he meant ribbons and buttons, but following the direction of his attention to the hats in the shop, she grasped his meaning. Her gaze leapt from color to size to feather to brim, and wonder collected inside of her. Wonder and appreciation. Having an insider's view into the workings gave her a completely different perspective than what she'd started with. Oh, I don't know. I told you I'm not here to buy a hat. Though circumspectly, she probably should support the business, she wasn't sure why the notion of it made her close up. Knowing what she did now of Agnes and how personal she could sometimes be, Hazel wasn't sure she wanted the attention Agnes had given to the other customers who'd come in. Either that, or she didn't want to see the look on Wesley's face as he watched her try things on. Trying things on was different when shopping with friends or with an associate you didn't know well, but to explore hats, find one she liked, and risk the brunt force of his complete, unswerving attention and the possible approval or disapproval that could gleam in his gaze, she couldn't face that. There isn't one that catches your eye? She glanced across the selection. There are too many good ones. Saying yes to one will mean saying no to all the others. I can't do that, so I might as well not pick any. I'm not sure I agree with your logic. It's never failed me in the past. I wouldn't say that. He smiled with a quip. His playful expression melted her own, and she brushed her arm against his. Watch it. Wesley rested a hand on a nearby hat stand's velvet top post and examined the fodder surrounding them. If you ask Mom, she'll help you decide on which one suits you best. Especially if you're planning on going to the Derby. You need a hat. I don't know. Hazel wasn't sure why she didn't want Agnes's attention. She'd seen Agnes offer her friendliness and counsel for other women countlessly throughout the day, but to have Agnes help her? Hazel rubbed her arms. She didn't want that. She wasn't ready. Wait a minute. One of the hats gave her pause. Her awareness heightened, the very fibers of her skin alerted. Walking in a daze, as though someone else controlled her movements, she stopped before a display beside a floor-length mirror and froze. She'd seen that hat before. From its head-hugging design, the brown velvet fabric, and the lace sneaking out the back, this hat looked exactly like the one sitting in her closet. The hat that had belonged to her birth mother, Alina Silva. The hat her parents had presented her with when they'd shared her origin story. Heart in her fingertips, body trembling, Hazel moved in, lifted her hands, and removed the hat from its peg. Even the feel was the same. Velvet streaked softly against her fingertips. A gauzy veil tipped from one side, though this one wasn't flattened from being kept in a box for the last 30 years. Energy hummed through the fabric, lighting up her fingertips. It looks exactly the same, she breathed. Carefully, greedily, instead of putting it on her head, Hazel flipped the hat over and inspected the inner brim for the tag. The Worrell brand name had the same rectangular label, the same familiar swirl, the same burgundy embroidered stitching. The only thing separating this hat from the tag on her birth mom's hat was that this label was better attached. Hazel's reaction started slowly. First, a jackhammer to her ribs. Then, a pounding in her ears. Her fingers tingled. Her hands shook. The hat slipped from her grasp, and she gaped as it hit the floor. Wesley bent for it, dusting it off. Is something wrong? He asked, scrutinizing her expression. Hazel's brain was too muddled to answer. Les Chapeaux couldn't be the same source. Plenty of other stores stocked hats bearing this same brand, didn't they? Purchasing that hat from this store wasn't possible, not for Alina Silva. Nothing, she answered, returning the hat to its peg. After hazily thanking him for his time, she scurried outside into the fresh air and made her way back to her car. That night, Hazel drove the twisted mountain road with her vision so foggy she could hardly see. Ghosts of mist from the nearby lake slithered across the street. Soon, her white villa with its Spanish design and elegant side tower came into view, and she pulled into her garage. She barely remembered to shut off the ignition and close her garage door before trundling up the stairs, through her house, and to the bedroom conjoined to her tower. Hazel thrust open the closet doors. Her walk-in closet was large enough to fit a tennis court in. She walked past the pristinely organized shelves, dragged her white upholstered stool with its visible gold pins closer, and reached for the one bin whose contents she knew by heart. When Sandy and Martin Strickland told her the news, they'd pulled this very bin from their much smaller closet back in Oklahoma and sat Hazel down. They told her the truth. They weren't her real parents. "Who was my real mom?" Hazel had asked. Sandy had pulled this bin forward, lifted the lid, and handed her a smashed hat and relayed her birth mother's tragic story. "Her name was Alina. She agreed that we take you, practically begged us to. She knew America had the resources she didn't have. We prayed, wondering if it was God's will that we adopt you as our own. Having no children of our own, we knew what it would mean. But God said yes, and so did we. She wanted you to have something to remember her by. This hat was her most prized possession, though through her broken English we could never verify where it had come from, but she wanted you to have it." Carefully, Hazel withdrew the tattered afghan, with its edges so chewed and torn. The old rattle, thin and perfect for a baby's fist, had also been given to her by the Stricklands, not the Silvas. Hazel removed the hat from the bottom of the bin. Tears misted in her eyes. She hugged the afghan to her chest as more of the memories from the conversation with her adoptive parents spilled in. "Is my birth mom still alive?" Hazel had asked. Her parents had exchanged a look. "We don't know. We lost contact with her." Hazel attempted to let the interest in her birth and true heritage go, but she longed to know more about who her biological family was. She could never manage to rid her mind of the questions. Did she have siblings? Were they okay? Were there others in the area who'd needed help? Of course, it hadn't been possible for the Stricklands to take the entire Silva family home to the United States with them, but Hazel wanted, craved to know what had become of them. Why would they have moved, knowing the Stricklands planned to return Hazel to them? She couldn't let it go until she knew for sure. Deep down she knew, aside from her joking remarks of liking money and craving success, this was why she worked so hard. This was why she dedicated her life to raising enough money to find them, to help take care of them if need be. Sandy told her she was ridiculous. She insisted Hazel leave the past where it belonged. She demanded Hazel's attention should be focused on starting a family of her own instead of finding one that chose to push her away. No matter how many times Sandy pushed the argument, though, Hazel couldn't let go of her desire to find them. All she had was a name and a hat. So far, the name hadn't done her much good, but the hat— who could have known that it might come in handy? Who could have ever guessed she would find the connection in Wesley's mother's hat shop? Hazel sank onto the rounded seat in the center of her closet and gripped the hat with both hands, fighting away tears of frustration. Of all the places to have found another clue, it had to be in Wesley's shop. God must really enjoy playing jokes on her. The afternoon she'd spent with Wesley, sitting in his apartment and opening up to him about her birth mother, the way his proximity tempted and teased her, called her to feel his fingers against hers. What was wrong with her? Her fluffy white cat padded in, its tail sticking up like a white plume. "It's not fair, Hector," she grumbled to the cat, who peered at her with pristine blue eyes. "Why couldn't it have been in some other town? Some other shop?" Hector let out a gurgle purr and rubbed against Hazel's ankles. She scratched behind his ears, remembering what she'd read about cats helping people to relax. Hector leapt up onto her lap and began nuzzling her under the chin, spreading fluffy white hairs on the hat's velvet. Hazel brushed them aside and cuddled him to her chest, glad to have his company. "That means even if I find a new shop for Aaliyah to feature in her resorts, I still have to go back. I have to see him again. Because, thanks to this hat, his mom might be the only one who can help me find mine." Chapter 9. Wesley drove his Outback past the turnoff for Beaver Lake and along the Ozarks' snaky roads. He hadn't been able to get Hazel off his mind. What bothered her so much about the hat she'd seen yesterday? Something about it made her bolt so fast Wes hardly knew what happened. He hoped to hang around the shop and see if she would stop in this morning, but Mom needed him to meet the owner of Opal Heart Ranch, get more information about the Eureka Springs Derby, and determine how they could help. He didn't mention Hazel's abrupt departure to his mom. What made Hazel take off like a shot? The minute she saw that headwear, a change overtook her expression, almost as if she'd seen a ghost. Knowing Eureka Springs, that was entirely likely, but something told Wesley that hadn't been it at all. Something about that hat had struck her. What had startled her? A towering archway made by large wooden posts marked Opal Heart Ranch's entrance. Wesley drove beneath its name and past fields spreading to the forest lining their edges. The road stretched on, stopping at a quaint but remarkable log house. Mrs. Davenport had said the Derby would not be held at their house. She'd given instructions for how to meander past the main house to where Opal Heart's horse track lay. Wesley passed the pair of large barns. Ranch hands were visible, walking out horses and pushing wheelbarrows filled with feed. Wesley took the turn the instructions directed and continued his slow trek along the bumpy road. A pond glittered to his left, and he followed that landmark as well. Meandering until the large building offering multiple stalls for horses hovered beside a wide track nestled with grandstands. Several men and women stood conversing beside a pickup truck. One held the reins of a beautiful brown mare with black mane and tail. Wesley slowed to a stop, trying to imagine this area packed with cars and spectators. The location was relatively remote, but accessible. A woman with blonde hair and a cowboy hat waved as he stepped out. Wearing an orange t-shirt, jeans, and cowgirl boots, she approached with a smile. "You must be Wesley," she said. "Anne Davenport." "Nice to meet you," Wesley said, shaking her hand. Hand in her pocket, she gestured to her left. "Come on, I'll show you where you'll be setting up." He strolled beside her, admiring the scenery, wondering how this was going to play out. He knew very little about the Kentucky Derby or horses in general, but this was to help the school, and he was all for that. "We'll have plenty of space for booths," she said, stepping past the entrance to the stands. "Hats and horses is the official name for the Derby." She gestured to the pair of men on ladders, busily hanging up a promotional banner displaying the event name. "And you'd like us to set up a booth and sell hats here, on site?" He gazed around with uncertainty. Their hats were more upscale, not necessarily meant to be dipped in the dirt. It was one thing to have spectators wearing hats they'd already purchased, but to bring their supply and sell them on site? That wasn't exactly the cleanest setting for such an expensive product. "It'll be good for those who don't have one," Anne said. "They can see the hype of others already decked out in their fancy duds and want to buy." Mom probably already knew of this, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed. Wesley nodded until another thought struck him. His mom wouldn't close the shop just so that they could attend this event. The doors would need to remain open for the tourists and visitors who weren't attending the Derby. They needed someone to man the shop as well as running the booth. Liz, a young local who worked part-time, was a helpful employee, but even if Mom and Liz covered the shop, Wesley would need another person to help him here at the Derby. They'd need to see about getting a volunteer. That wasn't the worst part, though. After their conversation in the workroom the day before, Wesley had been hoping to invite Hazel to attend the Derby with him, as a date. He couldn't do that if he was going to be spending the entire time manning a booth. "Tell your mother that between our horses here at Opal Heart and those at Willow Valley, we'll have plenty of runners for people to bet on. With the bets on horses, your hats, and items sold from other booths, we'll be setting up that playground in no time." "That's great," Wesley said. "I'll pass the word along." He headed back to his car, trying to think of another way to spend time with Hazel. The evening sun hid behind clouds, cooling off the afternoon's heat. Hazel climbed the steep sidewalk toward Les Chapeaux with trepidation. Every inch of her wavered, as though her bones weren't fused together and would tumble to the ground any moment. She'd spent the morning and much of the afternoon checking in on her clients and sweet-talking companies on behalf of the products and businesses she represented. Between her work, consultation with clients, and updating BizTube's policies, she had enough to keep her busy well into the night, but she had to visit the shop. Last night, she'd paced in her tower, wondering what to do about the situation with Aaliyah, yes. More so, her worries were over her birth mom's hat, which now burned from its place in her overlarge purse. Hazel wanted to let Aaliyah know the hat shop wouldn't work out, but she couldn't let the prospect go without at least presenting the proposal directly to Agnes first. While she was at it, she might as well mention her birth mother's hat and see if there was any connection after all, or if she was being overly dramatic. Considering the number of people Agnes interacted with on a daily basis, the chance of her remembering anyone's name specifically was slim, not to mention the time frame. Wes said his mom had only just moved back to Arkansas a few years ago. If her parents had run the shop and kept the record of Alina Silva's visit, would they still have it? The likelihood that Alina Silva, living in as indigent circumstances as the Stricklands claimed, had not only visited Arkansas, but purchased an extremely classy and expensive hat there was non-existent. "What am I even doing?" Hazel murmured to herself, submersed in her daunting thoughts. She couldn't leave the issue alone, however, no matter how many doubts continued creeping in. "I'm just going to ask Agnes about it. Maybe Wesley won't even be down in the storefront yet." Fat chance. Approaching the entrance, Hazel took a moment to steady her breathing. She reached for the intricate door handle, which was carved in an artistic way that most people no longer invested in when cheaper options were available these days. Hazel pushed the latch and pulled the door open. Wesley came into view. Long, lean, and handsome. His hair swirled messily and stuck out in all directions. He wore a button-up shirt without a tie, and his shirt was tucked into a pair of tan pants. White-toed sneakers made her smile in spite of herself. She wondered if he ever dressed the way other men of business did. She could only imagine her sweet, goofy Wesley, decked out in a killer suit with the buttons done up to his throat and the shoes shined to match. Hazel shook herself. He wasn't her sweet, goofy Wesley anymore. He offered a small wave, and his attention shifted as another young woman came bounding up behind her, carrying a lime green bag over her shoulder. Her rigid dark curls bounced with every step she took. "Hi, Liz," Wesley greeted. "Hazel?" He added a nod in her direction. Liz beamed at him in that dazed kind of way, dropping her keys in the process. "Hey, Wes!" Hazel bent and reached for them first, passing them to the other smiley woman. "Thanks," Liz said. "You work here?" Hazel asked. Liz hadn't been in at all yesterday. "I do, just part-time, excuse me," she said, pushing through the hat stands toward Wesley and giving him another dewy-eyed smile. Hazel's brows rose. This girl had to be at least 10 years younger than he was, or maybe even recently out of high school. Then again, did that really matter? Was something going on between him and this associate? Hazel stepped deeper into the shop, inhaling the scent of fresh lavender and textiles and attempting to let the questions be. "Hey there, Agnes," Liz said, strolling toward where Wesley's mother stood straightening some of the displays. "Bonjour, Liz. Good to see you. Ah, and hello, Miss Hazel. You are back again, I see." Hazel hesitated. She tried not to glance at Wesley and failed. She'd left so quickly after discovering the other hat last night. Did he think anything of it? He lifted his lips in a secret smile and made his way toward her. His gaze was heavy on her. Hazel pretended she didn't notice, hurrying to direct her question to his mom. "Good evening, Mrs. Bassett. I wonder if I might have a minute of your time?" "But of course. Take the register, Liz. I'll be right back. Come, Miss Strickland. Come with me." Agnes said, gesturing to the workroom. Hazel's nerves threatened to spill over, but she followed her in. She wasn't sure why she was so on edge. She'd spoken with dozens of other people doing business just like this. But Agnes wasn't just another business owner. She was Wesley's mother, and Hazel hadn't had the greatest luck speaking with maternal figures lately. Yet another reason she wanted to find Alina. She had to know if all mothers were as scrupulous and overbearing as her own was. So many orders to fill on a good day, but with this derby coming up on Saturday, things are booming. Hiring a little extra help on Tuesdays and Thursdays when I'm needed back here for the composition has been nice. With several pins tucked into a strip of fabric across her chest like a suffragette's banner, Agnes selected a long strip of gray wool and held it toward a hat form, a wide, flat cylinder cloaked by the same colored cloth. Hazel was eager to watch Agnes construct a hat. Wesley had talked her through the process, but this was watching the master at work. Agnes pulled one of the mannequin heads to the empty table before her. From beneath the table, she pulled open several large totes and retrieved a few more pre-cut materials. "I'm sure that's nice to have a little assistance," Hazel said. "You and Wesley have a lot to do." She tried to think of how to introduce what she wanted to discuss. She wasn't generally open about her family situation with many people. Now that she was here, she wanted to make it clear she didn't want to interfere or be a nuisance. No doubt, Agnes didn't want people loitering on her property, not during business hours. Hazel braced herself for the reprimand. "He never told me about you, you know." Agnes bent over the preparation table, pinching the strip of wool around the hat form with two delicate fingers. Not the admonition she expected to hear. Hazel's entire frame froze. Her blood didn't get the message, though. It continued racing, making itself that much more apparent against her stiff frame. If that was the case, what must Agnes have thought yesterday, watching Hazel hang near Wesley's side? "We've gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm really not here to talk about Wesley." Agnes straightened from her bent position and adjusted the thick-rimmed glasses that had slipped to the tip of her nose. She gave Hazel a vigorous nod of acknowledgement, doubled with a kind but insistent smile. "If you want my interest in your business proposition, then we're going to talk about Wesley." Chapter 10. Hazel had experience dealing with tycoons and small-end business owners alike. She'd presented her BizTube discovery to a room full of thousands of entrepreneurs in an attempt to inspire them to follow in her successful footsteps. If this were any other business, she'd already have it in the bag. But this wasn't any other business. She should walk away, cancel the whole thing. The situation was becoming too personal, and when things became personal, that was a sure sign to abandon ship. Why, then, did she have this overarching desire to stay? Because this wasn't about her proposal for Ilia Resorts. Not really. "Please, have a seat." Agnes gestured to the stool beside her. Something told Hazel that was Wesley's stool. Hazel sat. "It's no secret that I am protective of my son, but there are two sides to every story, and I'm willing to hear you out as well, my dear. Tell me what happened between you," Agnes said, setting a circular piece of fabric over the hat form. Willing to hear her out? Had she ever heard that phrase from her own mother? Sandy was always quick to criticism and organizing whatever she deemed to be out of order in Hazel's life. Would Agnes be any different? I'm really not comfortable with this, Mrs. Bassett. I had something else I wanted to ask, but I can come back another time if now doesn't work for you." "Wesley told me he nearly proposed to a girl back at the university," Agnes said. "He never told me your name. Not until you showed up 2 days ago here in Eureka Springs, and ever since, Wesley has been acting differently." Hazel didn't care. She didn't. She couldn't. But she couldn't manage to pry herself from this stool and head for the exit. He was going to propose? Oh, how she'd hoped he would. He'd been dropping hints for weeks about ring sizes and the best months for a wedding, stringing along clues around her until she was completely snared in his web. He'd set things up for the perfect proposal. A long drive into the countryside, a bouquet of flowers, insisting they dressed their best. But when the day for the date came, he'd been so angry, so confrontational. He'd accused her of so many things. He'd said things he'd obviously been keeping to himself for so long, only to have the bottled-up emotions explode at her like a shaken 2-liter. Agnes concentrated on the fabric. Hearing that was a shock for me as well, because he'd never said anything at the time. He only told me about you later, after he moved back home here. What did he say? Hazel's voice was too breathy. She waved her hand in the air. You know what? Never mind. With a gulp, Hazel attempted to compose herself. She gripped the purse in her hands. Yesterday, while at your store, I stumbled across a hat with a very distinct label. I've only seen that label once before. She reached into her bag and removed Elena Silva's hat. Gingerly, she handed it to Agnes. Agnes took the headpiece with full concentration. Slowly, she inspected it, flipping the brim, scrutinizing the lace, noting the loose, almost detached tag. This hat is at least, 30 years old would be my guess, Agnes said. At least, Hazel glanced behind. No sign of Wesley. Hazel inched forward, grateful Agnes had accepted her wish to change the subject away from him. It belonged to my biological mother. It's the only thing I have of hers, and to find an almost identical hat here, with a similar tag, I couldn't help but ask. Not a business proposal, then? Agnes said with a smile. If Hazel was being honest with herself, she'd lost track of the initial reason she'd searched out this shop. The proposal for the Aaliyah resort didn't seem to matter all that much anymore. She would send Aaliyah the list of other possible venues she'd spent the night compiling and move on. No, Hazel said. I think we'll go another direction. It's obvious to me you're well situated here. That I am. Wesley mentioned something of what you wanted from Les Chapeaux, but my family started this store, and it was never meant to be global, though I do appreciate your flattering interest. She placed the hat down on her lap. Her eyes were the same shade of robin's egg blue that Wesley's were. As for this hat, I would like to help you, though I suspect you're grasping at straws, Miss Hazel. What exactly is it you'd like from me? Hazel's mouth was a desert. No warnings, no cynical remarks. Bolstered, Hazel went on. I want to know more about her, I guess. Did she buy this from you, or rather from your family, since Wesley told me you only recently moved back here yourself? Her hands shook. Do you have, a receipt? Just something of hers, something she held, her signature maybe? Agnes pondered this. The records I have are simple at best, she said. I'm not sure I have a log like what you're hoping for, not from so many years before. Please, anything might help me to understand her story, who she was, why she picked this particular hat, and what it says about her. I watched you all day yesterday, Agnes. I know you have this sixth sense about people. Agnes's eyes turned shrewd. I can see this is important to you. Hazel's lower lip began to tremble. What was with all this emotion? More so, she couldn't understand the impulse to spill everything churning inside her soul to this woman. Agnes had kindness in her expression. She faced Hazel with nothing but acceptance and a touch of perceptiveness. Hazel steadied herself on the stool. I don't know why I should feel so abandoned, but I do. My parents, the Stricklands, were nice enough. I should be content with my life. I've managed to do extremely well for myself. Hazel deferred from listing her accomplishments, not wanting to sound prideful to Agnes. She smoothed her hands over her stomach and continued. Yet, ever since they told me the truth about my birth, the feeling that I was out of place hasn't left me alone. My real family was dirt poor. I was dying. My mother was dying for all I know. I feel, I don't know, selfish somehow for being so well off here, but it's the other reason I've tried so hard to be as successful as I can, to not waste the life the Stricklands gave me. Perhaps it is because of this good life you've had, Agnes said in the hush of the workroom. Perhaps you are adding unnecessary shame on yourself because you know what poverty you left your family behind in. Hazel considered this. The more Agnes spoke, the more the words began to resonate within her. The reason the Stricklands had taken her to the United States had been to save her life. She'd done just as she'd set out to do, but her family? What had become of them? She warmed under Agnes's attentiveness, at her kindness and careful responses. Of course she wouldn't snap at Hazel the way Sandy did, but something told Hazel Agnes was this responsive and considerate with Wesley, too, with anyone she spoke with, really. It was as though Hazel harbored a reserve tank within her, a tank that had been running on fumes for so long. The longer she sat, speaking with Agnes and absorbing her kind expressions and thoughtful, sensitive remarks, the more fueled Hazel's emotions became. Her limbs loosened. The tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying slackened with slow, easy breaths. Under Agnes's attention, Hazel felt loved and important. She hadn't felt loved and important in so long. I think you're right, Hazel said, her heart growing a few sizes in seconds. The shift in her emotions opened her up for personal reflection. She glanced down at her hands, remembering Wesley's words the day he'd broken up with her. He'd begged her to stop working so much. She hadn't wanted to hear what he had to say, how he'd felt marginalized. She'd been so angry that he'd blamed her for their failed relationship. But had he been right? Had she been too work-obsessed? At the time, she'd felt so justified, but now? The success she'd found was too much of a good thing. She thought about Wesley. Focusing on her own pain during his accusation had made her naive. She'd caused him pain, too. A tear trickled down her cheek. I think that might be a huge factor in why I've been so focused on success for so long. Agnes reached forward and took Hazel by the hands. I see the subconscious mind play into people's decisions, in what they choose to wear, in conversations I overhear. That's how I connect with people the way I do. Hazel smiled through her tears. Maybe you're in the wrong business. Agnes patted her knee. I'm in exactly the right business. I'm not a therapist, ma chérie, but I excel at the title of Ami, and that is what I am to my customers. Hazel was struck by an underlying meaning in Agnes's words. Ami, friend. Are we friends? Even after what happened with your son? Agnes gave her hands another squeeze before releasing them. I admit, I wasn't happy with the idea of him meeting you again, but I think we could be. You are a beautiful woman, Hazel, with a beautiful soul. As for you and Wesley, that is something you'll have to work out for yourselves. This startled Hazel. Her initial reaction was denial. She wasn't interested in working anything out with Wesley. Having him pop his head through the window of the door separating the workroom from the storefront didn't help. The corner of his mouth quirked up, flicking something inside her low belly. Hazel dipped her chin. Heat collected in her cheeks. And as for your birth mother, you're welcome to search the records of past purchases. I haven't yet finished sorting through everything in the attic of this place, but I believe my parents kept more detailed records than I currently do. If your mother's name or information or the date she visited the shop are anywhere, they'll be in there. Though I am curious about one thing. Hazel sniffed. Yes? She inclined her head toward the hat. These hats are, as you say, not cheap. You claim your mother lived in poverty. How could a woman in such dire circumstances have afforded a hat of this caliber? Perhaps it was a gift from someone else. That's a possibility, Hazel said, hoping it wasn't the case. If the hat had been gifted to Alina Silva, the chances of finding her were slimmer than before. Thank you for talking to me. Agnes placed a hand on Hazel's cheek. But of course. Wesley pushed through the door to the workroom. Hazel rose too quickly, knocking into the stool she was sitting on and disheveling several spools of ribbon. A few feathers fluttered in the air as well. Sorry, he said. I had a few questions for your mom, Hazel stammered. She couldn't dismiss what Agnes had told her. Wesley had been going to propose to her that day? Propose? But he treated it like some kind of interview instead and had dubbed her too inconsistent to be with. He had broken things off with her completely. Was she really so flawed? Agnes hadn't treated her that way. She'd called her beautiful, important. She'd inspired Hazel to be just a little better than she was. Could she be better? Do better? I was just going to take Rooster out for a walk, if you'd like to join me, he said. Agnes reappeared and gave an agreeable nod. Go on. I think you two need to talk. Miss Hazel, what records we have are in the attic. You may begin your search when you return. Hazel wanted to hug her. Thank you. Chapter 11. The July evening held on to its warmth. Tourists continued swarming the streets, stopping at shops, waiting for trolleys, posing for pictures. The scent of hamburgers and grilled food circulated through the air, calling to Hazel's empty stomach. She'd been so distracted by work and by her later internal arguments over whether to go to Les Chapeaux, she hadn't eaten since that morning. Her brain spun, but not with the usual to-do list that never seemed to leave her alone. Any other instance, she would pull out her phone and shoot Aaliyah an email update, but her fingers stilled. After that therapeutic conversation with Agnes, Wesley's quiet presence beside her now, and Rooster's eager sniffing of the occasional leaf or tidbit on the sidewalk, the reminder of Wesley's words all those years ago kept her from reaching for her phone. She wanted to make sure everyone she talked to felt as important as Agnes had made her feel. Down the street, a group of people clustered alongside a set of wooden steps next to a limestone building. A beautiful woman with shockingly orange hair waved her hands with enthusiasm as she described the scenery and a close encounter with a ghost frequently seen in that location. Ghost tour, Wesley said, breaking the silence. That's Molly Sawyer. She offers them almost every night. We could get her next one if you wanted. She tells all kinds of history and it's quite interesting. No thanks. While the idea of a historical overview of paranormal activity around here sounded like a riot and Hazel would be all in any other time, she had enough on her mind right now. Another block down, they stopped and sat on a stone staircase leading up one of the town's many retaining walls. Rooster inspected the stone's corner where it met the mountainside. Hazel stared up at the stars peeking between the rows of shops, allowing the night's musty heat to envelop her. I see what you mean now, she said, about your mom. Beside her, Wesley kicked out his feet and crossed his ankles. You're welcome to set up a hat shop in this fancy hotel of yours, but without my mom, wouldn't be the same, Hazel agreed. Inside she was supple, a piece of steel placed directly in a blazing fire. I was just thinking of sending the email to let Aaliyah know we'll have to go a different route. Sorry, Wesley said. Do you have other options? Oh, I'll find something else. She leaned her elbows on the stone behind her. The stone was cold, despite the night's heat and humidity, and she relished its cool texture. She still couldn't get over her conversation with Agnes. How could one brief interaction have such an overwhelming effect on her? You know, I've always wanted to leave my mark on the world, Hazel said, and I have in my own way, but my life feels changed after a single interaction with your mom. Wesley chuckled at the admission. He bent his legs and rested his elbows on his knees. He was fidgety tonight. Was he nervous around her? Hazel straightened as well. Her pensive mood was taking over. Makes me wonder what my impact really is. You have an impact, he said. Not like she does. She helps people all the time. Something told Hazel Agnes didn't only help them buy hats. She helped them in other ways too, personal, soul-deep kinds of ways, ways they never expected and consequently would never forget, just like she did for her. You left an impact on me. His voice was low and personal. Hazel gave in to temptation and met his gaze. Wes, don't do this. I'm serious. I think you were put in my path again for a reason. Hazel rose to her feet. After her conversation with Agnes, Hazel couldn't handle the pressure of the confrontation. She needed time to sort through this change in her thoughts. Hugging her arms tightly around her, she stared up at the stars. Wesley stood just behind her. Rooster perked up, wagging his tail in anticipation of more movement. Thank you for humoring me with this walk, but don't go where you're going. The comment had nothing to do with the direction he'd been walking. Please, Hazel, please talk to me. Emotions still so close to the surface, she wasn't sure she could answer. Instead, she began ambling toward his shop. It was time to get back. Time to find Agnes, see what her records held, and get as far from Wesley as she could. Wesley tugged on Rooster's leash, increasing his pace to keep up with her. Come on, wait. What if this is our second chance? Hazel paused long enough to meet his gaze. Potential answers to finding her birth mother were at his shop. She'd had every intention of going back tonight to begin searching, but pursuing them meant spending more time with Wesley, and she couldn't risk that. She doubted he understood the impact his words had on her that day. Every sign had pointed to a proposal. He didn't understand. She barely had until now, until Agnes had helped open her realization of past events. Hazel had focused on work and school because she wanted to be successful, hoping to make a big enough name for herself that her biological family would find her. Either that, or that she could have enough means to help them out of whatever life had led them to. Money had enabled her to hire investigator after investigator, but every time they lost the trail in the same place. That failure somehow manifested in other ways in Hazel's life. She knew her reasoning sounded stupid, but her failure to find her family only added to the distrust she had when Wesley had ended things, as though failing at such important pursuits was an indication of who she was as a person. That wasn't the worst of her misgivings, though, and after talking to Agnes, those reservations didn't matter as much as they once did. In her mind's eye, she saw the plea in Wesley's face that day. She heard the hitch in his voice as he told her he was tired of coming second in her life. He wanted to rekindle their flame now, but she hadn't changed. She was still just as busy as ever, and she wasn't in a position to slow down anytime soon. Clients depended on her, people trying to get their businesses off the ground. And just like Agnes couldn't be replaced, Hazel hadn't dared try to hire out staff to take on some of her responsibility. She wasn't sure if she could slow down for the kind of relationship he wanted, and she couldn't. She refused to hurt him again. I should go. She stood and patted Rooster's head. Don't, Wesley said. I'm serious. I want to try again with you. With us. Tears stung her eyes all over again. I can't do this right now, Wes. Please. He gripped her arm. That day 8 years ago, I had a ring in my pocket. I was ready to propose to you. I wanted to give you everything that I was, Hazel. But you were so distracted all the time. Whenever I wanted to hang out, you always had some pressing project, some deadline to meet. We were drifting apart. I hoped maybe if I proposed to you, it might help. But instead, you treated me like I wasn't good enough for you. Hazel's eyes pinned to the toes of her shoes. She couldn't bring herself to look at him. I never meant to, he said. I realized too late how my words sounded, and then you were gone. I tried contacting you so many times. I think the kind of relationship I wanted with you wasn't the same thing you wanted, but I messed the whole thing up. He blamed himself? She met his eyes then. Darkness pooled within them. Darkness and sorrow. There it was. The pain she'd caused. The pain she refused to cause all over again. The realization stung harder than she knew it could. Tears pooled in her eyes. She stared at the storefront's upper windows where Wesley and Agnes's apartment lay. She worked to speak through her tightened throat. I can't. I'm so sorry, Wes. Tell your mom thanks, but I need to head home. Hazel, he pleaded. Goodbye, Wesley. Chapter 12. Hazel's emotions were a pinball game, bouncing and pinging from one end of her body to the other. She stared out the windows that had become mirrors with the darkness outside. The lake, the other mansions, the street below, the flowers Hazel loved, nothing was visible. The only thing she saw was herself, alone in her tower, sitting on the stool on the opposite side of her desk. Like Rapunzel. Unlike Rapunzel, however, Hazel wasn't about to let any man into her hair. She had enough of a problem untangling the snares her curls created. She didn't need a man tying any part of her into more knots than she already had in her stomach after that afternoon. Not when inviting him in meant she'd only hurt him again. She considered calling her mom, but the conversation would undoubtedly turn to the fact that Agnes had given Hazel permission to search old records for evidence of Alina Silva's existence. Hazel's search for her birth family hurt the Stricklands, and she didn't want that either. Frustrated, Hazel peered out her tower windows when a text buzzed on her phone. Are you busy? Rosabelle texted. I need your opinion. Your timing couldn't have been more perfect, Hazel said aloud before texting her reply. Not busy. I could use a distraction right now. I've got the perfect one. I'm in the rose garden. I'll be right there, Hazel replied. In a rush, she threw her shoes on and scurried out the door. Rosabelle lived at her fiancé's mansion with her ailing father. After working things out with Duncan Hawthorne, the man who'd once been her boss, they both moved to Eureka Springs on a more permanent basis. Duncan's mansion cabin was situated across the street from Hazel's tower, so it took her a matter of minutes to cross the street and navigate the wooded path leading from Duncan's back door to an extravagant rose garden. Archways dripping with decadent vines speckled the path. Hazel meandered through a few to find her friend stooping before a large bush offering pink flowers. The overwhelming scent of roses in the humid air added a sense of comfort to the agitation flowing through Hazel. Rosabelle stood a few inches shorter than Hazel. Her brown hair was tied halfway back, and she wore yoga pants, a loose tee, and held a small notebook in her hand like a detective. Hey, what's up? Hazel asked, trying to keep things casual. I was just out getting ideas for flowers, for the wedding. The mere mention brought a cheesy smile to Rosabel's lips. Hazel warmed to see Rosabel so happy. Duncan had proposed to her a few weeks before, and they'd opted for a rushed wedding. Since Rosabel was living there at Mountain Cove with him, they wanted to make sure things were as proper as possible. "You're going with roses?" Hazel asked. "I definitely think so. They're my dad's favorite and have become mine too. I've thought about ordering flowers from Lily and Rose in Eureka Springs, but it would make things more personal if we had the wedding here in the Rose Garden." "Oh, you're having it here?" That explained the newly installed aesthetic lighting. Rosabel sighed. "I'm not sure. I absolutely love the look of Thorncrown Chapel. That's where Duncan wants the ceremony to take place, so we'll see who wins." Her grin slipped as she took in Hazel's expression. "Everything okay?" Hazel released an exhale. "I don't know. You told me things with Duncan had a rocky start, right?" Rosabel laughed. "That's the understatement of the century." "But you managed to work it out?" Hazel asked. "How?" Rosabel glanced upward to the stars. The view of the sky here at the lake was even more breathtaking than had been in town. The quiet sound of crickets provided a gentle lull. With the mountain air slightly colder than had been near Wesley's shop, Hazel rubbed her hands along her arms. "I gave him a chance," Rosabel said, smiling, "and it's turned my entire life upside down for the better." "Do you ever regret it? Letting go of your reservations, of your past hurt with him? You said he was a beast." Hazel added a chuckle to the moniker. The words had been Rosabel's, not hers. "He was. He could be such a jerk. He would talk to me in this horrible, degrading way that used to make my blood boil." "And now you're engaged to him?" Rosabel couldn't manage to wipe the smile off her face. "Only because he's been willing to change. We both had to change in order to make this relationship work. It meant letting things go." Letting things go. Hazel was not good at that. Like what? "For him, he lost his jerk-face attitude," she said with a laugh. "And you, what did you give up?" "Everything I knew," she said with stars in her eyes. "I moved here to be with him and help him reconnect with his family." Hazel stared at her in disbelief, then allowed her gaze to drift as her reflection shifted inward. Rosabel had changed her whole life because she'd fallen in love with Duncan. She'd even moved across the country, bringing her mentally ill father with her. All for love. From the way Rosabel gushed, the sacrifice, the change had been worth it. That was what Wesley had wanted from Hazel, too, to have her give everything up, to slow her ambitions, to want a family with him more than she wanted anything else. But she hadn't been ready to do that. Did that mean she didn't love him? The daily ache, the cavity he'd left in her chest, the way a single dream of him could completely derail her entire day confirmed otherwise. She had loved him, but her love hadn't been enough. Maybe he'd been right to break things off the way he did. What kind of marriage would they have had? That wouldn't have been fair to either of them. Rosabel lowered her notebook. "Why are you asking these questions? You seem to have sworn off love the last time we talked about this." "I did, but history is trying to repeat itself." Rosabel's eyes widened. "Oh my goodness. Is it what's his name? The one you told me about? Wesley something?" Hazel gawked up at the moon and then stroked a nearby rose. Its yellow petals fluttered to the ground and collected in the river of petals lining the pavestone path. "He's in Eureka Springs and throwing my life into a total spin." "You say that like it's a bad thing," Rosabel said. "To me it is." She tossed her arms in helpless fashion. "I was just trying to do my job. Why did life have to go and butt in?" Rosabel nodded as if she understood. "That's how I feel a lot. I don't know. We just have to decide if the risk is worth it." "Yeah. Where'd you hear that?" Rosabel looked right at her. From you, actually. Hazel thought back to the day they'd gone running together along the lake. Rosabelle had poured her heart out about Duncan, and Hazel had shared her feelings about relationships. She told her she wasn't the person to talk to about them because Wesley had broken her heart. Then she'd said, her gut sank. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? Rosabelle grinned. Yep. And is it? Is he? Is he what? Worth the risk? Hazel rubbed her arms again. I don't know. I thought he was once, and that didn't turn out so well. But I think part of that was my fault. His mom is amazing, though. She owns the hat shop you gushed to me about. Rosabelle clutched a hand to her chest and gaped at her. Oh my goodness, stop it right now. I'm serious, Hazel said with a laugh. That's my favorite shop in Eureka Springs. Was she the sweetheart older woman who helped me pick out my hat? She probably was. Shopping with Agnes is therapeutic. It's like a magic touch she has. I've seen her connect with her customers repeatedly, not to mention the absolutely transformative attention Agnes gave Hazel during their heart-to-heart. Hazel suspected she'd never be the same again. Rosabelle gripped her elbow. Then what are you waiting for? Marry him already so you can have some stakes there. Do you know what I'd do for her as a mother-in-law? Hazel laughed harder, grateful for Rosabelle's enthusiasm to snap her out of her surly mood. That's definitely grounds for a good relationship. Wesley, I love you because of your mother and her shop. Well, there are stranger things, and you do need to try and get along with your in-laws. Ask me how I know. She said this with the tone of a woman in the midst of battle. More power to you, Hazel said. When's the big day anyway? 17 days, 10 hours, and 12 minutes, Rosabelle said with sheer joy. Hazel laughed again. Let me know if I can help. Maybe you should make hats a requirement, like those fancy British weddings or this Eureka Springs Derby coming up. You know, that's not a bad idea. She scribbled in her notebook. Have a good night, Hazel said. Thanks for letting me talk it out. Sure thing. See you later. Smiling, Hazel took her cue and made her way toward the garden's edge, strolling out beneath the arches dripping with roses. She meandered along the street, thinking through the events of the day and the heart-wrenching conversations she'd had, first with Agnes, then Wesley, and now Rosabelle even had her in a pensive mood. How could Wesley want anything more to do with her after what had happened between them? Did she want anything more with him? He claimed this was some divine intervention between them, that they were being given a second chance. At what? Heartache? She regretted leaving the way she did. Agnes was probably true to her word and had been dragging out the records in the attic she'd promised to find. Hazel hated letting her down. She'd always been one to keep appointments. Wesley had a knack for throwing her off course. He was impulsive and flighty. He hardly made plans. He would dive out on a whim and expect her to tag along with it. Hazel liked to have things scheduled ahead of time. She had too much else going on for it to be otherwise. If that made him feel like he came second, that wasn't her fault. Plans were the way she ticked. Could they make a relationship work, though? Maybe they could try. If they sat down, pointed out the things that hadn't worked, the things they'd like to do better this time around. The risk of a retry was almost too much to take, but the dream she'd had a few days ago wouldn't leave her alone either. Things had been so natural between them in that dream. He'd held her, they'd reacted to each other like corresponding magnets, and waking had been jarring because she wanted what the dream had left behind. Maybe Wesley was right. Maybe the hat shop, the connection of her birth mom's hat being there was a sign after all, and this was their second chance. She had to decide whether or not to take it. Chapter 13. Wesley hauled boxes from one end of the workroom to the other. His mom had ventured into the attic last night and discovered not only the boxes of records she'd told Hazel she'd look for, but she also found fabrics and hat forms to help with the upsurge in orders for the Eureka Springs Derby. In her whim of organization, she insisted Wesley make room for the newfound boxes to be brought down so she could begin sorting through and seeing if anything was usable. The work was good. It gave him something to do rather than stew over the conversation with Hazel the night before. Maybe Hazel was right. Maybe leaving things alone between them would be better. Let her go her way. He would go his. They could allow each other to drift into memory. The very idea was torturous. He didn't want that. Since the minute he saw her in the shop, she'd had an effect on him. His heart hadn't beat the same since, and he knew the change was her. But what could he do? He wasn't sure he could be any more straightforward than he'd been last night, and she'd completely shot him down. Bending at the knees, he carefully placed the box in his arms on the workroom floor in the corner and straightened, ready to climb the stairs yet again when a gentle knock sounded on the back door. Wesley dusted his hands on his jeans, ran fingers through his hair, adjusted his glasses, and headed toward the exit. Hazel's beautiful face was visible through the glass. She gave a soft wave. Wesley's heart picked up speed, though he was doing little more than walking. Turning the latch, he unlocked the door and allowed her through. "Hazel, never thought I'd see you here again." She barged in and began to pace from the half-bath to the foot of the stairs and back again. "Okay," she said. His brow crinkled. "Okay what?" She slowed, lifted her chin, and collected her hands in front of her. "If your offer still stands, yes, I'd like to give us a second chance. I know impulsivity is important to you. I will try to be more flexible, but structure is important to me. Like it or not, I have a job, and a successful one at that." Wesley's chest ballooned with excitement. This was the last thing he ever expected. He was tempted to scoop her into his arms then and there, but with the set state of her brow, he could tell she was concentrating. This admission was difficult for her. He'd let her finish first. Apparently, he was forming his own expression because a line developed between her brows. "What?" "There you go, trying to map everything out," he said, "just like back at the Harpers' dinner party." Her mouth dropped. "I did not." "Yes, you did." He smiled, hoping she'd react as fondly to the memory as he did. He tried surprising her with a tandem bike ride on the way to the dinner party. She'd appeared on her doorstep in a decadent gown, completely unsuitable for mutual bike pedaling. The mix-up had frustrated her at first, but their argument quickly melted into laughter. She'd given in, opting for a night in the park via tandem bike instead of the fancy party. She'd gone in and changed into jeans and a sweater. It was one of his favorite memories with her. Making out on the picnic blanket afterward hadn't hurt either. Hazel fluffed her hair behind her shoulders. "How do you want to go about this? I don't want to focus on the past. This is a second chance, a fresh start." Heart hammering, moving as if underwater, Wesley answered by reaching for her hand. She gave a little gasp at his touch. Her soft skin was a brush stroke, and the fact that she didn't pull away shot relief into his chest and filled him with victory. He had Hazel's hand. In that moment, he could conquer the world. "A new beginning," he said, stroking a thumb across her skin. Hazel dipped her chin and then lifted her obsidian eyes to meet his. "How? How do we do that?" Her full lips, the innocence in her gaze, the vulnerable trust lingering in her face. It took everything in him not to draw her closer. "How about a picnic?" he suggested. "In my attic." "Okay, that's new. Not the location I was expecting." Wesley lifted his free hand to her face and brushed a stray hair from her eyes. Hazel shuddered. "My mom might have found the records you were looking for yesterday. Plus, I think we have something that belongs to you. She squeezed his hand and stepped closer. My mom's hat? She'd left after their walk without returning to retrieve it. Wesley had tucked the hat safely in his drawer to make sure Rooster didn't get any ideas. Hungry? He asked. Starved. Wesley locked the back door once more and then guided the way up to the second floor. They didn't follow the hall to the door leading into his family apartment, however. Instead, he led her to a separate door. The handle was at a lower position than modern craftsmanship usually dictated, and the door with its peeling paint was also substantially narrower. He bent lower and turned the knob. A set of tight stairs climbed up. Wesley reached for the dangling chain and pulled it just enough that Hazel could hear the light click to life. A yellow beam guided the way. Those stairs aren't creepy at all. Is your building among the haunted structures in this town? Remember seeing Molly the other night? You know, the girl doing the ghost tours? She keeps pretty close tabs on which of the buildings in town are haunted. I have yet to see anything supernatural around here, so I think we're safe. Wesley lowered his voice and leaned in. Hazel's eyes widened and her breath caught. She pinched her lips and nudged him with her shoulder. He gave her a shameless grin. What do you say? Ready to head up? I thought you said this would be a picnic. No food? She had him there. He'd been so thrilled at the prospect of being with her again, the picnic part of things slipped his mind. Oh, right. We'll pretend there's food. Might be difficult to eat if we're digging through dusty old boxes. How about we grab lunch after our search? Sounds good to me. See how impulsive I'm being today? Her lips spread into a smile and Wesley's mouth went dry. His glasses slipped from his nose and he crinkled it to help them back into place. You're certainly taking me by surprise. Come on. He climbed the stairs first, keeping her hand in his. Now that he had it, he wasn't about to let her go again. Hazel breathed in a musty scent as they reached the top of the stairs and entered the attic. Shades of amber gold cast through the windows, accenting different collections of more antiques than she'd ever seen. An old wooden rocking chair gathered dust beside the window, where several other pieces of furniture were covered with white cloth. Multiple trunks with large brass clasps were stacked near the walls, the top of which housed an accordion camera. A cabinet with faded fabric peeking through the glass on the doors tempted Hazel to open it and see what secrets it held. Suitcases, machines with strange knobs and wheels, piles of old books, bird cages and old lamps with beads dripping from their shades. There was even an old bicycle with straight handlebars and a flat seat. These relics, Hazel said with a breath. Did this all belong to your family? I think some of it was already here when my grandparents bought this place from its original owners. There are some families around here who've lived in their homes for generations. That's the amazing thing about Eureka Springs. It's rich with heritage. So many people know their family stories because it's part of the surroundings here, you know? And with the town being on the National Historic Registry, many people around here know their ancestors as though they'd met them. Makes me jealous, Hazel said. I know very little about the family I was adopted into. I know even less about my biological family. Wesley edged closer. I know that's troubled you for a long time, he said, his voice gentle. Ready to see what we can find? His comment had a surprising effect on her vocal cords. Hazel wasn't sure she could speak, so instead, she cleared her throat and nodded. With her hand still in his, Wesley directed her to a series of shelves on the opposite end of the attic. Footprints already scattered the dust. Hazel wondered if they were Wesley's or Agnes's. I've been working in here since yesterday, he said. Mom found some materials she thinks we might be able to use. That's great. Yeah, she's been organizing below like a maniac, and now it looks like we've been moving on to the attic. Time to sort through all of this junk. Not junk, Hazel said, stopping before several stacks of boxes. These antiques are priceless. Wesley swept his gaze over them. I don't know about that. We could probably find someone who'd be willing to put a price on them. Oh, don't, she said, bringing his hand to her side. Don't sell any of it. You can't find things like this anymore. With a smile in response, he released her hand and lifted the first box from its place on the shelf. She said the records you are looking for might be in here. Do you know your mother's name? Or maybe a date range she might have been in the States? Her name was Alina Silva. It would have been before I was born, Hazel said. Try early 1980s. Wesley pulled a box from the shelf and lifted its lid. Hazel settled herself on the floor, and placing the box nearby, he knelt beside her. She peered inside. The papers within abysmally lacked any kind of order, and her heart sank. How would they ever find anything about her mom in here? Hey. Wesley's voice was a pin drop on glass. One at a time, right? He rubbed a hand on her shoulder blade. One at a time, she repeated. Chapter 14. Together they sifted through the box, peering at paper after paper, receipt after receipt. Hazel wasn't sure how it happened. They started out with the box between them, but as they went, as they shared jokes and laughed over interesting names, and wondered at people's stories and what had made them buy certain hats, their conversation slowly shifted. They'd moved inch by inch, shift by shift, until Wesley sat with one of his legs bent behind Hazel's back and her head tilted on his chest. The rhythm of his heart attuned to hers and became her drumbeat. He held up another paper. Rosemary Weatherspoon. Sound familiar? Hazel settled against him. Nope. I like her name, though. Sounds romantic. Whatever you say, he said, adding it to their discard pile in the box's lid. You disagree? She faced him, shifting just enough to make it that much more convenient to put his arm around her. Now that she'd given in, she allowed Wesley's magnetism to draw her in. How can a name be romantic? He asked. It's just a name. Names can mean a whole lot more than that, Hazel argued. Some names, like words, can have a harsh approach on the tongue, you know? They can sound rough and jumbled and give personality and a feel to the person even if you've never met them. Like Cleopatra? He said. Yes. Listen how harsh the consonants in that name are. She was feisty and admirable and unique, just like her name. But Rosemary? It's soft on the syllables. Mary is a classic name used for thousands of years. It's the name of the Savior's mother. That's admirable. Put something like Rose with it. Adds beauty. It's poetic, really. Wesley straightened, consuming every ounce of her attention. She forgot about the paper in her hand or the attic's musty smell. The silence was an embrace, making her heart beat astounding, making the feel of his skin like a breath, making the direction of his gaze that much more palpable. And what about Hazel? She swallowed. Did you know my name was Allegra? Really? I thought that was your middle name. He stroked her hair away from her neck. My birth mom named me Allegra, but when my parents adopted me, they changed it to a name they liked and kept Allegra as my middle name. They're both beautiful, Wesley said. Makes me think of Shakespeare and roses being sweet no matter what they're called. How's that for being romantic? With his leg behind her, his chest brushing her shoulder, with his gaze so pointedly on hers, Hazel was hopelessly captivated. She wanted to call him out for being cheesy, but in that moment, with the stillness swirling around them, with the newness they basked in, she couldn't. Slowly, his lids lowered as he contemplated the shape of her mouth. Her body trembled. She hadn't been kissed in so long, and this wasn't just any kiss. This was with Wesley, the man she'd loved and lost, the man she'd mourned. She'd wanted to marry him. She'd wanted him to look at her this way every day of her life. She forced her voice. "Do you always kiss on the first date?" He blinked, backing away only a fraction. "What?" "I thought we were starting over." "I thought you were going to be impulsive." His touch on her neck sent shivers up her spine. He stroked her skin, making this moment that much more dizzying. Hazel went through it in her mind. She could kiss Wesley, but what would that do? Would that put them right back where they'd been before? A kiss now could be trying their hands at risk, but Hazel wanted more assurance before they crossed that point again. She wanted to make sure they could make this work, that they could change for each other's sakes. "I talked to my friend recently," Hazel said, still lost in the sea of his eyes. "She lives across the street from me at the Mountain Cove. She recently got engaged to her boss, and she said the reason they're able to make it work is compromise. They were willing to change for each other." He licked his bottom lip. "Sounds smart. You're worried we can't change for each other?" "I don't know, Wes. I want this to work this time." "Me too," he said, his voice low in his throat. His arm tightened around her. She placed her hand on his and stared at the different colors of their skin. "Then I want to take it easy. No kissing." A smirk. "You're kidding, right?" "I mean, not right away. This is part of that structure I was talking about, remember? I have to have a plan. Wes, I can't dive in, hard out from the start. Not if I'm going to have it broken again." He stared at their hands too and shifted so his fingers fit between hers. His warm hand closed so entirely that warmth strung through her. "I wish I could promise it will go smoother this time," he said. "I can't promise I won't mess up. I can't promise I won't say something stupid." Her nose began to prickle. She wasn't sure if it was the dust or the impact of his honesty, but she wiggled it a few times. She didn't want any more tears over him. He went on. "But I can promise you that you've been on my mind every day for the last 8 years. I can promise I've thought of nothing else but you ever since you showed up in the shop downstairs. I can promise that the part of my heart you took with you has just started beating after all this time, and I'm not ready to let you leave with it again." "Wow." His words made her breathing shallow. "You really want that kiss," she joked, uncertain of what to say. Wesley smiled and backed away enough to give himself room to stand. He rose to his feet and dusted his pants off before offering a hand to her as well. Hazel took it, allowing him to guide her up. "I can also promise we'll keep looking for your mother's name in these papers, but I'm also hungry. What do you say we get a bite of lunch?" Hazel smiled. "I'd like that." He inclined his head and turned toward the open trap door leading to the stairs below. "And Wesley?" Pausing, he turned to face her. She was grateful to see she hadn't hurt his feelings with her rejection. "I like those promises." They shared another locked gaze before heading back downstairs. Wesley hurried into his apartment for her mom's hat and then led the way to the storefront instead of the back door this time. Hazel perused the hat offerings, which always changed every time she meandered through. Might have something to do with the sheer number of hats Agnes had been selling lately. A fascinator caught her eye, topped with a spray of peacock feathers. While it was stunning, Hazel wasn't sure she'd ever be comfortable in something like that. Several teenagers clustered near the front and laughed over their friends wearing sequin-covered cowboy hats in outrageous colors. A lime green one was shaggy like a sheepdog. "Come on, this would work for the derby," the boy said, receiving more laughter. Agnes stepped forward. She retrieved an electric blue cowboy hat speckled with sequins. "This hat would absolutely make a statement," she said. "Allow me." Reaching for the cowboy hat's brim, she flicked a small switch. Lights began circling the hat's brim, to which the kids rippled with more laughter. Agnes didn't seem the least bit fazed by their energy. If anything, she fit right in with them. "Would confuse the horses, no?" she said with a laugh. Hazel was amazed yet again at the talent Agnes had, at the ability to mold herself to anyone who walked through those doors. She truly had a gift. "Speaking of the Derby," Wesley said, slipping his hand to the small of her back, "I have to man our booth at the Opal Heart track that day so Mom can keep the shop open here. I'd love your company. You could dress up. We could pick out the most outrageous hat, and you could strut your stuff and show it off." He grinned. She returned his energetic expression. "Strut my stuff? Sure. Get dressed up with me. Come to the Derby. We might even be able to see some of the races. I've heard many of the jockeys are high school kids from the rodeo team, but it'll still be a sight. I know you're busy. See how I'm checking your availability?" Hazel's stomach fluttered like she was a teenager. The idea glittered in her mind and made her entire body tingle with excitement. But she had clients to meet with and work to keep on top of. She'd already taken off too much time these past few days here at the shop with him. If she didn't stick to her schedule, she would get behind too easily. She wore too many of her business hats herself. But here was Wesley, charming, adorable Wesley, standing before her, waiting for her to answer. How could she tell him no after they just agreed to give their relationship another try? Besides, she'd already considered going to the Derby on her own before things had started picking up with him again. She could reschedule things, couldn't she? Hire someone to handle a few of the phone calls and consultations? I'd love that. Gripping her hand, Wesley brought it to his lips and kissed her skin. The touch made her tummy tingle all over again. He then turned his attention to the shop. "Which one will it be? Mom says you dress to match your hat, not the other way around. How about—" He reached for a peasant-style hat littered with little pink flowers. Its brim was more like a duckbill, jutting out from the front, and it was hemmed in with pieces of lace. Hazel held up her hands in protest. "Oh, no, I'm good." "No?" He contemplated the hat. Maybe you're right. We should have my mom size you up. She'd probably pick the perfect one." The notion put up all the stops in Hazel's brain. "I'm good, really. I'm excited to come to the Derby, but I'm not a hat person. Even if she picked one for me, I'm not sure I'd wear it." Wesley raised an eyebrow over the rim of his glasses. She sensed he didn't believe her, but she wasn't ready for him to continue pushing the issue. For some reason, it made her feel vulnerable, like she was on display. Hats brought too much attention, even if everyone else at the Derby would be wearing one. Having Agnes's gift of insight directed at her again, she wasn't sure how much more soul-searching she could take. "Okay then. Mom, Liz, we're headed out for some lunch." Agnes waved her acknowledgement, and Liz gave Wesley a resigned, hopeless gaze from over the register. The bell tinkled as they stepped out into the July heat. Chapter 15. "Tell me about your mountain cove," Wesley said, taking her hand again. They strolled down the sidewalk's gradual decline toward the Basin Park Hotel. Clouds shaded the blue sky overhead. A woman emerged on the iron balcony of a tall brick building, placing a potted flower in its corner. Hazel squeezed Wesley's hand. She loved the feeling of his skin with hers. "My what?" "You mentioned you lived in the mountains. You mean here in Arkansas, right?" "Yeah, there's this collection of homes around Beaver Lake. It was a recent development, and I jumped in the minute I heard about it." "Why?" How could she explain this? My mom was becoming a little too overbearing about my personal life. "Oh, yeah? That sounds like her." She gave him a smile. How could she forget the time Sandy had told Wesley he wasn't good enough for Hazel and they both needed to move on? Yeah, she doesn't like the fact that I've been searching for the Silva family in South America. I think she feels betrayed. She and my dad saved my life, you know. I told you this before, but I think your mom really loves you. She just tends to be a little more verbal about everything than most people. He finished the statement with an impish grin. Mom also thinks since I'm 30, I should be married by now or something. Oh? The topic made Hazel squirm a little inside. She went off on me, on how I should be focusing on a relationship instead, how marriage needs to be my priority, how she's not getting any younger and wants grandchildren. She kept going on about how my search was a pointless effort, that their stint in Doctors Across Borders was too long ago. Wesley rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. I know she comes across harshly, but it sounds like she just wants what's best for you. Hazel stepped aside to make room for a woman pushing a stroller and then joined Wesley's side again. I guess so. We made up, but I told her I had to do this. I loved the idea of a getaway where I could have the perfect house. And do you have the perfect house? I do. I think it's perfect anyway. It's secluded by this magnificent lake, and the air smells like summer, and it has a killer view. You should see it. Very well then, I accept, he said, sounding like his mom. Hazel stopped in place. What, you mean now? He hugged her hand to his chest. For a minute she thought he might kiss it. Yes, now. Let's grab lunch and eat it at your place. What do you say? Impulsive. Okay. Hazel inhaled, the smile coming easier than she expected. All right, let's do it. After picking up a set of to-go lunches from Amigos, they made their way back to her car. During the brief walk, Hazel took a moment to send a text to Catherine, her housekeeper. Hazel was orderly by nature, but Catherine still went through the house every day to ensure everything was in harmony, to keep the fridge stocked and make sure the meals were ready. Having someone stop by unplanned threw Hazel off. Then again, this entire day had been one unexpected thing after another. Wesley holding her hand, agreeing to give their relationship a try, and then snuggling with her in the attic, almost kissing her, so not what she'd expected. So completely delicious. Catherine kept Hazel's house clean, but Hazel still felt the need to give her a heads up. It wasn't every day she brought people home with her, let alone a man she was pretty sure she was still in love with. You're kidding, right? Wesley peered out the window as they approached security. Hazel had lived in Beaver Lake for the last 6 months. She'd become accustomed to the exquisite spread of log cabins and decadent houses against the lake's backdrop. Though she always paused at the sight of her own house, she'd opted for the Italian villa style because of the tower. The unique architecture was like a well-loved song. You live here? Yeah, things have changed a little since college. How so? Hazel wasn't sure where to begin or how to keep the admission humble. I developed an app that allows business owners to connect in interpersonal ways with their employees. Employees check in and receive reminders, mark off lists, upload reports, all kinds of things. I never expected the app to take off the way that it did, but... She pulled into her driveway and shifted into park. Oh, come on, Wesley interrupted, his expression glowing with approval. I don't believe that for a second. You always wanted success. You were always looking for ways to connect with people, to find ways to make their lives better and earn a little money while you were at it. It's what made you stand out to me. I remember the first time I met you. Oh no, don't remind me. Hazel had the same memory. I was browsing through the different tables at the Oklahoma State Club Fair, and there was this girl petitioning for equal rights. You struck me from the start. You were this fearless voice with a megaphone and an opinion, and you had this amazing hair and these eyes that could strike a man down just for passing by." Hazel plunged her head into her hands, both embarrassed and emboldened by his praise. "Stop, you're exaggerating. I'm serious. I saw you and I was struck. Then when I found you sitting in my chemistry class, I knew it was a sign." She met Wesley's warm gaze. "You've always been a believer." "That I have." The door from the garage led into a laundry room as big as Hazel's closet, offering a granite counter in its center for folding clothes. From there, the kitchen gaped, the open floor plan making straight for a sitting area in front of a brick fireplace. Thanks to Catherine, the couches were ready with their perfectly placed throw pillows. The baby grand piano was elegantly surrounded by Spanish colonial arched windows. Its lid spewed wide open as though any minute a grand soloist would make his entrance. Across from the piano room, a luxurious dining table sat beneath a crystal chandelier. The kitchen was quaint, as far as kitchens went, especially for a house like this. Hazel hadn't wanted much space there. She wasn't one for cooking. Catherine made do. "This house is really something." Wesley meandered slowly, circling in place to admire the architecture. "I especially like this exposed brick," he said, gesturing to the occasional column, made partially of brick as though the exterior had been left uncovered. "Upstairs is my favorite," Hazel said, waiting for Wesley to admire everything and ask his questions about the design as he went. The stairs added tension between them. Hazel sensed not only her own steps, but Wesley behind her as they climbed. "Don't be stupid," she told herself. Nothing was going to happen. She was only giving him a tour. Regardless, her skin started to shiver. The anticipation she felt beside him in the attic when he'd nearly kissed her hummed. The top of the stairs was her absolute favorite. The ascent opened into a wide landing filled with light. Its floral rugs matched the floral carpet on the center of the stairs, complementing the pleasant, soothing yellow walls. Several bedrooms occupied the left-hand portion of the house, but there, a floor above the grand piano below, was her tower. A wide, circular space featuring her desk in the center, a rug and several potted plants marking every window. Wide, welcoming, open, and comforting. "I love it here," she said, relishing the calmness in her chest. "I can see why." Transfixed, Wesley gaped at the view. Hazel stepped closer and drank in her favorite part. Situated beyond Duncan Hawthorne's grandiose log cabin across the street was the most exquisite view of Beaver Lake. "Up here, I can escape," Hazel said. "I can sit at my computer, soak in the sunshine, and do what I love to do with the most incredible view in the world. Arkansas isn't a place I would have ever thought I'd end up. I love how I can keep to myself and do what I need to do." "That doesn't sound like you." His voice was pensive. She stilled. "What do you mean?" "You've never been this closed off before. I wonder if—" His tone dropped. "Are you happy here? I mean, really happy?" She inhaled and considered his question. He had a point. Back in college, she'd been involved in groups and rallies. She'd actively participated in her classes and hung around him every second she could get. She hadn't spent time like that with people, not since graduating and centering her focus on her business. Business was easy, though. She was good at working with people on an impersonal level. Opening up to people, though? It'd been difficult with Rosabelle, but she was glad she'd told her new friend about her feelings for Wesley. His attention fixed on her vividly and with unmistakable energy. He'd always had that effect on her, the ability to draw out her soul, and she didn't realize how much she'd missed it. She'd missed him. He'd always listened to her like he was now, So attentive, so careful. His eyes weren't on anything but her, and she swam in the sensation. "I've been very happy here," she said, "especially right now." "Oh? Having you here, talking to you like this?" His hands encircled her waist. "Anything else?" Hazel rested her hands on his chest. His heartbeat drummed beneath her palm. She didn't miss the insinuation in his tone or the hazy way his lids half closed. "I'm sorry we didn't find anything to help in your search," Wesley said, rubbing his hands along her spine. She wanted to stay like this forever, cradled in his arms. Hector made an appearance, touting his fluffy white tail like a banner. He rubbed against Hazel's ankles and then wove around Wesley's. Wesley wiggled his foot. Cats." Hazel quirked a brow. "Your loyalty to dogs prevents you from petting my cat?" "Rooster would never forgive me." He guided Hazel closer to him, so close that his chest breathed in time with hers. Wesley's blue eyes glimmered with adoration and affection, with unspoken promises and private hopes. He caressed her cheek. "You know, I think everything happens for a reason. You were meant to come here right when my mom found those hats, so it could give you answers and peace that you were seeking, just like you were meant to move to a lake house 10 minutes away from me." Hazel couldn't look anywhere but at him. There you go again, believing in fate. "Nothing is coincidence," he countered. Her heart pounded in her throat, and when Wesley guided her mouth to his, she didn't stop him. This was no dream. This was heart and pulse and a purr. This was gripping and stomach-curling and as tenderly soft as a freshly plucked rose petal. His lips were gentle and insistent at once, and best of all, unstopping, saying everything they both wanted to but couldn't. Hazel didn't know, didn't care, and she didn't want to stop. Like her tower, Wesley felt like home. Her phone rang. The sound jarred her, ripping her from the moment. Wesley pulled away, his eyes filled with intensity. She gave him a hesitant smile, hoping he'd return it. He only stared, calculating, waiting. Hazel's stomach cinched. She worked. She told him as much, and this call could be important. Sure enough, Aaliyah's name filled the screen. "Give me just 1 second. I should answer this." She needed to tell Aaliyah that Les Chapeaux wouldn't be a good fit for the resort. Wesley had to understand. This was her life. This was who she was. She'd been building up to this the last time they were dating, and she was a successful billionaire now. That enabled her a large amount of freedom, true, but she was doing this as a favor to Aaliyah. She couldn't let her down. Turning her back to Wesley, she tapped her phone. "Hazel Strickland speaking." Aaliyah's increasingly familiar voice piped in. "Hey, Hazel. I was just calling to see how things were coming along with Les Chapeaux." Flushed from the kiss, Hazel rubbed a hand along her neck and attempted to regain control of her pulse. "Hi, Aaliyah. I thought it would be a good option, but the owner isn't amenable to it." "I'm sure I can talk whoever it is down," Aaliyah insisted. Hazel's defenses rose along with her temperature. "That won't be necessary." She knew how to talk people out of their no, but apparently so did Aaliyah. She was a billionaire's daughter. From what Hazel understood, she'd also attended business school and was attempting to learn the ropes. That meant she wasn't going to take a rejection very easily. "I don't mind," Aaliyah continued. "I'd love to stop in. Can you arrange a meeting with me?" She still planned on coming to Eureka Springs. "Aaliyah, this is the opportunity of a lifetime for many businesses. I have a lineup of other incredible companies who would be better options. The Bassett's hats are constructed in-house. Mrs. Bassett would not be available to spend any amount of time in Rio de Janeiro. The factors aren't lining up the way I'd like to have them do in an ordinary business deal. I'm not afraid to broach different options. Hazel whirled to her computer and pulled up the screen. She hurriedly copied and pasted the line of businesses she'd compiled earlier and typed an email together within seconds. "That's not necessary," Aaliyah argued. "I'm sending it as we speak." "And I'm boarding a plane. I'll see you tomorrow. I look forward to meeting you in person." Hazel's mouth dropped. Oh. The call ended, and she stared at the screen, her skin prickling as Wesley cleared his throat. Arms folded, he sat on the wooden bench at the top of the stairs. Embarrassment washed over her. She'd gotten caught up in the moment and nearly forgotten he was there. "Wes, I'm so sorry." He shook his head. "It's fine, just watching my girl in action. What's wrong? You sounded concerned." Hazel exhaled and left her phone on the desk. "Remember the woman who wanted your shop in her resort? It sounds like she's on her way here to speak to your mother in person. But there are 1,000 other places they could feature in their resorts." "Exactly," Hazel said. "I'm sorry. I tried to tell her, but it sounds like she'll be here in a few hours, or by tomorrow at least." The news brought a furrow to his brow. "If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do until she gets here," he said. "I can't figure out why it's bothering me so much," Hazel admitted. "I think it's because she hired me, but she doesn't seem to value my opinion at all. She wouldn't just accept that it's not going to work." This amused him. "Would you have?" "No," Hazel confessed with a timid smile. "Not if it was something I really wanted." At the word wanted, her fingers found his again. She waited for him to rise from the bench and pick up where they'd left off, but he stared off to a place just past her, lost in his thoughts. "And I suppose I did talk up the shop by leaps and bounds, so it's my own fault," she said, hoping to melt the icy wall building between them. Was he upset she'd taken the call? Wesley's smile wiped away her worry. "Can't say you're not good at what you do," he said. "Why, thank you." "So, Rapunzel, what does it take to get you down from your tower?" He stood, returned his arms to her waist, and buried his nose in the space between her neck and shoulder. "Want to show me that lake of yours?" She perked up. "You know what? A stroll by the lake is exactly what I need right now." He had to believe she could change. She was proving to him she could. She would deal with Aaliyah later. Chapter 16. "This view is stunning," Wesley said. He strolled with Hazel's hand in his and stopped to admire the way the sunlight played on the lake's surface. Oaks and maples towered high, creating an entire world around the water. Soft sounds joined their footfalls. "Just you wait," Hazel said, pointing to a wooded path between the trees. "It's even better close up." Wesley followed her lead. He'd been amazed at the mountainous landscape in this part of the country when he'd first moved here, and though he'd lived here for a few years now, the way the earth seemed to go its own course, to drop and add beauty in the most unlikely places, never ceased to amaze him. He released Hazel's hand only because the angle of the descent toward the lake made hand-holding impractical. Stones had been inserted along the way, offering foot placement. Wesley gazed up to the lattice of branches overhead to find a massive spiderweb catching drops of sunlight. "Look," he said, stopping to point it out. "I wouldn't want to be caught in that." Wesley grinned at her. "Me neither." He took a few more steps down. "Man, Rooster would love this." "You should bring him out here next time." Wesley paused and glanced up at her. Hazel was a few steps up from his position. From this angle, with her waist-length hair waving in the gentle breeze, with the aftermath of her kiss still lingering on his lips, he couldn't help staring. What? Her smile was bashful. You. He stepped up to her. Me? He took another step, and in that instant, everything they'd lost regenerated. This woman had been his life for so long. She'd made him feel okay to be himself, book nerd, gamer and all. He'd been the only straight guy at his fashion design program back at Oklahoma State, for goodness sake. Everyone thought he should have been something he wasn't, but Hazel had always allowed him to be true to himself. He wanted to be true to himself now, and to her, to be true to the rush of emotions coursing through him. You take my breath away, he said, sliding his hands behind her neck. Her eyes widened for the smallest moment, gleaming with delight, with amazement. She placed her hands on his wrists, and he dug his fingers into her hair and guided her mouth to his once more. The next day, Hazel's driver pulled through the pickup lane at the Fayetteville airport. While the car idled, she checked her phone. Aaliyah had contacted Hazel earlier and given more of an idea of her schedule. Wanting to be hospitable, Hazel offered to pick her up. Aaliyah's plane would be landing at 5:10. That gave her a few minutes to call Wesley. She hadn't wanted yesterday to end. Something changed in him, in the way he looked at her, in the way he couldn't seem to stay too far away. She relived the expression on his face when he'd kissed her in the woods, allowing the thrill of receiving a glance like that to surge through her. That glance spoke everything he didn't say. She was wanted. She was beloved. By him. Saying goodbye had been hard. Things between them shifted so rapidly, faster than she ever thought they would. It was starting to seem like the last 8 years had never happened, and she couldn't deny this glowing heat radiating inside of her chest. She wanted nothing more than to abandon this, to rush back to Eureka Springs and hide away with Wesley again for the day. Fortunately, he wasn't even bothered by the phone call that interrupted their kiss in her tower. He'd accepted it, and that meant so much to her. Maybe they could make their relationship work after all. And after yesterday, she wanted to. Oh, how she wanted to. Even so, Hazel felt responsible somehow to make sure Aaliyah didn't get too pushy with Agnes and Wesley. She felt protective of the Bassets, probably because it was her fault that Aaliyah was coming to Arkansas in the first place. With a slow inhale to calm her nerves, Hazel tapped Wesley's number. Having his number in her phone once more was refreshing. The pain of his rejection had shifted. It was practically diminished, knowing now that she'd been in part to blame. Hazel was determined to do better this time around. After the tension swirling between them, after getting to see the gleam in his eyes up close again, after feeling his arms around her, she wasn't ready to let him go again. Not any time soon. The phone rang so long she was afraid he wouldn't answer. Then his gentle, low-pitched voice responded. Hello? Hey there, are you working? Hazel, where are you? I thought you'd stop by the shop today. Actually, that's one reason I'm calling. I will be by a little later, and I'll have a business associate with me. Remember Aaliyah Alear? She's flying into Arkansas today and has asked for my help approaching you and your mother for the same reason I did. She wants your shop. A long pause, long enough to make Hazel squirm. I heard you tell her setting up a new shop wouldn't work. I did. She refused to accept it. He paused again, too long to be comfortable. So now you're picking her up from the airport. Is that a problem? It sounds like you're telling me one thing and her another. He sighed through the phone. I hate to ask, but are you giving her a false impression of success with Les Chapeaux? I told you we're not interested, Hazel. He thought she was lying? A pleading tone took over her voice. She hurried to put him at ease. He had to understand. She had no control over Aaliyah's actions. I know. I'm sorry, it's so complicated. His tone altered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound so confrontational. I can understand why you're leery about it, she said. I'm on your side, Wes. Please believe me. Another pause. It's all good, Daisy Jane. What are you doing once your visit with her is over today? Want to stick around? Mom and I finished assembling the hats for the derby tomorrow. There are more boxes of receipts in the attic. We could cozy up there with the dust bunnies, pick up where we left off the other day. Hazel couldn't wipe the smile from her face. She hadn't been ready to kiss him in the attic, but after yesterday, the possibility of another kiss was more than enticing. I'd like that. I don't know how long Aaliyah is planning on staying, but count me in. We'll come by your shop. I'll help you and your mom explain why it won't work, and she can be on her way. Sounds good. I can't wait to see you, he said in such a coaxing way it made her stomach fizz. A gaggle of people made their way through the airport doors and began crossing the crosswalk toward the pickup lane where Hazel was parked, along with several white shuttle vans. A young woman with dark hair piled stylishly on her head, wearing heels and pulling a designer suitcase behind her while skimming through her phone came into view. Me too. I think I see her. I'll let you go. Bye, Wesley said. Hazel ended the call, asked her driver to wait, and exited her car. The same group of people who'd come out before Aaliyah congregated around a bench between the airport and the parking garage, while Aaliyah wheeled her suitcase to a pole a few feet down. Hazel smoothed the hand down her stomach. July's heat blazed, but she ignored the bead of sweat trailing down her spine and approached. Aaliyah peered up from her phone. She was very beautiful, with exotic tones to her features, her long dark lashes flicking with every blink. Aaliyah? Hazel said. Aaliyah's smile spread. Hazel! So great to meet you in person. Thanks again for coming to pick me up. I could have hired a car, but you're the main reason I'm here, so I'm so glad to meet you. Of course. This smiley, kind woman wasn't the image of a tycoon's stuffy daughter Hazel had been imagining. Aaliyah was well poised and classy, true, but she also seemed to be down to earth and friendly. I'm just down here. Hazel guided her to where her car awaited. The two slid into the back as Hazel's driver managed traffic and the return trip. The drive to Eureka Springs was filled with pleasantries. Hazel discovered Aaliyah had lived all over the world, hopping from resort to resort, living wherever her parents had needed to be while building their thriving hotel line. Recently, Aaliyah had finished business school and was looking to make her mark on the Aaliyah name. She wanted to impress her father, all the more reason to find a viable storefront for their Rio de Janeiro location. This added pressure to Hazel, as well as guilt. She understood better how badly Aaliyah wanted this shop. Still, any of the other businesses Hazel had emailed her about could do the job just as well. Were you able to look at the other options I sent to you? Hazel asked, turning toward Eureka Springs. I haven't had the chance to yet, honestly. I've got my heart set on Les Chapeaux. I talked to them again this morning. Hazel attempted to keep her voice level. Wesley and Agnes Bassett aren't going to bend. They're not interested. We'll see about that, Aaliyah said with a smile. Oh my gosh, this town is the cutest thing. Hazel recognized the same adoration she'd experienced when she'd first come to Arkansas. She'd been starstruck by the surrounding fields, the verdant mountainside, and especially Eureka Springs' deep history. The town was the epitome of charming. Do you have any resorts around here? Hazel asked. There's one in Little Rock, but nothing closer. Looks like this town isn't in need of places to stay, though. Aaliyah pointed to an endearing Victorian home turned B&B. That it's not. Where do you live? Aaliyah asked as Hazel's driver took the plunging slope into the heart of Eureka Springs' historic district and its shops. The street descended, marked by stone retaining walls and abundant trees. "I'm not far," Hazel said, "just a few minutes out." "Amazing!" Aaliyah's gaze was plastered to the view out the window. "I'm so jealous. I've lived all over the world, but I've never seen anywhere like this." Past the city hall in the New Orleans Hotel, Les Chapeaux came into view, along with the other mixed-use storefronts of varying heights and colors. As her driver parked, Hazel shot a quick text to Wesley. "Incoming." "We're ready for you," he said. Chapter 17. Aaliyah reached the door first and stopped. Gaping with a hand to her chest, the same sight that had caught Hazel's breath had a similar effect on her, as Hazel suspected it had on every person who entered. "This is spectacular," Aaliyah said, plunging in and stroking hat after hat. She removed a fancy hat and placed it on her head as Agnes approached. Today, Agnes wore a flamboyant headpiece that was a cocktail of color. The hat reminded Hazel of the rainbow beams refracting through the prisms Agnes hung at her windows upstairs. "Well, hello there," Agnes said in her French accent. "Hazel, is this the friend you told us about?" Hazel took her cue. "Yes, this is Aaliyah Alear. Aaliyah, this is Agnes Bassett. She owns the shop." Aaliyah darted out a hand, not the least chagrined at having a hat on her head. "Agnes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I adore your shop. And this hat, I can't get over it." "It is good on you," Agnes agreed with a cordial smile. Hazel was pleased. Agnes was being as kind and generous as usual. The fact that Aaliyah had nosed her way in despite Hazel's recommendation otherwise didn't seem to bother her. Agnes wove her arm through Aaliyah's. "You, however, are a woman of exotic tastes. You have a flame, a blaze about you, as though you are just waiting for the right moment to shine." Aaliyah's eyes widened at the compliment. Hazel was struck. She'd always loved people's eyes, and Aaliyah's were exquisite, gleaming like obsidian. She caught Wesley smiling kindly at a new customer who seemed to be having trouble making her selection. He spoke in hushed tones. "Tomorrow, actually, the Derby will be at Opal Heart Ranch's racetrack," Wesley explained. "Any purchases you make here go to support the elementary school." Agnes guided Aaliyah to another headpiece. This one was a black organza fascinator that reminded Hazel of mermaid fins beneath water. A brilliant orange blossom made of feathers flourished on the hat's side and drew the eye immediately to it. It was adventurous and loud, ostentatious but beautiful. Aaliyah practically drooled. "I adore it," she said. Carefully, Agnes removed the hat currently on Aaliyah's head and helped her attach the fascinator there instead. Aaliyah spent a handful of minutes admiring herself in the mirror. "It's exquisite. You have the most impeccable taste." Carefully, she removed the black fascinator and held it in her hands. Her tone and expression altered to a more serious level. "Hazel tells me you know I am here." "I do," Agnes said. "But you're not interested in setting up a location off base?" Agnes smiled. "I'm not." "That's a shame," Aaliyah said, admiring the piece she held. "Because if you were able to select hats for our tourists and vacationers, you'd sell out. These hats are incredible." "That they are, but I'm afraid it wouldn't work. I have a small number of employees, and as I manufacture most of the headwear myself, I am not expandable." But Hazel has said you have other options. I do, Aaliyah said. She clutched the fascinator and allowed her gaze to sweep across the shop. I needed to see this place for myself, and I'm so glad I did. She beamed as if living a dream. So am I. Agnes responded in her typical genuine fashion. The impression Hazel had of Aaliyah as a ruthless workaholic was inaccurate, and the thought warmed her heart. A small part of her wondered if that perspective had been a reflection of herself. Hazel wouldn't and hadn't taken no for an answer. Was the impression Hazel had about Aaliyah the way people perceived her? Her gaze swept to Wesley once more. More than ever, she didn't want to be that woman. She wanted to be the Hazel Wesley had fallen in love with, the one who'd loved life and had taken time to support causes and have friendships. She wanted to be a wife, a mother, to have a family with him, to have something more than a desk and a cat to go home to. The past few days, canceling appointments to spend time at the shop and with Wesley, were liberating. The need to constantly check her phone, to eat meals at her desk rather than break for lunch, to pack as much as she could into every spare minute she had, that had all faded. Hazel realized how much she'd lost sight of the importance of little things, things about herself she'd forgotten she'd loved. She wanted the old days back, evenings taking long walks along the river, riding tandem bikes and taking picnics, enjoying the outdoors on blankets while she basked in birdsong and Wesley read Grantham Robbins novels. She'd never realized how much those moments connected her with the fibers of who she was, connected her soul with his. She'd been so determined to make the most of the life she'd been granted, she'd forgotten how to live. Hindsight really was 2020. She was beginning to see it now, how little by little she'd gotten caught up. Wesley had supported her in her goals. He cheered her on as she'd started her business. She hadn't dared to tell him her goal to become a billionaire, but that objective had soon taken precedence. She now imagined him looking at her in an Ebenezer Scrooge kind of way. Scrooge's fiancée slowly watched him change and harden in his obsession with success and wealth. He hadn't realized how he'd let his fiancée go until it was years too late to do anything about it. At least Hazel didn't have the ghost of Christmas past coming along to rub her mistakes in her face. She truly had been given a second chance. The realization dawned with all the effect of a sunrise, changing what darkness had veiled, adding light to the tips of the trees and replacing that darkness with something new. Something bright and soft, something approachable and lovable with new desires and priorities. It was time to let Wesley know how much he meant to her. As soon as Aaliyah left, Hazel would devote as much time to Wesley as she could, starting with the Eureka Springs Derby tomorrow. She would delegate more, adjust her schedule, make time for what truly mattered. Aaliyah strode up to the counter to pay for both of the hats she tried on. Wesley winked at Hazel before taking the hats to the workroom where the fancy boxes were kept. Aaliyah returned, hat boxes in hand, and beamed at Hazel. "I'm so glad you showed me the store," Aaliyah said. "Where to next?" "What? Where should we go next? I'm dying to see this entire town." Hazel's mouth fell open. Her gaze slipped to Wesley. "Oh, actually, we'd be happy to show you around," Wesley said, coming to her rescue. Liz had just entered, and Agnes waved Wesley on, encouraging him to get the two nosy women out of the shop, probably, Hazel thought with a laugh. They made their way around Eureka Springs. Wesley stopped to show them a set of stairs where a renowned Civil War ghost named Nick would randomly appear. They passed the city hall, down through the Basin of Life, and wandered up along Wesley's favorite jogging path to where the library was. Soon the tour ended, and they made their way back to Hazel's car. Aaliyah sauntered ahead, gaping at the steep descent down the mountainside where people's backyards should be. Many homes were deceptively 3 stories tall, though they appeared to be a single level from the street. Where the mountain dropped, the builders built down. Her exploration gave Hazel and Wesley a few moments alone. "Thank you for this," Hazel mumbled. "I know it's not the afternoon we had planned, but your help means a lot." "Hey, I was with you." He nudged her shoulder. "Do you want to drive out to the cove tonight?" Hazel asked. His eyes twinkled. "I would love nothing more." She sensed the same thoughts coursing through her mind crossed into his as well. She imagined snuggling with him on the couch, settling in for a long conversation about all the ways she planned on rearranging her life for him, on figuring out how they could pick up, not where they'd left off in the attic or on the stairs, but where they'd been 8 years ago, too. She wanted things to last between them. With a few parting words, Aaliyah and Hazel left Wesley at the shop. The 2 women strolled along the sidewalk, past shops and scenes that became more and more familiar by the day. Hazel attempted to think of the right words for leaving Aaliyah off on her own when Aaliyah broke the silence. "I must have called every hotel around, but they're all booked. Mind if I crash at your place? I have several more things I'd like to discuss with you anyway." Actually, what could she say? Aaliyah had been getting in the way the entire time, but Hazel couldn't be upset at her. She liked Aaliyah and couldn't deny her when she had the guest space. "That's fine. I have a guest wing." Disappointment cast a shadow over the sunlight that had speared within her. She'd been looking forward to more time with Wesley, to making things up with him, making her intentions to change and have a lasting relationship with him absolutely clear. But she wasn't sure what else to do. Instead, she drove Aaliyah out to the mountain cove, fighting her increasing unease that started to feel like raw sewage in her stomach. Hazel showed Aaliyah to the guest wing. Task done, she turned, determined to send the most heartfelt text she could manage to Wesley, when Aaliyah popped her head back out into the hall. "You know," Aaliyah began, "you should come with me when I fly out to Texas tomorrow. Your talents are unprecedented. Le Chapeau would have been perfect. I need your help finding something similar to it." Hazel lowered her phone. Everything inside of her screamed with warning. The last thing she wanted to do now was leave. "I don't think that will work. I have other clients." Other priorities, handsome ones with sexy smiles, amazing hair, adorable glasses, and the ability to make her entire body tingle with a single touch. Aaliyah exited her room. Her dark hair hung past her shoulders. "You're my in with these other locations on that list you gave me. Why don't you come with me while I make contact?" Hazel wanted to say no. She would be happy to reschedule a trip for the next week even. She had a lead with her mom. Whether the boxes in Wesley's attic held anything or not was another matter, but still, it was a lead. Things were picking up with Wesley, and she didn't want to lose the progress she'd made with him. He was trying. She wanted to show him she was. But this was a client, and Hazel was notorious for going all out for her high-paying clients. How could she walk away and maintain the high reputation she'd held for so long? Especially since this wasn't just any client. This was Aaliyah Alear. One good word from Aaliyah would travel far. "I'd love to fly out with you tomorrow." Even as Hazel said the words, they ate at her insides. Wesley would understand her missing the Derby, wouldn't he? He had to. This would be the last time. After this, she'd make sure her boundaries were in place and that nothing else came before he did, ever again. Chapter 18. Wesley closed the shop and paced at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for the go-to signal that Hazel had dropped her guest off and was ready for him to come over. He thought about texting her, but didn't want to come off as being too needy, so he bided his time, counting the antique tiles on the floor. Though he'd spent the afternoon with her, and it hadn't been longer than an hour since she'd left, he couldn't wait to see her again. Hazel had the same effect over him as she'd had 8 years ago. She consumed his every thought. She made his heart pound. She made him feel strong and energetic, and he wanted to pour as much affection on her as he possibly could. Finally, his phone rang. He swiped to answer it, pulse galloping. "Hey you, all set?" "Hey." His heart sank. He knew that tone. She sounded almost guilty. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I'm going to have to reschedule tonight and our date tomorrow. I'm sorry I can't be with you at the Derby. Aaliyah has invited me to travel to a few of these other locations with her, and I've got to keep up my part of this deal." Wesley waited for the shock of this pronouncement to sink in. But the worst part was, he wasn't surprised. He fought away the burgeoning disappointment. "What part aren't you keeping up with?" he asked. "She asked you to find a vendor, right? You found her a list of them." "I know, but part of the service I offer is sometimes hands-on. My personalized service is the reason I can charge so much for situations like this." She laughed in a hopeful kind of way, as if wanting him to join in. He didn't. Hazel went on. "I was already in the middle of this before you and I became you and I again. I need to finish this last project before I can let myself relax about it. I wouldn't feel right letting things hang in the air with her until I make sure I provide satisfaction." The momentary frustration he'd had earlier, after their kiss, when Hazel had picked her phone over him, boiled inside of him a little more than he'd let it earlier. "I've heard that before," he said. "What does that mean?" "There's always going to be just one more project," he said. "Just one more day. One turned into 2, into 10, into 100, one day at a time." "What about your mom? I thought you were eager to find out more about her." "I am," Hazel argued. "It's just one trip, Wes. I'll be gone for a week, tops." "Just one trip," he repeated, staring at the crates of hats ready to be taken to Opal Heart Ranch first thing in the morning. She'd said she would help him. He couldn't man the booth on his own. What was he supposed to do now? Not to mention the time he'd lose out on with her. His guard went up in an instant. The reasons he'd ended things 8 years ago, reasons he was slowly starting to forget, tumbled into being. "Have a nice time." Wesley made sure his tone had a definitive edge. He wanted her to be absolutely clear he wouldn't do this, not again. "Why did that sound so final?" she asked. "Because it is." "Please, Wes." "Don't worry about waiting for me to go through that box. Go ahead and come over when you get back. Find the information you need. I'll probably be too busy to help you, whenever that may be." Her voice rose in pitch. "Don't do this," she said. "It's just a trip. I get it. Then you'll have another project that's just a project, and another and another. I won't be pushed aside all the time, Hazel. I can't do it. So I love you, but it's got to end here." What did you say?" "I do. I love you. I always have. But love isn't enough, not when you can't make me feel like I'm important to you." "You are important to me." "I think it's good you didn't let me kiss you again. No need to make this any harder." "Wesley, I'm not ready to let our relationship go yet. I have all these plans for us. I'm going to reset my schedule, to delegate important tasks and take on some employees so I don't handle so much on my own. I'm going to free up my time for you, for us. I'm changing, I swear." He squeezed his eyes shut. Though these were new promises, this felt so much like their last breakup it wasn't funny. How could he believe any of it? Please, Wes, I love you. I don't want to let us go. A bowling ball wedged in his chest, making breathing difficult. But I do, he said. We only just started dating. You said you were willing to change, but we're right back where we were. I can't be an afterthought to you. Her voice hitched. You're not an afterthought. Wesley pursed his lips, his heart pounding so hard he didn't know what to say. He felt the statement in everything he was, though. He meant what he said. She couldn't keep plans with him. Her business was important to her, and that was okay. That was how she wanted it. A when-it's-convenient romance wasn't what he wanted, and so he had to let her go. For good this time. Wesley wasn't sure who ended the call first, but the silence became so deafening he lowered the phone and stared at the window while mists of tears filled his eyes. He wasn't ashamed to cry. This was all his fault anyway. She'd made her position clear from the minute she'd entered the shop. She wasn't ready for a relationship with him again. He pushed her into it. He should have left well enough alone. He should have never tried, and now the heartache he'd managed to suppress for so long stormed in again with full force. Chapter 19. Hazel always prioritized business over personal interests. This time, however, she couldn't get the sense of purpose in her work to allow her to shut her heart away. Wesley's voice clamored through her mind. His pain and all-out accusations were too substantial to ignore. She'd chosen work over him again, and she was fairly certain he wasn't about to give her a second chance after this. Her usual arguments tried to surface. This was her job. She had obligations. What did he expect? But they weren't enough this time. He'd mentioned her mother and her rejection of him. He'd thought people were starting to finally take precedence over business. Didn't she want to prove to him that she had chosen exactly that? She told him what she intended to do. Why didn't he believe her? With Aaliyah settled into her guest suite on the other end of the house, Hazel sat in her tower and held her mother's velvet hat in her hands. The Stricklands had saved her life almost 30 years ago. They'd saved her from fever, from poverty. For what? For this? So that Hazel could work herself to death, if not physically, then emotionally? Her heart was breaking, but she did this to herself. She couldn't blame Wesley, not when the evidence was completely clear. He said he loved her. She was lovable, but she made herself untouchable. A figurine behind glass. A sky-rise building about to collapse due to its poor foundation. Hat in hand, she strode to the windows of her tower and stared out at the scene that ordinarily gave her so much peace. Beyond the Hawthorns' grand estate, the lake was a glimmer of glass beneath the moonlight. She loved it here. She used to feel so complete here. Why, then, did she now feel so alone? Hazel stroked the glass and stared down, imagining Wesley making an appearance like the picture in his apartment. A desolate woman with long flowing hair, staring out into the night, waiting for a man to save her. Agnes had said that was a lost art, the fact that a man was meant to save a woman he loved. It wasn't the accepted norm anymore. Yet Hazel couldn't deny how badly she wished he'd appear with pebbles in hand and call her down from her tower. But he wouldn't. He'd made it clear. He was done with her for good. Hazel dressed for bed and settled beneath the covers, but her mind wouldn't relax enough to let her sleep. She flopped from her side to her back, and then to her side once more, but no matter which way she lay, the pillow, the mattress beneath her, the white duvet, nothing was comfortable enough. She'd lost Wesley. The thought threw everything else in her life off course. What good would a business and a work-obsessed life be without him? What was she going to do? The sound of a crash clamored from the kitchen. Hazel threw back the covers and started to her feet, heart sprinting beneath her ribs. "What in the world?" she asked aloud, hurrying out the door and down her elegant stairs. Aaliyah bolted out the end of her hallway, nearly colliding with Hazel on her way to investigate as well. She wore a pair of delicate pink pajamas, and her dark hair hung in waves past her shoulders. "What was that?" Aaliyah asked. "I don't know." Hazel burst into the open kitchen, which still had several lights on. Catherine knelt on the floor, small broom and dustpan in hand, sweeping bits of broken glass. An older woman, she wore her typical t-shirt and jeans with a ponytail gripping her long gray hair. Catherine usually left after dinner time. She'd stayed? It was nearly 10. Hazel dashed forward to make sure her housekeeper was okay. "How come you're still here? It's late." "I'm sorry," Catherine said, her hand holding the dustpan shaking so the pieces of glass tinkled. "I got off schedule and wanted to make sure everything was ready for you and your guest for breakfast. The dish slipped from my hand and shattered. I'm sorry to wake you both." Hazel took the dustpan, holding it for Catherine to continue sweeping. "I'm only glad you're okay." "And that someone didn't break into your beautiful house," Aaliyah added, hugging her arms around her chest. The cove had security guards to prevent that from happening, thank goodness, Hazel thought to herself. Aaliyah stepped in, searching through the lower cabinets for a replacement garbage bag. "You two don't have to help me with this," Catherine chided. "And you don't have to work this late," Hazel said with a smile. The three of them worked together to sweep up the remaining bits of broken glass and the food that had spilled from when it dropped. Hazel stepped carefully so as not to land on any stray pieces before the entire kitchen was swept. After the mess was cleaned, their conversation shifted. The three of them had shared something together, and each apparently had something on her mind. "It's nice to have you all to talk to," Aaliyah said, settling herself onto one of the couches in the adjacent living room. She hugged a pillow and rested her cheek against it. Catherine settled in across from her as Aaliyah went on, chatting about her father's resorts. "I really want to make an impression on my father, you know, to let him know I'm ready to step up and have more of a position in the business." "How are you going to do that?" Catherine asked. She perched on the couch across from Aaliyah and held her hands in her lap. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. How long had she worked today? "I have a few ideas of improvements we can make on the hotels," Aaliyah said. "I'm just waiting for the right time to present them to him. He never seems to take me seriously. That's one reason I'm out here with Hazel. We're going to search out a few shops to fill some vacancies in the resort's gift shops down in the lobby." Hazel sat on a bar stool across from the two of them. Catherine transferred her attention to her boss. "What about you? What's got you up this late?" Catherine asked her. "Something must be on your mind, too." Hazel's heart was a rock. She was so sad, so broken inside. How could she fly out tomorrow morning knowing what she was leaving behind? How could she ever make it right with Wesley after this? "Have either of you ever been in love?" she asked. Catherine's response was what Hazel had expected, to the point. They weren't exactly close, but they did have the occasional conversation. She was there to cook and straighten up the house and not much else, but they chatted in passing. Hazel liked to check in on her now and then to see how her life was going. "I'm happily married," Catherine said. "Love my man more than life itself." "That is so romantic," Aaliyah said, and Hazel nodded in agreement at the certainty in her housekeeper's voice. She envied Catherine of her sureness and at having things figured out. If only. "What about you?" Hazel asked. She wanted Aaliyah's opinion more than anything else. Aaliyah lowered the pillow in her grasp with a laugh. "I don't think my father would ever let me fall in love. He controls everything I do. Right now, I'm just trying to make a name for myself. Hazel was surprised at this. Aaliyah was no child. She had to be in her 20s at least. Why did her dad try to control her life? But if you had the chance for it? Hazel asked, if nothing else mattered. Aaliyah lifted her eyes to the sky. Then I'd be all in. Catherine analyzed Hazel with wisdom in her eyes. She leaned toward Hazel and rested her elbows on her knees. What's his name? She asked. Hazel's pulse kicked. Wesley Bassett. Aaliyah gasped. You mean as in... The man we toured Eureka Springs with today? Yeah. Nerves took over. A power other than her will charged in and the words spilled out. She had to say how she felt. She couldn't suppress this any longer. Aaliyah, I know you wanted my help, but right now, I need to stay here. Wesley loves me. Aaliyah's smile spread, casting her features in their own dazzling kind of light. He does? Yes. We have a complicated past, but right now I have to make him my priority. I have to show him he's more important to me than anything else. I can't go with you tomorrow. I need to be all in. I understand, Aaliyah said pleasantly with empathy in her expression. I would do the same thing if I could. Hazel puzzled over this. Just how dominating was her father? Besides, it's thanks to you I got to visit the cutest American town out there. Aaliyah smirked and cast her gaze around the kitchen as though seeing the rest of Eureka Springs in the process. Hazel was overcome with relief. That went so much better than she expected. She'd expected Aaliyah to pronounce frustration at Hazel for being so unprofessional, at backing out on their agreement, but she was friendly and sweet. She had compassion, nothing like the business tycoons Hazel was used to dealing with. The business tycoon Hazel used to be. You'll have to spend your honeymoon at an Aaliyah resort, she teased, exchanging a look with Catherine. Hit me up and I'll get you a discounted rate. Hazel's face burned, but she couldn't bring herself to deny anything or pretend she didn't know what Aaliyah was talking about. If things went the way she hoped, there would be a honeymoon in her future with Wesley. Thank you. I just might take you up on it. Good luck finding a vendor for your Rio de Janeiro resort. Thanks, Aaliyah said. Now go on, go get him. While Hazel was sure Aaliyah hadn't meant the phrase as a literal call to action, her entire frame surged. Buzzing from head to toe, unable to sit still any longer, Hazel rose to her feet. Her fingers tingled. Her lungs pumped. Hazel grinned. I plan to. Right now, in fact. Chapter 20. Eureka Springs was different at night. Fireflies frolicked in the woodland mountain setting, an ambiance in the air, brought on by the eager wanderers along the streets, made the town hum. Hazel scurried along up the sidewalk from where she parked, her heart in her throat. The alleys were much more eerie at night, especially with the town's history, but she braved the shadows, ignoring the shivers down her back. She approached the back door and knocked hard against the glass. Several heart-thumping moments passed, but no one responded. Les Chapeaux had long since closed. Hazel fretted. She wasn't sure what to do. It was entirely possible Wesley and his mother couldn't hear someone knock at the back door. They didn't have a TV to block out sound that Hazel had detected, but she didn't think they had anything like a doorbell up there either. Pulling out her phone, she stared at the screen. Chances were, if she tried to text him, he would ignore her, just like she'd done to him for years. Or if he was asleep, he wouldn't see the text anyway. She'd blocked him, and now he had every reason to do the same to her. On impulse, another idea struck her. She bent for a handful of pebbles and scurried around to the front of the store. Praying it wouldn't be enough to break anything, Hazel launched a pebble up to the glass. It struck with a ping. She thrust another up, and another, waiting, hoping, praying Wesley would hear it, that he was home to hear it. Wouldn't that be embarrassing if Agnes was the one to open the window? Finally, after several pulsing moments with passersby slowing in curiosity, the glass above creaked and whined, and Wesley peered through the opening. "Oh, good," Hazel called up to him. "I wasn't sure the windows opened anymore. You said this building was old." "Hazel?" Wesley blinked and turned away for a handful of seconds, returning with his glasses in place. "What are you doing?" She held up her fistful of pebbles. "It's reverse Rapunzel," she joked. "Come down, fair sir. I need to talk to you." She didn't fail to notice the slow passers-by collecting into a crowd. At least 15 people gathered in the street around her, possibly people who'd finished a late-night ghost tour. Hazel did her best to pretend they weren't there. Wesley noticed them too. His attention veered to them briefly before returning to Hazel. "You could have tried the door," he said. "I did." No one answered. "Are you coming down or not?" Resting both hands on the sill, he shook his head in disbelief. "Give me 2 seconds." Several surrounding onlookers clapped. Hazel gripped her hands, unable to keep the anticipation within her still. Words fled. She didn't have a clue what to say, only that she was determined to make things up to him in whatever way possible. Sounds came from within the shop. A dim light flickered on, not bright enough to illuminate the entire store. Wesley stepped out, wearing plaid pajama pants and a t-shirt and looking dreamily sexy in that casual way he had. Hazel's joints turned to jelly. She gripped her hands tighter and pressed them to her stomach. He turned around and locked the door behind him before facing her. "I thought you were leaving," he said. This wasn't the friendly greeting she'd been hoping for. He didn't offer a smile or any words of encouragement. She steeled herself and went on. "I couldn't. I had to tell you I'm sorry." He stuffed a hand in his pocket. "Okay." Her nerves jangled like bells. "And I'm choosing you, Wesley. I'm ready to slow down. I have investments, and my house in the Cove is paid for. Once I hire a few more people to help me, my business can manage. It's time for me to step down from my tower, to enjoy the scenic view with you. I won't even bring my cell phone on dates." Wesley laughed, as did several onlookers. Anticipation clouded the air. Fireflies danced, and all she saw was him. She waited for him to move in, to gather her to him and accept her apology. He had to. He couldn't turn her away after this. "You're really something," he said. Her heart climbed to her throat. "What? I'm being impulsive, remember?" He ran a hand behind his neck. "Hazel, I love you, but I can't handle you jerking me around like I'm on your leash. I want to be all in. You can't have me one day and push me away the next." His words stung. She became increasingly aware of the onlookers. Didn't they have somewhere else to be? The last thing she wanted was to get rejected, let alone in front of a crowd. Her voice broke. "I know. You deserve better than that, but I'm here to tell you I'm all in too. See? I'm here and I'm staying where I'm at for you, for us. I want you to know I'm going to put you first from now on." His stare stretched the seconds beating between them, but he still didn't speak. Heaviness quivered in her stomach. Hazel searched her brain, attempting to dredge up evidence to sway his current opinion of her, but came up blank. She was here now, showing him. Was that enough? "Give her a chance," a man behind Hazel called out. Several others added their enthusiastic agreement. Some even softly applauded in the humid night air. Hazel's fists clenched. She fought the urge to tug on her long hair. A chance. He'd already given her a second one. Did he have it in his heart to give her a third? His expression softened. The corner of his lips quirked in a way Hazel loved. One hand on his hip, he offered the other to her. "Come here," he said. She was nothing but pulses. In seconds, his arms were around her. It was no kiss, but sometimes an embrace was better. The feel of his body, his heart beating against hers, his rough cheek brushing her skin. Everything about him made her muscles slacken and her breathing come easy. She had no desire to be anywhere else but here, sharing this feeling of being connected, not only to Wesley but to life, to the moment, to the peaceful contentment coursing through her. Cheers erupted around them as he lifted her from the ground. "Thank you for staying," he said, dipping his face into her neck. "That means a lot to me." "Thank you for giving me another chance." When he lowered her, the crowd was still cheering them on. Hazel leaned into his shoulder, smiling and waving, before Wesley unlocked the door again and led her into the hat shop. Agnes smirked from behind the register. Based on that look, she'd seen the whole thing, but Hazel couldn't bring herself to feel embarrassed. She thought of the conversation Agnes had instigated, about the wisdom she'd shared and the encouragement she'd given Hazel to work things out with Wesley. Agnes had said she was protective of her son, an indication that the warm approval on her face meant more than Hazel could comprehend. "I'm glad you two finally got things figured out," Agnes said. "Me too," Hazel said. With Wesley's hand in hers, she was beginning to understand what it meant to hold the world in her palm. Wesley was her world. He meant everything to her, and she would never let herself lose sight of that again. She hadn't found her birth mother. She hadn't found the source of her heritage, but she had him, and in that moment, she didn't need anything else. With a renewed sense of completeness, her earlier reservations faded. She turned to Agnes. "I think I'm ready now." "Ready?" she asked, her brows lifting. With a smile from Wesley, the wholeness taking over her heart, she squeezed his hand and nodded. She would take all the soul-searching Agnes had to offer. "I couldn't let myself pick out a hat before. I guess I wasn't ready to have the attention they bring and to have your attention on me." She smiled at Agnes, and Agnes inclined her head as if she understood. "But if it's not too late, I'd like to pick one." Squeezing Wesley's hand and offering him a smile, she added, "I need one for the Derby." Somehow, finding a hat meant more than that. A hat of her own, not one that had belonged to her mother or to anyone else. For Agnes Bassett, hats were defining, and Hazel anticipated the selection more than she thought she would. With Agnes's help and Wesley by her side, with the feeling of utter and complete wholeness bursting through her, it was time to buy a hat. Agnes gestured to the dim shop, to the half-empty hat stands. They'd been picked over the past few days, and with the hats and crates waiting to be taken to the Derby the next morning, Agnes and Wesley hadn't restocked the floor. This fact didn't seem to bother Agnes. "Wonderful. Which do you choose?" Hazel glanced at the selection she'd seen in countless instances from all the times she'd visited this shop. She'd done more perusing than she wanted to admit, but Hazel hadn't allowed herself to envision anything. She hadn't allowed herself to attach to any style or particular color. She connected with these remaining selections in that sense. These hats that were still here, still in stock, still unchosen. She was still here, but she had been chosen. Wesley wanted her, even with all her flaws and the setbacks they encountered. Timidly, carefully, Hazel strolled through the stands. She'd been in the shop as an interrogator, as a business professional, as an onlooker, but this was her first time as a shopper. and she had the store all to herself. Hazel perused every offering: cotton sun hats, rattan straw hats tied off with bows, glamorous hats set with beads along the brim, handmade, eye-catching, some with stripes, elegant bowlers with polka dots, some with flowers the same color as their satin fabric. Presented with the countless possibilities, Hazel stalled. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Don't think too hard about it," Agnes said. "For some, the headwear jumps out immediately, and they know in an instant that hat is for them. For others, the search takes time, takes trying on different styles until they decide." "Why does it sound like you're describing love?" Hazel asked sheepishly. Wesley dipped his head with a smile directed at his mom. Agnes chuckled. "Perhaps because it is. Though with hats, you can have as many selections as you like. You can rotate through them as it pleases you. I doubt that would work for love." "Probably not," Hazel agreed. She took another step deeper into the forest of stands and rotated. "I feel like there's one that can define me, that will be the perfect hat, not just for tomorrow, but one I'll always want to come back to." She thought of the gray wool hat with the flattened bow at the back that Rosabelle had displayed with so much excitement. That hat was fashionable and tasteful, but simple too, with a back-in-time feel, just like Rosabelle. The hat seemed to define who she was. Hazel wanted something that did the same for her. Agnes's steps were silent on their way to her. "Then who are you?" Agnes asked. "What do you want most?" Hazel inhaled and closed her eyes. "I want," she said the first thing that came to her mind, "Wesley. I love him, always Wesley. And stability. I want freedom and happiness. I want beauty. I love the lake outside my home. I love things to be in their places. I love soft music and purposeful conversations that drip with meaning. I love knowledge and connection with the world. I love second chances because I don't always know what I have until I've lost it. And thanks to those, I've finally become the person I was meant to be all along." Slowly, her lashes lifted. Wesley's gaze burned, filled with a reflection of everything she'd voiced. He was her first love the first time around, and her second chance this time. He was everything. He'd helped her slow down and realize what she was missing out on. He'd helped her climb down her tower and find the life she'd always wanted, the life she'd meant to live. Agnes's glance darted between the two of them before she strolled forward, took Hazel's hand, and guided her toward one of the tall mirrors near the division between the men's and the women's section of the shop. With a single finger, Agnes guided Hazel's attention to a hat high up on the farthest stand. The hat could only be called glamorous. It was the color of champagne in sunlight and drenched with organza along its floppy brim. Hazel's fingers tingled on their way to the approach, and then gently, carefully, she lifted it from its peg and stared at its features with wonder. "This one?" Hazel said in awe. She never thought she'd wear anything like this. It was one of those moments where a dream she didn't know she had was about to come true. "Very striking," Agnes said, circling Hazel as she held the hat in admiration. "Confident, composed and classy, made to stand out. A fiery match for a competent woman." Why did the compliment mean so much more coming from someone like Agnes Bassett? Hazel's entire body relaxed. Her breaths came easy, and the lightness in her chest was unprecedented. A sense of calm and ease washed over her. Carefully, but with command, Agnes took the hat from Hazel and placed it on her head. The action touched Hazel with the sense of being loved, the way she might have felt under a mother's watchful, loving inspection. With care, Agnes adjusted the hat onto Hazel's head It fit snugly around her scalp, and then Agnes guided Hazel to take in her reflection in the long mirror beside them. Hazel's breath caught. With the contrast of the organza against her black hair and the way the champagne tones complemented the gold in her skin, it was stunning. The hat set off her pink lips, making them pout that much more. It accentuated the shape of her eyes, the lines of her face. She'd always had confidence and felt pretty in her appearance, but now she could conquer anything in this hat. You do not care what others think of you in this. In fact, standing out is your mantra. It announces you have found yourself, and you're ready for whoever wishes to find you as well. Agnes's knowing gaze pegged Hazel directly as though a hammer to a nail. Agnes hadn't spoken her son's name, but Hazel heard it anyway. Wesley. He was the one she wanted to have find her. Hazel angled her head in Wesley's direction. Do you agree? Wesley edged in, slipped his hands around her, and pressed a kiss to her cheek. You look beautiful, he said in her ear, needing to dip behind the hat's brim to accomplish it. An electric jolt accompanied his deep voice, spearing from the base of her spine to prickle along her hairline. She turned back to Agnes. What will I wear with this tomorrow? The Derby is meant to be a fashionable event, isn't it? Should I pick something that goes with a dress I already have? Agnes shook her head. The outfit comes after the hat. It's a rite of passage. You dress to impress no matter what you wear, Wesley added, making her stomach burn at the compliment. Just have fun with it, Agnes said. No matter what, this will be your red carpet moment. Hazel was overwhelmed by their praise. She wasn't sure she could handle any more compliments. Thank you both so much. You know, she added, turning to Agnes, her business side flaring to life, you could develop an app for people to help them select a hat when, like me, it takes them a while to choose. We could have a questionnaire put together that people could fill out, and then based on their answers, on their facial features and personalities, the app would offer styles. She faded off at Agnes's expression and hurried to amend it. But, of course, that would negate the personalized touch customers receive from you when they come. Wesley grinned and dipped down to kiss her again. No app could replace Agnes Bassett, he said. His mom inclined her head in response. He was right about that. Hazel removed the hat from her head. What do I owe you? Nothing, Agnes and Wesley said at the same time. It has been my pleasure, Agnes added. Mine too, Wes winked. Hazel set her jaw. She couldn't accept the hat for nothing, not when it meant so much more to her than a mere fashion piece. I'm going to pay you for the hat, Agnes. Agnes waved her off, taking the hat with her into the back room. Hazel and Wesley followed, and Hazel watched Agnes retrieve a white hat box, place the champagne organza hat within, and pass it back to Hazel's keeping. Give your money to the school fundraiser. That is where it should go. By the way, did you ever find anything about your birth mother? Hazel held the box close to her chest and stared at its black ribbon. Not yet, but I haven't had the chance to go through the rest of the boxes you've got up there. There is time, Agnes said, patting her hand. And now, I'm headed to bed. We have a big day tomorrow. That we do, Wesley said. Good night, Maman. Good night, Hazel said. And thank you, Agnes, for everything. Agnes paused at the door to give them a final nod before heading up. Wesley's arms slipped around Hazel the minute Agnes was gone. He set the hat box on the nearby table and gathered her to him, holding her tightly before slipping his mouth over hers. Hazel held him just as tight and answered as fervently as she could. The kiss was a resolution and a promise. It made her entire body meld to his. Finally it slowed, but even when he pulled away, he didn't let her go. "Wesley," Hazel said softly, "I keep thinking I want to go find her." "Find her?" "My birth mom. I want to find her, and I want you to come with me after the Derby." "That sounds like an indecent proposal, Miss Strickland." Hazel chuckled. "I heard a rumor that you wanted to make me a decent one once." Wesley bit his lip. "You don't think it's a little too soon for that? That would be impulsive." She toyed with the hair at his nape. "Have you ever noticed how some people need 8 years to think things through, while others only need 8 minutes?" He rubbed a thumb over her eyebrow, his gaze drinking her in. "I think it's a bit late for this conversation, but I'm glad you're here." "Me too," she said, settling her head against his chest. They said nothing. For now, the embrace, the fulfilling, reassuring comfort of having each other was all they needed. Wesley was right. There would be time to talk later, during the Derby tomorrow and the tomorrows after that. Time for catching up, for kissing, for life plans, travel, and searching. But for now, they held on to one another. Chapter 21. Wesley got maybe an hour of sleep. He was completely shocked by Hazel's remarks about rushing off to find her birth mom. The prospect wouldn't leave him alone. It resonated inside of him just like aiming for the fashion design program at Oklahoma State had done. Instinctively, he knew that program was where he belonged, just as he knew Hazel showed up in his life again for a reason. His only hesitation was leaving his mom to run the shop alone. Liz had implied wanting to increase her hours. She could be the help Mom would need. They got along great, and lately Mom had relied on Liz a great deal more. He could do it. Run away with Hazel? The conversation played over and over in his mind, cranking his heartbeat and refusing to let him relax at all, no matter which way he lay. Rooster sensed his unease too. The dog kept popping his head up, settling it back down on his front paws, and then peering and angling his head at Wesley every time he moved or mumbled to himself. Having her in his arms last night, seeing her show up impulsively and give up her trip with Aaliyah, it was as though they'd managed to edit out the last 8 years and get right back to the morning before they'd broken up, before he'd ruined everything with accusations. That morning was the last time he'd felt like this. He was determined not to blow it this time. After his minimal rest, Wesley was wired, ready for the day, ready to act on the thoughts that kept him up all night long. In the daylight, Wesley rifled through his drawer and pulled out the pictures he'd saved of her, along with the flyer she'd handed him at the gathering where they'd first met, and then he finally found what he was looking for. Stashed in the back of the drawer, the ring box fit perfectly in his hand. He knew this was stupid. Hazel hated impulsivity, but after last night he had to at least see if it was a possibility. He didn't want to only run away with her to find her birth mom. He wanted her to be his wife while they were at it. And from the turn their conversation had taken last night, something told him Hazel wanted the same thing. After a glance at the clock, the time to start packing hats into his old pickup truck had come. They had to get set up. He needed to shower and dress on top of everything else, but he had a phone call to make first. Mrs. Davenport had everything situated for the Derby, but she could make a small exception, couldn't she? Opal Heart Ranch's track was a beehive of activity. Jockeys leading horses marked with bright-colored numbers from their stalls to the track, business owners bustling to sell their wares at their booths, men and women with clipboards, tablets, and earpieces communicating to make things run as smoothly as possible. A pair of men attempted to rehang the banner labeling the Hats and Horses event along the front of the stands because one end had fallen off. The entire town turned out for the race. The air whirled with the chatter of men and women who weren't shy with the colors of their suits and dresses. These spectators were glamorous in their bold patterns and pastels, with their well-suited hats shouting for attention. Hats were just what Agnes had declared. They were a rite of passage, and everyone wore one. And those who didn't were currently clustered around Les Chapeau's booth, giving Wesley a run for his money. Hazel wore a blush-pink cocktail dress with a tulle skirt and cap sleeves. She'd abandoned her heels for a more comfortable pair of flats, and she hustled to help run cards through the card reader, aiding citizens and tourists ready to witness which horse would be Eureka Springs' Triple Crown contender. "Is this what you expected it to be?" Hazel asked as Wesley passed her another card to run through the reader. "Yes," Wesley said. "I'm glad you're here to help me. I couldn't have done this without you." Other booths were lined up behind the bandstands, offering trinkets of brilliantly colored stained glass from the Looking Glass shop, handcrafted dog treats from the same woman Hazel had seen in From Wags to Wishes when she'd followed Wesley into the shop a few days ago, and even decadent bouquets of fresh flowers from a booth labeled Lily and Rose. "Can I have that one, please?" the woman in line asked, pointing to a wide hat whose sophisticated shape was contradicted by a huge splash of flowers, making it look as though the hat wore a fruit salad. "Absolutely," Wesley said. Turning to Hazel as he reached for the hat from its peg, he added, "If this doesn't buy the kids a new playground, I don't know what will." "I made a donation," Hazel said with a shrug. Truth be told, she and any of the other billionaires at the Cove could have funded the school's needed equipment, but that would have deprived the town of this event. From the shouts, the laughter, the excited energy in the warm air, everyone was drinking it all in. Wesley's eyes tapered beneath his glasses. "I'm sure you did." "What? I had to make up for this gem somehow." She pointed to the organza brim hugging her scalp. Sweat already began collecting beneath the hat, but she wasn't about to take it off. Wesley adjusted the trilby he'd worn during their first dinner a few nights ago when he twisted her arm into meeting him to discuss her proposal. He'd made her mouth water that night. And now, sequestered with him in this stifling booth, the summer heat wasn't the only thing making her blood race. Wesley was undeniably brutal in his suit and that hat. Another couple approached, a good-looking man with dark hair in a polo shirt and khakis, and a petite, pretty woman with brown curls tied halfway so the rest hung past her shoulders. She wore a delightful blue wraparound dress with a big white flower pattern splashed over it. "Hey, Wesley," the woman said, offering a friendly smile. "Maya," he greeted brightly. "I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Still teaching at the high school?" She beamed. "I am. I've been working at a summer camp for the past few weeks, but I had to come out and see my rodeo kids participating in the race. This is Parker." "Hey there," Parker greeted, offering Wesley a hand over the booth's desk. "Looks like we need some hats if we want to fit in." "That you do," Wesley agreed with a smile. "Any that you like in particular?" Hazel asked. Parker settled on a gray fedora with a black band around its center, while Maya picked the hat Hazel had been eyeing herself. With its sheer sky-blue fabric, swooping brim, and flamboyant organza ruffled in the front, the elegant hat fit perfectly with Maya's dress. The couple ambled toward the stands, hand in hand. The line slowed, giving Hazel and Wesley a pause. They'd already sold half of the hats they'd brought this morning. Maybe if they went through the rest of the products, she and Wesley could slip away and watch the race. A woman in an elegant violet suit, paired with a straw bonnet sporting a bright yellow bow, shuffled along the grass and across the dirt road to their booth. She lifted her head, and Wesley cleared his throat. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Agnes beamed at him. "I would never miss an excuse to dress up. Liz is watching the shop. Besides, the whole town is here, no?" She peered toward the towering stands filled with spectators. Feathers on women's hats flurried in the gentle breeze, reminding Hazel of a flock of birds. The race is about to begin, Agnes said, making her way around to enter the booth from its side half door. You two go on. Enjoy yourselves. Brimming with excitement and happiness, Hazel hugged Agnes. Thank you. Agnes's eyes were alight. You're welcome. Your hat looks lovely, by the way. Hazel grinned. So does yours. Wesley gave his mom a hug too, and together he and Hazel meandered past the other booths toward the track. Energy flowed through the stadium. The track spread before them, barred by a high fence along which people congregated, pointing eagerly toward the gates where the horses and their jockeys waited. Others remained in the stands, gazing with anticipation. Several, who were seated higher up, held binoculars to give them a better view. Where should we go? Wesley asked. I'm not sure there's an empty space in the arena. Doesn't matter to me, Hazel said. Gripping her hand, Wesley guided her through the throngs of people until he found an empty space at the other end of the bleachers. A woman's voice bellowed over a loudspeaker welcoming everyone to the event. The Eureka Springs Elementary School is grateful to have your unyielding support. The funds from today will provide them with much-needed inclusive playground equipment. The crowd cheered at this pronouncement. Youth from Eureka Springs High School will be jockeying their horses for this race. We're ecstatic to name the winner, so let the race begin. Cheers rang out. A shot was fired, and then the gates burst open. Horses bolted from within their chutes. Jockeys hunched low across the horses' manes, faces pinched in concentration, while the horses' hooves turned the dirt on the track. Thunder sounded as the racers passed where Wesley and Hazel stood. Wesley released a loud whoop. Hazel clapped her enthusiasm for the racers. She didn't know any of the contenders, but the winner didn't matter as much to her as she was sure it did to the others in the audience. Wesley's grin, his shoulder bumping into hers, was enough reward for her. Gaining speed with every step, the horses ran, until finally they scrambled for the finish line. A flag was waved, and if Hazel thought the crowd was loud before, their cheers erupted. People jumped up and down, whooping, whistling, cheering on the winner. The jockey and her horse were presented before the crowd with a ribbon and a gigantic bouquet of flowers, and then the crowd began to simmer when the woman's voice over the loudspeaker continued. Now we have one other surprise, folks. One of our citizens has a special announcement of his own. Thrilled at the excitement, Hazel clapped louder with the others. She turned to Wesley with her comment of, I wonder what this is all about, only to find he was no longer standing beside her. Confusion coursed through her. Her gaze swept along the crowd. People pointed and muttered, calling out quips. One person even shouted out, Hey, it's Wesley! Hard in her throat, Hazel peered out at the track. Decked out in his dark suit, Trilby seductively perched on his forehead, Wesley Bassett made his way across the track to the center green with a microphone in his hand. What is he doing? Someone beside her wondered aloud. Hazel couldn't do anything but breathe. What was he doing? Wesley stopped in the center of the green and waved to the crowd. Hey there, he said. My name is Wesley Bassett, and my mom and I own Les Chapeaux in town. I recognize most of the hats here. You all look fantastic. People cheered and laughed at this pronouncement. A smile slowly spread on Hazel's lips. Maybe this was something in honor of the fundraiser. It was called Hats and Horses, after all. Maybe he and his mom had plans to officially end it by sharing the total number of funds the hat sales had provided to the school. But I'm not here to talk about hats. I actually have something else in mind. Hazel Strickland, would you come out here, please? Hazel's ears rang. The spectators muttered and whispered among themselves, hanging on his words and wondering what he was up to. She glanced to the right. At the end of the stands, a chain-link gate waited. Shrewd, Wes, she thought to herself. acting like he was trying to find room for them to stand. Had he planned on positioning themselves here, by this gate, to give them easier access? Moving as if her steps never touched the ground, Hazel wedged her way through the remaining crowd to the gate. Her joints liquefied. She fiddled with the clasp on the gate a few times before it came free, and she closed it behind her before taking the few steps down to the track's dirt. Claps began to chime in a steady beat from the stands. She crossed the track the horses had churned up minutes before. Her feet sank into the soft grass, and she kept her gaze on him. A knot fisted in her stomach. A flush of adrenaline coursed through her. She placed a hand on her hat in a sudden gush to keep it from flying off in the breeze. Shoulders broad, one hand in his suit pocket, Wesley stood like her own personal prize, glorious and blinding. Head angled, he drank in the sight of her. His eyes took on an intense expression filled with possession, delight, and desire. Hazel couldn't decide which she wanted more, to pelt him with questions or drag him away and have him all to herself. Before she could decide, he lowered to one knee. Her mouth flew open and she hid her face in her hands. Dizziness overtook her. "Hazel Allegra Strickland," he said into the microphone. The crowd's noise had thinned to a thrumming silence. "You were brought back into my life for a reason, and I'm not about to let you go again. I love the light you bring everywhere you go. I love your loyalty, your determination, and your heart. I love your beautiful smile and the way you are the missing piece to the puzzle of my life. You asked me to give you another chance, to run away with you, but I want to give you more than that. I want to spend forever with you. Will you marry me?" No one moved. No one spoke. Wesley rested the hand holding the microphone on his bent knee and offered a glittering diamond ring in his other. Vulnerability lingered in his eyes. He was nervous about this, Hazel suspected. Nervous about her response. Last night he'd said he wanted all of her. This was an extremely bold move to see if she meant what she'd said last night, too. He wasn't just giving her that chance. He was asking for the ultimate commitment from her. Fuzziness overtook her brain. Her breathing suspended, but her thoughts finally caught up to her mouth. He loved her. No more breakups, no more any chances, second or other. He wanted her forever. And she wanted nothing more than him. This was daring and romantic. This was impulsive, and yet something told Hazel he'd thought this decision through very carefully for longer than she knew. Hadn't she been thinking along these same lines too? The crowd grew restless with waiting. Mike lowered, Wesley muttered, "I know you have your business and that it's important to you. I know you have your commitments and obligations, but giving up your trip, staying here with me, that meant a lot. If you're willing to make this work, then I am too. I want to marry you, Hazel. I've always wanted to marry you." "Yes," she said without another beat. "Yes." They would make this work because that's what two people did when they loved each other. Wesley's grin widened. She offered him her left hand, and with a warm, reassuring touch, he slipped the ring onto her fourth finger. The crowd exploded. People stomped in the stands. The woman over the loudspeaker added words to it that Hazel couldn't comprehend. All she knew was that Wesley's arms were around her, that he lifted her from the grass and spun her in a slow circle and whispered the words, "I love you," in her ear. "I love you too," she said, holding him tighter, and then his lips were on hers and she was soaring, floating, flying, grazing the surface of the exuberant shouts from the crowd and the exultation spearing through her. "How did you arrange this?" she asked. He lowered her to the ground. Beaming at her with tears in his eyes, he brushed a stray hair from her face. "I called the owner of Opal Heart. She said she could pull a few strings for me. And of course, Mom was on the board. I wanted to see you all decked out like Eliza Doolittle. Hazel laughed and threw her arms around him all over again. Wesley loved her. She was going to become his wife, and she couldn't be happier. Epilogue. Piles of papers littered the floor. Together, in between making plans for their wedding, she and Wesley had searched nearly every box in Agnes's attic. Only one box remained, and Hazel had little hopes there would be anything within this one other than what had been in the others. Papers and more papers, with names and information that meant little. She'd called her mom to tell her about the engagement. While part of Hazel had been loath to admit defeat in a sense, Wesley had a point. Sandy really did have her best interests at heart. Hazel had always known her mom loved her. She needed the reminder that maybe the way she'd been interpreting Sandy's remarks wasn't necessarily the way Sandy actually meant for them to come out. "I'm so happy you're getting married," Sandy had said. "Your dad and I always wanted this for you, a good, fulfilled life." Hazel chose to take her mom's words for how she wanted to think Sandy meant them. "I have a good, fulfilled life, and I know I have you to thank for it." "You have yourself, too. You've made this life yourself, you know." The sentiment meant more than Sandy could ever know. She didn't often pay Hazel compliments. "What about this search of yours?" Sandy had asked. "I know you don't approve," Hazel had said, "but finding them is important to me." "Then I guess nothing I can say will deter you." "No. Wesley supports my search, Mom. We're doing this together." Sandy had paused before her voice turned soft. "Sounds like you've got a good man there." "I do," she said, smiling at the thought of saying those same words under entirely different circumstances. Soon. Though Hazel was over the moon with the way her life had turned itself around, she still wanted closure over the whereabouts of her birth family. Hazel had always sought the esteem of the world, but what did that matter if she didn't have approval in her own heart? She had felt off about her life, out of balance, like she was seeking for happiness in all the wrong places. Knee-deep in her routine, in her way of thinking, Wesley had helped her find a different, better way. He hadn't given up on her, and she couldn't give up on this. A year ago, even a month ago, she would have been content with her constant pace and lack of connections. Maybe it was Eureka Springs, the way the world seemed to rotate slower here. She hadn't seen the flaws in her life. Not until she'd arrived at her lake house, until she'd bumped into Wesley again and committed herself to him completely. She hadn't realized how much time was spent actually working at her computer and how much time was spent looking out the windows, just like Rapunzel. The feeling of being off balance was gone now, thanks to Wesley, and with his ring on her finger, she felt more at home than she ever had before. Finding her birth mother was the last thing she needed to make right. Hazel sighed and reached into the box for another piece of paper. This was a shipping label, listing several items, numbers, and names. Her glazed-over eyes skimmed through the list of numbers. The brand names she didn't recognize, until they settled on one familiar. Whirl. Bursting with adrenaline and excitement, Hazel rose to her knees and scanned the page. This had been shipped in 1977, 11 years before Hazel was born. Pointing a finger, she started at the top once more, eagerly skimming every single line. The hat, make, and model didn't register with her, but as she neared the bottom, near the total cost of shipment, a name snagged her breath. These items were packaged by Alina S. Ivan. The product was packaged in Rio de Janeiro. She didn't want to get her hopes up, not when the name nor the location didn't match up, but Hazel's biological father's name had been Ivan. Could that S stand for Silva? Had Alina used her husband's name as her surname for some reason? "Wesley!" Hazel called out, knowing full well he was all the way downstairs helping his mom in the storefront. In a rush, Hazel gathered the other papers, not bothering to straighten them before stuffing them back into the box. She pulled the chain to turn off the light and scampered down the stairs. She went down one staircase, then another, until she surged through the workshop and out onto the floor. Hazel pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth. Customers filled the store as usual, pausing to admire certain styles and examining their appearance in the mirrors. Wesley was talking to a man in a suit who was trying on a European-style bowler hat that matched the tweed of his suit. It was all she could do not to dash over there and yank his arm away from the customer, to scream with excitement at having found a clue at last. None of the investigators she'd hired had ever gotten wind of her mother working in a warehouse of any kind, which under today's modern resources seemed more than strange, just about as strange as her mother completely disappearing off the map. No birth certificate held any information of an Alina Silva from Brazil. No death records seemed to exist, and they lived in such a remote part of the country, record-keeping the way she was familiar with wasn't done. People lived because they were born to. They worked in the tobacco fields or farmed for their own families in the remote villages where the Stricklands had found her. This was a thread that was completely possible. Would her birth mother have lived in Rio de Janeiro and worked in this factory before she had children? It was a clue, and that was all Hazel needed. Wesley accompanied the man to the counter where his mother handled the payment. Hazel knew the routine by heart, watching him take the hat to the back and return with a fancy box in hand. The man gave generous thanks, nodding to each of them in turn before making his way out to the street. Hazel dashed forward. "I found something, Wes. I found something." His blue eyes brightened. She loved his face, his features, everything about him. "You did? About your mom?" She thrust the receipt in his face. "Look, this isn't her last name, but it is my birth father's first name. What if she used it instead for some reason? What if she worked in this factory and was gifted one of the hats?" "The hat she gave to you," Agnes said, stepping closer from her position behind the register and filling in the blanks. "Exactly." "Send this to your investigator," Wesley said. "You could really be onto something." "I have a better idea." Hazel gripped his hands and peered into his gaze. "Do you remember my request? What if we went ourselves?" "To Rio de Janeiro?" "Yes." Hazel thought of Rosabel's recent wedding. When she and Rosabel had discussed plans in the Hawthorns' rose garden, she never thought she'd be making wedding plans of her own. Aaliyah said she'd give us a discount at one of the Aaliyah resorts for our honeymoon. What if we pushed the date forward and took a little detour now? Wesley's brows leapt. "You talked to Aaliyah about our honeymoon?" She had great insight for someone so young. He laughed and drew her to him again. "We marry, go to Rio de Janeiro, and then what?" "Then we go to this factory. We follow the new lead in this trail. It's an adventure, Wes. Impulsive, just the way you like it. We should elope. Go check out the Rio de Janeiro Aaliyah Resort for our honeymoon and find my birth mother." "We'll have to do a little bit of planning," he hedged. "This is your department, but won't we have to make sure that factory is still there? Book hotels, plane tickets, that kind of thing?" She smacked his shoulder with the paper, and he gathered her in his arms. "Stop putting me off. What do you say?" "Yes," he laughed. "Of course I'll go with you. Just say the word and I'm ready to be all yours." All his. All each other's. It was more than Hazel had ever dreamed of. "How does marrying tomorrow sound?" she asked. With another belly laugh, Wesley bent enough to hug her lower than he usually did, only so he could lift her higher. Hazel peered down at the adoration and exuberance in his gaze. "I'm not sure how to respond to your impulsiveness." "Better get used to it," she said with a smirk. Tipping just enough, Hazel gave him a promising kiss. They would marry, maybe in the little shop up the street whose dangling sign offered weddings. They would venture to South America, and hopefully they would find her mother. If not, at least she would be starting her adventure with Wesley by her side. Thanks for listening. This concludes Hazel and her Billionaire Tower. Keep listening for the bonus novella and continuation of Hazel and Wesley's story in The Billionaire's Lost Family. The Billionaire's Lost Family, a Once Upon a Billionaire novella by Catelyn Meadows. Chapter 1. Hazel couldn't believe she was doing this. She'd never jumped headfirst into anything in her life, not without plans and order and days of research and strategy. But the longer she stood across from Wesley, the longer his soft fingers captured hers, and the longer the municipal court judge who now ran Eureka Springs portraiture spoke in his slow and steady bass, the more certain she was about Wesley's ring on her fourth finger maintaining its current position. "Do you, Hazel Allegra Strickland, take this man, Wesley Lawrence Bassett, to be your lawfully wedded husband, to honor and cherish him in sickness and in health for as long as you both shall live?" Hazel couldn't suppress her smile. She'd imagined those exact words for so long, and it took no amount of effort to say, "I do." Wesley's handsome smile unhinged her. It wasn't only the smile, though. It was the whole tuck's dark hair purposely tousled white rose in his breast pocket package. It took every ounce of effort not to leap into his embrace and instead wait for him to answer Judge Merrow's questions of fidelity and promise. "I do," Wesley said, giving Hazel a wink. Her entire body hummed under the force of that statement. "I do." How could two simple sounds mean so much? "Then by the power vested in me through the state of Arkansas, I now pronounce you, Hazel Allegra Strickland, and Wesley Lawrence Bassett, man and wife. Wesley, you may kiss your bride." Judge Merrows closed the packet he'd been reading from and gave Wesley a reassuring nod. Tears collected in Wesley's eyes. His grip on her hands tightened, but Hazel didn't have any reservations about throwing herself at him this time. She tiptoed up. He met her halfway, and the feel of his lips against hers had never had so much impact. His hands clung to her, and she gripped his lapels as his mouth moved with hers. This kiss rocked worlds and stirred oceans in their sleep. It crashed like waves and reverberated inside of her the way crackling thunder overhead sometimes did. It was the kind of kiss that marked change, that signified the ending of one version of their lives and the opening of another. "I love you, Mrs. Bassett," Wesley whispered against her mouth. "I love you," she replied as naturally as breathing. Mrs. Bassett. She'd done it now. White gown procured from a shop here in town, bouquet of white roses and baby's breath from Lily and Rose, the floral shop. A vow spoken with more promise than she'd ever given anything before. Yes, she'd definitely done it. She'd married the man of her dreams. Soon enough, the days of realization faded, and she was reminded of others in the room. Judge Merrows smiled at them, wiping the top of his bald head with a handkerchief. Several of Hazel and Wesley's friends around Eureka Springs had come for the hasty union. Hazel's mom had made the drive despite her near-constant reminders of disappointment, not only because Hazel was rushing this marriage, but because she was then headed off to find her birth family. But Wesley's mother, Agnes Bassett, beamed at them from the front row. She wore a dainty fascinator with a gauzy little veil that didn't extend any farther than her forehead. Fingerless lace gloves covered her hands as they gripped a small purse in front of her, and the smile she offered Wesley and Hazel could only be described as jubilant. She scurried forward down the brief aisle of black chairs in the shop that also doubled as a photography studio, and Hazel quickly welcomed her new mother-in-law into an embrace. "Congratulations, you two," Agnes said with tears in her eyes as well. "C'est très bon. I'm so happy for you." "Merci, maman," Wesley muttered in French, pulling his mother into his arms once her hug with Hazel ended. Rosabelle Hawthorne, Hazel's friend and neighbor, bounced forward with a little squeal once Hazel was done hugging Agnes. Wearing a simple blue dress with yellow flowers, she gave Hazel a quick hug. Her husband Duncan lingered behind but offered Hazel a friendly nod and shook Wesley's hand. "Oh my goodness, this is so exciting," Rosabelle said. "I'm so happy for you. Talk about surprise weddings." Hazel couldn't hold down her grin. "Thank you, my friend." It hadn't been that long ago that Rosabelle and Duncan had wedded at Thorncrown Chapel in the mountains not far from Eureka Springs. Her wedding had been lavish and extravagant compared to the hasty nuptials Wesley and Hazel threw together. Still, Hazel wouldn't trade this moment for anything. She'd never been happier to have her life change so rapidly. They greeted several others from the town, including Wesley's friend Keon Gould, the stand-up comedian. The walk toward the store's exit took no time at all, and when she and Wesley emerged hand in hand into the late August heat and stood beneath the sign that dangled from the awning overhead pronouncing "Weddings Offered," she couldn't help kissing her new husband. Wesley wrapped his arms around her and kissed her back, long and hard, moving as they kissed. Cheers erupted from their friends, and the photographer who'd been waiting outside for them to emerge could be heard clicking several shots. With glee, Hazel lifted her small bouquet of daylilies in the air as Wesley bent, hugged her around the thighs, and lifted her into a spin in the middle of the street. A few cars slowed their progress, because why wouldn't they? But Hazel suspected their perpetual honking wasn't out of annoyance. Wesley lowered her to the ground. She couldn't stop staring at him. He'd never looked more mesmerizing, more attractive, or more kissable. In fact, that was all she wanted to do. This time, as Wesley kissed her back, he guided them both toward the sidewalk so the cars that had stopped could idle past. "You're all I ever wanted," Hazel told him as he pulled away. He smirked at this. "Well, now you've got me." She held tighter to him. Yes, she did. She wanted to make sure nothing ever changed that. Wesley stroked her cheek, his eyes gleaming with solemn affection directed only at her. That glance made her knees weak. "I never thought this day would come. I thought I'd lost you forever, and now you're mine." She wrapped her arms even tighter around him. "And you're mine." Happy bliss trickled through every inch of her. She'd never been so content, so at one with everything, not only in the world around her, but inside of herself, too. Being married to Wesley made life seem a little more complete than it had before. Wesley kissed her again, but the photographer interrupted. "Would you like a few more shots around the town?" he asked, lifting the camera attached to a strap around his neck. Ideally, Hazel would have preferred a nice photo shoot, perhaps in the neighboring trees or along some of the idyllic stone stairways or even back at the mountain cove by the lake. But the other arrangements they'd rushed to make pressured her mind, and the photographer knew of the hurry they were in. "I think we have plenty, thank you," Hazel replied. "Thank you." "All righty then." He inclined his head and placed the cap on his camera. "I'll get these images to you shortly, Mr. and Mrs. Bassett." The inclusion of her new name with his was like a rush of wind inside of her. It gusted with resonance and widened the grin already on her face. "Ready to get out of here?" Wesley muttered with his nose pressed to her temple. She hated being so rushed, but it was necessary, and she wasn't only thinking of the wedding night they would be spending at the Basin Park Hotel. Just one thing was still out of place in her life now. The one thing she'd been searching for so long. Not more than 2 weeks ago, Hazel had found a receipt in the Bassett's attic that hinted at her birth family's whereabouts. At the age of 2, she'd contracted yellow fever following an earthquake that took place in a remote village in Brazil. In an attempt to save her life, the Stricklands had brought her to the United States and ended up adopting her after her family disappeared. When she was 10 years old, they told her the truth about her heritage, and in learning of her birth family and their destitute circumstances, Hazel had been trying to locate them ever since. Every effort to find them had failed. She'd even hired investigators to follow what little trail she had, but every time the trail died off. Hazel refused to believe her family had vanished. She wanted to find them. She dedicated her life to making enough money to help support them should she ever discover where they were. What good was her billionaire status if she couldn't use her success and good fortune to help them? The only thing her birth mother, Alina Silva, had left for her when she'd asked for the Stricklands to save Hazel's life had been a hat. When Hazel discovered an almost identical hat in Wesley's mom's hat shop here in Eureka Springs, that had thrown everything into motion. Then last week, she discovered her birth mother's name combined with her birth father's name on a receipt from a warehouse in Brazil. Hazel knew it wasn't much. She knew traveling halfway around the world based on a single possible clue on a receipt from 30 years ago was crazy. But she had to go. She had to try. And she had the money, so why not? She'd waited over 20 years to find them. She didn't want to wait another moment. Wesley had agreed to a hasty marriage after that. He'd agreed to follow her around the world in search of her birth family if that was what it took, on the condition they returned to Eureka Springs so he could continue his work at Les Chapeaux, his family's hat shop. He was definitely a keeper. Hazel realized she'd taken too long to reply to his question. "So ready," she told him. His mouth pulled into a delicious smirk. He brought her hand to his lips and then held it as they made their way back to Les Chapeaux, his mother's hat shop. Their bags were already packed and waiting in the apartment upstairs. Hazel's privately commissioned jet to Miami was leaving that evening. Miami would connect to Brazil, and something told Hazel their adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 2. Hazel may be used to this kind of luxury, but this was Wesley's first time in a private jet. The plane was small and intimate. A single door blocked the cabin from the pilot, and within the cabin was spacious. Only a handful of seats were available, and they were situated more like someone's living room than an airplane. If it wasn't for the popping in his ears and the occasional jolts of turbulence, coupled with the stereotypical rushing sound of traveling through the air at high speeds, Wesley would have thought they were in a high-end apartment. He'd never traveled internationally before, so he was determined to get some sleep during the flight. The idea of staying awake for another day after they'd traveled wasn't extremely appealing. He'd left Rooster with a friend who worked at From Wags to Wishes up the street from Mama's hat shop in Eureka Springs. His friend also had a dog and was already in the habit of walking her schnauzer. Rooster definitely wouldn't be too put out at ready access to his favorite dog treats. Hazel's associate, Elia Alir, had offered them a complimentary stay at the Rio de Janeiro Alir Resort, but circumstances had changed, and they were heading for a smaller remote town called Calma, an extremely secluded part of the country that, in all honesty, made Wesley nervous. He didn't have experience traveling to another country, which was the main source of his unease. He wanted to be someone Hazel could rely on if they needed help, and Wesley didn't have the first clue about how to handle things that might go wrong. Her cow print leather luggage would be easy enough to spot anyway. It matched the handbag currently propped against the couch he was supposed to be sleeping on. Wesley chuckled at that, remembering his reaction when she'd first emerged from her car with the ostentatious luggage. "Cow print?" he'd asked, not bothering to repress his incredulity. The roller suitcase was white with brown splotches and would stand out anywhere and everywhere. "Is something wrong with that?" she'd asked. "As long as you didn't kill a cow to get it." He'd gotten a knuckle in the shoulder for that one. Soon enough, night fell and the pilot darkened the cabin lights. Hazel slept in the reclined seat on the plane, her black hair splayed across the cream leather. And though tiredness was almost overwhelming, Wesley watched her, taking in the way her lids sometimes fluttered, the way her hand rested on her opposite shoulder, the way her breathing was so steady and peaceful. Warmth spilled over him at the sight of her. He was tempted to cuddle in with her, to hold her as she slept, but he didn't want to risk waking her. No sense in both of them being completely exhausted once they arrived. Sometime during the 12 hours from Miami to Brazil, his lids succumbed and he fell into a restless slumber. An abrupt male voice broke into his sleep. "Mr. and Mrs. Bassett, we will be arriving in Calma within half an hour," the pilot announced. Wesley stirred. It took him a few minutes to remember they were thousands of feet in the air. In the seat beside him, Hazel rolled to face him. Her long dark hair had taken on a bit of curl, and her beautiful smile was the only sunrise he ever needed. "Hey," she said, stretching her arms above her head. "Did you get any sleep?" "Some," he said. With an inhale, she positioned her seat upright and then sashayed over and settled herself onto his lap. Wesley breathed her in, her vanilla scent, and rubbed the smooth skin of her arms. She combed her fingers through his hair and laid her head against his chest. "Good morning, husband." Wesley stroked her back and stretched his legs. He was surprised he'd gotten some sleep after all, though with her in his arms, sleep was the last thing on his mind. He blinked a few times. "I like the sound of that." She kissed him and then attempted to scurry away, but he wrapped his arms around her, keeping her a little longer. "I've got to check the itinerary. Stop that, Wesley," she giggled. After another attempt to leave, Wesley convinced her to cuddle a little longer and get lost in his lips. Several minutes later, resting her forehead against his, with her hands on either side of his face, she was more beautiful than she'd ever been. "I really do need to check something before we land," she said softly. He captured another kiss and then loosened his hold. "Go on, then." With another quick peck on the mouth, she rose to her feet. He watched her some more as she rifled through her insanely obvious cow purse that matched her luggage. "Tell me something," he said, leaning forward and desperately wanting to brush his teeth. Maybe that's why she'd pulled away. "What?" She sat on the seat and held her bag in her lap, still digging. "Do you pet your bag? Maybe feed it some alfalfa?" "Oh, be quiet." She chucked her pillow at him. Wesley caught it with a laugh and sank back against the seat. The pilot came over the speaker again and encouraged them to wear their seatbelts and prepare for descent. Hazel complied almost instantly, and Wesley buckled his seatbelt. "Aha!" She retrieved a folded piece of paper. The plane's altitude lowered, and in spite of himself, Wesley gripped the armrests. Hazel jerked in her seat as well at the turbulence, but proceeded to open her paper. "Where to first?" he asked. "We'll check in at our hotel in Calma. Tomorrow we'll try to find others who worked in the warehouse where this receipt," she pulled it from her bag as well, "shows that my mother possibly worked before I was born." "It's a start," he said. 30 years was a long time, and as far as he knew, Les Chapeaux hadn't made any purchases from that warehouse in at least half of that time. The next thing Hazel retrieved was a small, thick book with foreign words on the title Wesley didn't understand. Hazel didn't seem to have the same problem. She flipped to a certain page, tucked a finger in as if to hold her place, and began repeating phrases as if trying to learn them by heart. Mio nome e Hazel, she said aloud, peeking into the little dictionary and trying a second time. Mio nome e Hazel. What are you doing? Wesley asked, unable to be anything but charmed by her. She opened a single eyelid to peer at him. Practicing. Again, she referred to the little dictionary. Vos sab Alina Silva? The plane jostled. Wesley's stomach did the kind of flips indicative of lowering altitude, but he kept his eyes on his wife. What does that one mean? He asked. Do you know Alina Silva? She repeated, saying it again a few more times in Portuguese. Wesley couldn't help but be impressed. He wished he'd taken the time to do something similar. Navigating their way around this little town would be much easier if they knew more of the language. How do you say, I love my wife? Hazel pinched her lips against the smile he knew he'd won from her. You'll just have to look it up yourself, she said, ending the statement with a little squeal as the plane lost a little more altitude. Out the window, Wesley caught a glimpse of the coast alongside a hilly terrain. Different colored houses clustered along the hills. Soon the houses grew larger the closer to the ground they got. They landed and emerged down a personal staircase that slid right up to the side of the plane. Wesley had never experienced anything like that before. He'd always boarded planes through long tunnels from a gate at the airport. The August sun didn't blaze as he expected it to. Rather, it was quite a bit cooler and less humid than Arkansas, which was saying something for this time of year. He regretted wearing shorts and did a mental check if he packed a jacket or not. Wesley drank in the surroundings in calma. The runway was surrounded by trees with trunks that were slathered in vines. Smaller bushes with palm fronds sprouted from the ground. This wasn't a large airport. Rather, it was a smaller, personal landing strip with only a portion of ground that was actually paved. He wondered how Hazel had arranged the details of their trip, but she did have that personal assistant of hers who'd probably taken care of all their travel plans. Impressive, considering how quickly they jumped the gun on their venture. Wesley fingered the ring now circling his left hand. He couldn't believe Hazel was his wife now. She'd retrieved her matching cow suitcase and his ordinary black one from the pilot, gave the pilot a generous tip, and they spoke of the return plans. She jostled her suitcase handle in one hand and juggled the dictionary in the other while trying to keep her bag in its place on her shoulder as she informed the pilot she would be in touch with him. Very good, ma'am, the pilot said with a tip of his hat. He nodded to Wesley as well and then wheeled his own suitcase toward the end of the small base. Though he wanted nothing more than to scoop her back into his arms, Wesley took their suitcases from Hazel. Their wheels racketed on the concrete. He glanced around, waiting for some kind of personal intuition to tell him he was standing on a different part of the earth than he ever had before, to tell him he was now a married man. Nothing really happened, though. He still felt like himself. So, does this feel any different to you? He asked. Being married? Walking in a foreign country? She tossed her hair, fumbling to maintain her hold on the little dictionary and the piece of paper she'd retrieved from her purse during their landing. They're both pretty different, but you know what? No, I feel like I was always meant to be with you, so that's all the same. His heart burned in his chest. This was almost surreal. They'd had so many ups and downs in their relationship. It wasn't that long ago she'd had him blocked on every social media channel there was. But 2 weeks ago, she'd waltzed into his mom's hat shop like a summer breeze, and he'd seized his chance to be with her again. You don't know how good it is to hear you say that, he said. She beamed. What about you? Any regrets? Was she kidding? He would never regret her. He'd known Hazel for so many years, since before she'd started her successful marketing company, and one thing he loved about her was how tenacious she was to accomplish her goals. It was that tenacity that brought them back together only a few weeks ago. She was determined, smart, and genuine, and he loved those things so much about her. Only my lack of sleep, he said. He wasn't sure exactly how long he'd slept, but he knew it wasn't long enough. "Where do we find this car your assistant booked for us? I'm ready to find our hotel." "I think it's just up here." She pointed. Sure enough, a black car with rust edging the doors and the hood pulled up to where they stood. The driver emerged, a short man with a kind, lined face. He was younger than Wesley expected, probably closer to his own age, and wore a blue t-shirt and shorts. "Hello," the driver said, approaching with a wave. "Franco?" Hazel greeted. The man gave a friendly smile and nodded his head. "Yes, and you must be Hazel and Wesley." He offered a hand and Hazel shook it. His accent was heavy and unique. Wesley was glad he spoke English, but he made a mental note to learn a few more Portuguese phrases along with Hazel in case he needed them. "Franco is going to be our translator," Hazel explained as Wesley took Franco's hand. "Yes," Franco said in agreement. "You have come at a good time. Spring is arriving. This is warm, and the dry season means less rain for your trip." "Awesome," Wesley said, yet again impressed with Hazel's thoughtfulness. Even though she'd thought to bring a Portuguese dictionary with her, she'd also arranged for the help they inevitably needed thanks to their language barrier. Wesley didn't know any Portuguese, and it certainly would help having someone who knew the climate in the region. "Nice to meet you." "Are you ready to go?" Franco asked. Wesley exchanged a look with Hazel and both nodded. "As ready as we'll ever be," he said, moving to help Franco secure their luggage in the trunk. Baggage in place, he paused and gave the new surroundings one last look. Brazil. They'd made it to Brazil. Now if they could only find what they'd come here for. Chapter 3. Hazel could barely sleep, though she was extremely tired. Her body seemed to sense how much her life had changed in such a short time. She'd asked Wesley how he felt being a married man, and he seemed happier than she'd ever seen him. That was comforting. She was happy too, but so nervous. She'd married Wesley, she'd flown across the ocean to the place where she was born, and now she had so many questions. They were questions she'd thought of for years, questions she'd asked her adoptive parents, questions she'd been too scared to ask after she was reprimanded for being so nosy. The questions had shifted now, though. What if her family, the Silvas, didn't remember her? What if they weren't alive? What if she and Wesley came all this way and hit another dead end? She gave up trying to sleep and sat up in bed, not wanting to wake Wesley. The truth was, the sudden life changes and questions weren't the only things hounding her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was off. Try as she might, every time she attempted to think of what that something was, her mind went completely blank. What was she missing? Wesley was shirtless, and sleeping on his stomach as he was, she noticed a long scar down his shoulder blade. Hazel made a mental note to ask him about it later on. Though she'd known him for years, she also relished the fact that they now had a lifetime to find out everything there was to know about one another. She wasn't sure how heavy of a sleeper he was, so she tiptoed toward the closet. The hotel in Calma was more like a house. The woman who'd greeted them and given them their key lived here as well and rented out the rooms to a few tourists who came to visit. Hazel didn't mind. In fact, she liked the more comfortable setting. Hazel had chosen to arrive in Calma for a few reasons. Though the receipt she'd found had been for a factory in Rio, the factory had long since closed. After the small amount of research she'd been able to do, when the factory closed, many found work in the neighboring village of Calma. This was the only hotel in the small town. Several of the resorts that had popped up during her short search were much more enticing than this simple room with its bare white walls and gray carpet, with the faded curtains covering the windows, but she wasn't about to complain. This trip wasn't about luxury. Determined to find her purse, Hazel decided the best thing to do would be to find her phone and figure out what their first step of the day would be. Franco said he knew a few people they could talk to who had also worked in the warehouse the receipt hosting her mother and father's names was. Other than that, maybe there was a central location where records were kept. She lowered her cowprint luggage to the floor and zipped it open, tossing through its contents with a frown. No, her purse wasn't here. Zipping the suitcase closed, she checked the shelves in the closet, but her familiar bag wasn't there either. Panic began to hitch in her chest. She scanned the room, and her heart hiccuped at the sight of the little dictionary and piece of paper she'd retrieved from her bag just before they'd landed the night before. Hazel circled in place, searching for a sign of the notorious cowprint leather on the outside of her purse. But it wasn't there. Her panic turned into full-fledged anxiety and tugged at her lungs now. Breaths came sharp and short. She ran a hand through her long hair, tucking it away from the sudden perspiration at her forehead. "Oh no," she muttered. Her search went from casual to frantic in an instant. Her noise level increased as she tossed chairs and bags aside, peering behind curtains, unzipped Wesley's suitcase and accidentally knocked it against the wall without meaning to. He stirred and pushed away from the mattress with a well-toned arm. "Hazel?" he said sleepily, blinking dreams from his eyes. "What's wrong?" "I can't find my bag," she said. He stretched and moved the blankets aside, letting his long legs stretch from off the side of the bed. "What do you mean?" "I mean," she said, her voice rising in pitch. She attempted to keep it down, not wanting to disturb anyone else who might be near. "I had it when we got off the plane yesterday, and now it's gone." Wesley's face settled, and he slipped from the bed to his hands and knees to peer beneath it. "Not under there," he said. "I already checked there," she shrieked. He took her by the arms. His cool hands against her skin served to ground her to the spot. "Calm down. Retrace your steps. When was the last place you had it?" She inhaled and attempted to think back. Her mind diverted to the plane before they'd landed, to seeing her mother's rumpled hat within, to successfully retrieving the Portuguese dictionary from the purse's depths. "I had it on the plane," she began. Wesley sank back onto the mattress and guided her to stand before him. He maintained his calm, controlled persona, which she desperately needed right now. "Good. What then?" "We disembarked," she said with her eyes closed, trying to remember details. "The pilot handed us our luggage, and then I spoke with him." "Good. Then?" "Then—" She squeezed her eyes shut. From within her mind's eye, she remembered Franco's car. She remembered Wesley speaking with him as they loaded their luggage. She remembered— Her eyes shot open. Wesley reacted to whatever expression was currently on her face. "What?" "Oh, no," she said, her knees buckling. Wesley caught her quickly enough to guide her to him. He enclosed her in his arms, and she relinquished her desire to stand, opting instead to perch on his knees. He stroked her hair. "What is it? What do you remember?" "When I got into Franco's car," she said, tears already threatening to leak from the edges of her closed eyelids. "What happened?" "I only meant to readjust the things in my hands. I never meant to leave it there. Oh, no, Wesley." She buried her face in his smooth chest. He spoke as if trying to connect what little pieces she'd given him. "Did you leave your bag on top of the car?" His mother had done that once with her soft drink. He'd taken Mama to dinner in Bentonville for her birthday, and neither of them realized her drink was still on top of the car until after he'd pulled out onto the road. By this time, tears streamed down Hazel's cheeks. Wesley's heart clenched at the sight. He held her close, allowing her to cry. "It'll be okay," he attempted to soothe, but Hazel bumped the heel of her hand against his bare shoulder. "It won't. Everything we needed to find my mother was in that bag. Her hat, the receipt I found in your attic pinpointing the warehouse she worked at. My cell phone was in it, my passport." "Shh, shh," Wesley soothed, as if trying to find a solution to this mess when there wasn't one. "Maybe Franco found it. We're meeting him this morning, right?" Hazel sniffed and pulled away just enough. Tears streaked down her cheeks, and Wesley wiped them away with gentle fingers. He smiled at her as if this wasn't the worst thing in the world that could happen. How could it not be the worst thing in the world? What were they going to do now? "Come on," he said. "Things will work out, especially since we made all the effort of coming here." "Right," Hazel said with a sniff. She appreciated his snappy reminder of reality. He was right. They needed to focus on what they could control. Why was that so hard to do when despair threatened to tear her down? "Focus on what we can control," she said. "Exactly." Wesley kissed the tip of her nose and then brewed them each a cup of strong coffee. They agreed to hit up the market if they found one for some breakfast items to keep in the room. Hazel did her best to dress without giving in and flopping back onto the bed in despair, wearing knee-length shorts and a loose-fitting shirt. Wesley slipped into a t-shirt and jean shorts, and they helped one another apply sunscreen. "I like you in flip-flops," she said. Even in her sadness, she enjoyed the sight of him checking his appearance in the mirror. His muscular legs were a result of his daily runs with Rooster. She wondered if he missed his golden retriever. He ran a hand through his mahogany hair, letting it settle where it may. Her heart sped up a few ticks. He was completely gorgeous. How did she get so lucky? If only they could get even luckier and find her missing purse. "I can kick back with the rest of them," he said, turning and offering her a come-and-get-me grin. "Hey, we'll have to find a beach or two while we're here. What time did you say Franco was coming?" "He said 9 a.m., she replied. She couldn't allow herself any thoughts of regular honeymooning, not until they'd found what they came here for. Not until they found her bag. "You never know. Franco might get here with your purse still in his car," Wesley said. "He won't be able to miss a bag that screams moo," he added with a wink. Her eyes narrowed to slits, but she appreciated his ability to joke when she felt like she was falling to pieces on the inside. She tied her hair back, applied some lip gloss, and they stepped outside. She hadn't been able to draw in a full breath since she'd woken up that morning, but hope took residence within her. Maybe Wesley was right. Maybe Franco would show up with the bag after all. "I like this little village," Wesley said, taking in the surroundings. Hazel sensed it was another attempt to calm her down. "It's cute," Hazel agreed. The street's pavement was crumbling, cracked so much in some places grass was pushing through. The homes here weren't quite as tightly packed as the favelas Hazel expected them to be. These colorful dwellings in Calma were informal, but as Wesley pointed out, charming and sturdy. Hazel tugged her sweater on rather than keeping it around her waist. Trees with wide leaves sprouted along the skyline, and several plants with small blossoms were starting to wake for the season. Back home, September would be welcoming cooler weather, but here on the other side of the world, it was the beginning of spring. A yellow car slowed as it passed. Several small children ran along the grass, kicking a ball between them. Wesley stepped forward as if for a better view until the car continued its progress past them. "What time is it?" Hazel asked. Wesley checked his phone. "He'll be here any time." A young man with a bandana tied around his forehead passed on his bicycle, slowing enough to meet Wesley's gaze before continuing on. Wesley gave him a small wave. "What was that about?" she asked. "I'm not sure." Another car edged around the corner and headed in their direction. Hazel's heart picked up speed, but the closer it drew, the less it looked like Franco's vehicle. Too soon it passed and then disappeared around a narrow corner and into the tree's underbrush. Hazel's hands hung in the air in front of her. She felt stunned and at a complete loss. For words, for thoughts, for anything. Where was Franco? If only she hadn't been the biggest idiot in the world and left her cell phone in her now missing bag, they could contact him. Hazel's jaw quivered. She attempted to stop it, but it was juddering as surely as if she were in a freezing snowstorm, though this situation was anything but cold. She scrambled for some positive spin to put on the situation. Nothing came to her blank mind. "Maybe you could call my PA and get Franco's number from her," she suggested. Concern grew on his face. "Good idea," he said, lifting his cell phone to his ear only to lower it again and frown at the device. What? My reception isn't that great here. Must be the jungles nearby, Hazel said, feeling more and more helpless by the minute. What were they going to do? Where was Franco anyway? He said he would be here. Suspicion began festering inside of her, but she muscled it down. No. No way Franco would have staged anything like this. Her assistant Melanie had found him through a trusted agency. He wouldn't risk his job just to steal her purse. She was the one who'd gone and left it on top of his blasted car. Wesley's brow pinched in anger. She warded him off with a finger. And don't you dare say how I brought this on myself because of how flashy my bag was. If anything, the cow print design would have made it stand out to her that much more. How could she have completely forgotten about it? He raised his hands in the air. Things like this just happen, Daisy Jane, he said, calling her by the name he'd used for her when they'd first dated 8 years ago. When he'd first tried proposing to her and their relationship had completely fallen apart. It's not your fault. It's not Franco's. It's not anyone's. She huffed and kicked an unsuspecting weed. I can't believe I was so absent-minded. This is terrible. Awful. What are we going to do now? And where's Franco? She stared around the street in front of their humble hotel as if expecting the translator to appear any moment. Franco said he was coming, right? He crossed his arms over his chest and was keeping it together much better than she was at this moment. More angry tears rushed to her eyes. She wanted to sink to the ground, to give in to the frustrated anguish ripping through her. Instead, she sniffed and gritted her teeth. He was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago. Or she thought it'd been 10 minutes. She didn't have a watch. Her phone was her only source of the time. She couldn't believe how much she relied on the device. Maybe something happened, Wesley suggested. Hazel shook her head. Her attempts at fighting back the frustration failed. The tears won yet again, pushing through, trailing down her face, and she admitted the most troubling part of this entire thing. You know what the worst part is? My mother's hat was in that bag. Lines formed over Wesley's brows. You mean? Tears fell harder at the admission. Her voice climbed in pitch. The one she gave to the Stricklands when they adopted me. That hat kept me coming to your shop. That brought us together again. It was the only thing I had that can convince the Silvas of who I am, and it's gone. Hazel had all but given up on anything happening between her and Wesley. When she'd sought out his mother's hat shop back in Eureka Springs, she hadn't known he would be there. She hadn't wanted anything to do with him again since he'd broken her heart years before. But that hat, the overarching search for Alina Silva, her birth mother, had been the key, the excuse, really, to keep Hazel close to Wesley, to allow them to patch up the pain of the past. She stared at the ring on her finger. She wouldn't be wearing her ring if it wasn't for that hat. When all was said and done, losing the bag itself wasn't all that bad. Even her credit cards could be canceled and her passport replaced. But that hat, that was all she had of her true heritage, of her past. Wesley coaxed her into an embrace. His heart pounded heavier than usual, drumming in her ear. I'm sorry, babe, he said. This sucks. What do we do? She made a mental list of their possible options. She couldn't even remember Franco's last name, which didn't exactly help. What about the police? Or an American embassy? They probably didn't have an embassy in a small town like Calma. Maybe there was a payphone somewhere that she could use to call Melanie, her PA, since Wesley's phone wasn't getting service? Wesley inhaled and started around. For now, let's see about contacting your assistant. She has Franco's number, right? Hazel scuffed a hand beneath her nose. Yeah. Come on. He held out a hand, somehow managing to smile. The sun beamed beneath him, adding an angelic hue to his skin. Hazel could have kissed him, except she was too heartbroken to move. She had her heart set on this trip. Everything had been in her favor thus far. Why did this have to go and happen? Chapter 4. The last time Wesley had felt this helpless was when he tried calling Hazel after the first time he'd planned on proposing to her. He'd botched the whole thing, accusing her of being too busy for him, and instead of proposing, he'd ended their relationship. Kicking himself afterward, he'd called her. He'd tried messaging her on social media, then looked up her accounts, only to find himself completely and utterly blocked. She had shut him out of her life for good. This feeling of powerlessness was similarly crippling. If they were in America, he knew the protocols for handling a missing bag. Even still, they kept trying. They stopped several people on the street to ask for help. Finally, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a sweet smile pointed them toward what looked like a pawn shop on the corner. There must have been a bakery nearby. The smell of freshly baking bread was wafting through, teasing his stomach. At least they split their cash between them and left some behind in the hotel room rather than leaving it all in Hazel's missing bag. The pawn shop was stocked with colorful beach totes made of straw, glass bottles of pimento, and bottles of locally made cachaca, a drink made from fermented sugarcane juice. There were also hammocks, along with musical instruments like bongos and guitars. Other more modern, recognizable items were given tags, including TVs and used bicycles. A middle-aged woman with caramel skin like Hazel's wiped her hands on her apron and greeted them. "Bom dia," she said with a wave, adding a few more Portuguese words Wesley couldn't hope to translate. Hazel attempted to greet her in Portuguese. "Como você está?" The woman answered with a smile and a string of Portuguese in return, none of which Hazel seemed to be able to follow. Hazel went on with a timid smile. "Vos fala inglês?" Wesley inhaled with relief, grateful he recognized that phrase. "Do you speak English?" The woman gave another friendly smile. "Ah, inglês. Sí, I do. What can I do for you?" Relief stole over him. Hazel's hand slipped free from his, and she spoke before he could. "Hello there. My name is Hazel. Do you have a phone we could possibly use? We need to make a call to America. I can pay you for the expense." "Okay, Jess," the woman said with another smile. She pulled an old touch dial phone from beneath her glass counter. "Thank you," she said, and Wesley echoed it. He stood patiently, rubbing Hazel's back as she held the phone to her ear. "Come on," Hazel said under her breath, almost like a prayer, coiling her fingers through the cord. Then her face brightened, more than it had since they'd left their room that morning. "Oh, Melanie, thank goodness, we need help." Hazel explained the situation, and Wesley couldn't help but notice how avidly the shopkeeper listened in on her conversation. The woman was busily rearranging things within the glass case on which the phone was sitting. She glanced at Hazel more than the objects she was pretending to adjust. He had to admit, he would have liked knowing what Melanie was saying as well. "Wonderful," Hazel said, sounding genuine. She cast a smile at Wesley. "Oh, thank you so much. Can you call Franco for me? Will you let him know what happened?" A female voice could be heard for several more minutes. Then Hazel smiled, bopped a fist on the glass counter, and said, "Thank you, Melanie. I don't know what we'd do without you." She placed the phone back on the receiver. The relief on Hazel's face was enough to tell him that the news was good. "It will be okay," Hazel assured him. "She's going to forward some money to our hotel in case we need it while we locate my bag, and she's going to contact the American Embassy and contact the Arkansas State Senator to pull some strings and get my passport renewed and shipped to us." "The senator?" "Money talks," Hazel said with a shrug. "We need to hang tight in the meantime. The good thing is she knows where we are and we have a way to get a hold of her." "Okay," he said, catching on to the relief she emitted. "We can work with that." His stomach growled. The coffee they'd shared that morning hadn't been much to go on. "We'll need to find some way to manage until then." "Manage?" He shrugged. "I'm hungry. I have some cash, but not much." "And I told the woman at the counter I'd pay for the international call," Hazel added, her gaze sliding to the shopkeepers. What do we do until Melanie contacts the embassy? Wesley rubbed a hand over his jaw and thought it over. Your luggage is fancy, right? Like worth a lot? Hazel's nostrils flared. Something flashed in her. Will you stop with the luggage, please? She snapped. I'm not really in the mood for teasing right now, and you've done nothing but give me grief for that luggage since you saw it. Yes, it's obnoxious, and I happen to love it. Yes, I made a mistake bringing something that stood out so much, okay? He'd known he would eventually push her too far. Still, it had been fun to tease her about it. That's not what I mean, he said, stroking her shoulder. I'm saying, I think I know of something we can do in the meantime. If you really did leave your bag on top of the car, someone around here has to have seen it. Undoubtedly, this woman sees stuff come and go. Maybe she's heard something. He offered his hands. The shopkeeper continued watching them, hands on her hips and curiously pinching her brow. What do you have in mind? Hazel asked. Well, Wesley said, we are in a pawn shop. Maybe we can bring in your cow. Hazel's glare deepened. Luggage. We can ask her if she's seen a bag that matches it. That way we can feel like we're accomplishing something while we wait for your assistant to get a hold of Franco. You hate my luggage that badly. He raised his hands in surrender. No, he said, sounding too defensive. Her eyes narrowed. Okay, yes, I hate your luggage, but that's not what I'm saying. Maybe someone brought your bag in. This woman would probably pay for a purse of that quality. The shopkeeper perked up, as if this was the opening she'd been waiting for. Si, yes, I buy, je sell, she said in agreement. Probably not what it's worth, Hazel said under her breath. Wesley leaned in to continue the conversation in her ear. No, but beggars can't be choosers. Besides, you don't have anything else to offer her for the phone call. Hazel exhaled, fluttering a stray black lock of hair near her face in the process. And we're certainly beggars now. Wesley kissed her temple and pulled her close. Her skin was as sticky as his, but her heart kept time against his chest, and he took heart in that. At least in all of this, neither of them had gotten hurt. Trust me, he said. I'll even buy you new hideous luggage when we get home. He placed a persuasive kiss on her cheek. Moment by moment, inch by inch, Hazel relaxed in his embrace. Giving in, she released a chuckle. Wesley mimicked it, grateful they were able to work together through this mess. She rotated in his arms to face him directly and rested her hands behind his neck. I love you, Wesley Bassett, Hazel said with a smile. I love you, Hazel Bassett. See, things will be okay. Hazel had no more arguments. Okay then, she said before turning to the woman at the counter. We'll be right back, okay? Okay, ta bon? The woman gave a kind nod and waved them on. The day had only gotten hotter as they left the pawn shop and retraced their steps back to their hotel. The woman who owned the house did remember them and was kind enough to let them back in. Wesley helped Hazel empty her suitcase and check all the pockets. The act was so tragic. There was something so final about rifling through every last zipper pocket to make sure nothing got left behind. Goodbye, poor sad cow luggage, Hazel said with a pout. She still couldn't believe this had happened. She'd been so confident while planning this trip. Even Sandy, her adoptive mom, had suggested she use a fanny pack instead, something that couldn't be torn from her like that. And Hazel hadn't listened. No, she wanted to use her fancy, fun, matching luggage. Looks like that's it, Wesley said, zipping the front of the suitcase closed. They'd only been here for a day, and already the sun had painted his skin a shade darker since they'd arrived, in spite of the sunscreen he'd applied earlier. She thought of his comment about visiting a beach later, and regret swam inside her. Maybe they should have just gone ahead with a regular honeymoon after all. Even so, it probably didn't matter what their plans were. Sometimes bad things just happened. Ready? Wesley said. Hazel glanced at the amber light peeking through the window's thin curtains with a forlorn sigh. She couldn't bear going out there again. She was too sad. She needed some time to wallow, to hide away for a little while. Actually, do you mind taking it? I think I'll close my eyes for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night. Silly as it seemed, she wasn't sure how she could bear to watch Wesley sell the suitcase, not when it was the last thing she had right now. He smiled and dipped in for a dizzying kiss that made her want to pull him close and not let him go anywhere for a good long while. Too soon, he tore away from her. "You get some rest. I got this," he assured her, wheeling the luggage out the door. Chapter 5. Wesley did his best to ignore the strange glances and stares from people who stepped outside their doors to shake out linens or speak to their neighbors. Several young children trailed behind him, lifting their arms, shouting phrases he didn't understand. Soon enough, Wesley found the pawn shop. A bell tinkled as he opened the door, and the shopkeeper's face lit up. "Voici tu. Come, bring your suitcase." She wove around a set of shelves holding rolls of colorful blankets. Another customer browsed through the shop this time. He was a short man with dark skin and hair cropped short. He glanced briefly in Wesley's direction, but Wes ignored him and placed the suitcase on the glass counter where the phone had been. The woman ran her hand across the bizarre leather. "Estampa de vaca?" she said with a laugh. "People want bags to look like cows?" She bared her typical friendly smile that was just a tad bit more humored, as if she thought the luggage was funny. Wesley was entranced by her friendliness and caught on to her humor instantly. He laughed with her, grateful to realize he still could. "I think it's a little strange too, but my wife loves it." Good, the woman said. "For this, I give you 50 rays." Behind him, Wesley sensed the other man's attention shift. Wesley adjusted how he stood so his back was to the man and lowered his voice. "Race?" Wesley asked. "Si, yes, race." She rubbed her fingers together. "Race is money. 50 is a good price. It will cover the cost of the phone call." Wesley had no idea whether 50 was a fair amount or not. Then again, he wasn't exactly in a great position to barter with her, but he did have one other question he wanted to ask. "Have you seen a smaller bag like this one?" He gestured as though hanging an invisible purse over his shoulder. He sensed the man watching him, and the feeling sent shivers down his spine. "Another bag?" the woman said, immediately shaking her head. No, I would know if another bag like this came in." Wesley's heart sank, but that wasn't the only sensation bothering him during this exchange. The man across the store continued watching him. "Get out," part of him warned. He ignored the warning. He needed to do this. Not only did they owe this woman for using her phone, but this should be enough to get them through until tomorrow. Then Melanie would transfer the funds, she would get a hold of Franco, and they would be able to move on. "Okay," Wesley said in agreement, ignoring his unease. "Thank you." She beamed, showcasing generous cheeks and more of her friendly persona. The transaction went smoothly, made better still with the other man's exit as the shopkeeper handed Wesley a colorful bill. "Thank you," he said. The woman was already unzipping the luggage greedily. Wesley swallowed, pocketed the money, and stepped outside. The instant he did, a hand on his arm nearly made him jump out of his skin. The short man had laid in wait to confront Wesley on the street. A child wheeled unsteadily past on a small bicycle, lessening the intensity of the situation and keeping Wesley from holding up his fists in his own defense as he was tempted to do. He gulped a breath, wishing he could slow his heart. "What do you want?" Wesley demanded. He didn't mean to come across so sharply, but the man had been watching him in the store and made his suspicions heighten. Was he going to rob him? What would he and Hazel do then? The money the shopkeeper had given him was all the Brazilian currency they had left. The man offered a nod. You steal that bag?" He pointed to the shop they'd both just left. Did this man mean Hazel's suitcase? Why would he be asking that? Wesley shook his head. "No," he said, "but my wife's similar bag went missing." This registered something for the man, but Wesley couldn't quite tell what. Surprise? His brows lifted and something like excitement dawned. It was the kind of expression people employed when finding the next clue during a game. "Your wife?" "Yes." "Where?" The man glanced around as if Hazel was about to leap from the shadows any moment. "She's a few streets away," Wesley said. "Back there." He pointed in the hotel's direction, wondering who this person was. Maybe the woman had heard Hazel's phone call earlier and this man represented their police force. Was he trying to help Wesley find the bag and the phone that had gone missing? The man shook his head, a line connecting his brows. "No, no. Where is your wife?" Wesley stiffened inside. He had an uneasy feeling about this guy from the start. Who was he, and why was he asking about Hazel? Suddenly, he wanted very badly to get out of this country and go back home. "Why?" The man held up a finger. He delved his hand into a deep pocket of his pants. Wesley's pulse ticked. What was he searching for? Everything in him shouted at him to run, to get away while he could. Before he could move, the man retrieved the object of his search and held it for Wesley to see. His fists closed around a familiar brown hat, a fascinator with velvet fabric and a crumpled veil that had seen better days. Wesley had dealt with similar hats more times than he could count, but this wasn't just any hat. His heart lodged in his chest. That was Hazel's birth mother's hat. But how had this man gotten it? Chapter 6. Wesley's pulse climbed skyward. A raging impulse overtook him to yank the hat from his grasp, but Wesley had never been a forceful man. He clenched every muscle in his body and offered his hand instead. The Brazilian man, with wrinkled bronze skin and graying hair, spoke rapid Portuguese. Wesley spoke over him, his patience thinner than a sheet of paper. "That's hers. She's been looking everywhere for it. Give it back, please." He wasn't sure he'd ever heard his own voice sound quite so stern. He was demanding and insistent, borderline threatening. This was an entirely new side of him, but this was also his wife they were talking about, and he would give everything he had to defend her. What was this guy doing with Hazel's mother's hat? According to Hazel, the hat had been in her purse the day before. "Where did you find it?" Wesley asked, deciding to try a different tack. There were only a handful of ways this man could have gotten it. Did he know Franco? Did he work at the airport? If Hazel had left it on top of their car before they'd driven off, had this man seen the bag where it had fallen on the side of the road? Franco would really come in handy right about now. What had happened to their translator? The man's lips leveled into a thin smile. The sight unraveled Wesley. He had the feeling he was being taken for a sucker, and the helplessness over the entire situation washed over him in one swoop. The man began speaking in rapid Portuguese, and Wesley wished he'd put more effort into learning the language before they left. He ended again by asking where Wesley's wife was. For a moment, at a complete loss of what to do, Wesley let his attention fall on the pink tree ahead with its trumpeting blaze of color in the green brush, and on the brightly colored bird that perched on a tree overhead. A young man passed Wesley on a moped. Another pair of women carried fish on strings and sacks of fruit. "Your wife? Take Evan?" He pointed to himself, pronouncing the name Evan. "Wesley," Wesley said, pointing to himself, deciding there was no point in hiding who he was. This man had told him his name after all. At the corner, a car veered too close to the side of the street. Wesley reared back, unwittingly stopping to gape at the driver. The faux pas didn't seem to bother Ivan whatsoever. Smiling and blinking a few times as he processed Wesley's words, the man pulled a phone from his pocket and offered it to him. "Here is a phone I found with the hat. Now, take Evan to your wife." Where did you get this?" Wesley turned the phone over in his hands, recognizing Hazel's zebra-stripe protective casing. The rage and frustration coiling along his veins steamed like water tossed onto a fire since he'd stepped out of the pawn shop. "Por favor," the man said. That much Wesley understood. Thoughts whirled like twisted cogs. He met the man's dark eyes and held his gaze, looking, really looking into his obsidian eyes. Sadness and sorrow lingered there, not threats and torment. The purse had been misplaced, that was all. How else had he come across the hat and Hazel's phone? Wesley waited for an intuitive warning to flick in his gut, to give an indication that he was about to make a mistake. But his mom had always had a knack for reading people, and she said you can always read in the eyes what people left unsaid. This man's unspoken words hinted at newfound keys to doors long since locked. He wanted to be taken to Hazel. Wesley supposed there wasn't much harm in that. "Okay," Wesley said. The man's kind, wrinkled face cracked into a gratified smile. He spoke again in his native language, but Wesley only signaled him to follow. The hotel's yellow, peeling exterior came into view. Wesley caught sight of a parting in the curtain to his and Hazel's room. He quickened his pace, and the older man kept up easily, still gripping her mother's hat. The car that had nearly hit Wesley earlier was pulled off to the side of the road. Hazel stood on the sidewalk behind it, arms folded across her chest. She changed into her pajama shorts and tank top, and her dark hair was piled in a bun on her head. "I'm sorry about your car," Wesley heard her say. "I'm sorry too. Sorry this unfortunate situation happened to you," Franco said. Franco was there? Wesley quickened his pace, wondering what had happened. What had detained their translator from coming earlier? "Hazel," Wesley called, raising a hand to get her attention. Relief stole over her face, but then she noticed Ivan marching along beside Wesley, and her expression hardened at once. "I was beginning to worry about you," she said. "Did everything go okay? Who's this?" "I'm fine," Wesley assured her, trying to figure out where to start and how to explain the strange man he'd brought to her. Hazel pressed her hands to Wesley's waist, looking him over as if checking for injuries. "What happened?" "I'm fine. I'll explain in a minute. Hey, Franco," Wesley greeted. Franco nodded his head in response and then shook Ivan's hand as well. "Did something happen this morning?" "Si," Franco said, using the word Wesley began to suspect meant yes. "Apologies, my car did not start. I had to have repairs done to it. I did try calling Miss Hazel, but my phone was missing," she finished. "But when her assistant contacted me to tell me what happened to you, I get another car from my friend and come here at once." Wesley was touched by Franco's thoughtfulness. "I'm sorry to hear that," Wesley said with heart, "but—" He pulled the phone Ivan had handed him from his pocket and placed it in his wife's hand. "Turns out I found her phone." Hazel's eyes widened. Her eager gaze darted from Wesley to Ivan and back. "What the? How did you get it back?" "This man somehow found your bag," Wesley said, deciding to go with the truth, or what he knew of the truth. "I'm not sure how, but he found it, and because of that, he also has your mother's hat." The phone nearly slipped from her hand. Wesley caught it before it could topple to the sidewalk. "What?" Her perfectly pink lips parted. "How?" She turned to Franco as if he knew the answer. "See." Ivan pointed to his chest again. He said a few words in Portuguese and then produced the hat from his back pocket. It looked even more rumpled and downtrodden than before. Hazel reacted far quicker than Wesley had. "You found it! Oh, thank you! I'm so glad, thank you!" Delight gleamed in Ivan's eyes. This time he allowed Hazel to take the hat. Wesley stroked Hazel's back, needing something to ground him in the moment. Hazel held the hat close to her chest. Meanwhile, Ivan clapped his hands as if in delight and raised his eyes to heaven. "Gracias a Dios, y ella." His speech continued in rapid Portuguese, and even though Wesley didn't understand a single word, he read well enough the delight in the man's expression and the tears pooling in his eyes. "What is he saying?" Hazel demanded, not unkindly, more like a hopeful, desperate request. Franco cleared his throat. "This man says he found your purse on the roadside during his walk to the market this morning. Its contents were spilled out, and he bent to replace them in the bag when he ran after a paper that had flurried away in the wind." Ivan continued speaking, waving for Franco to continue. He did. "He opened the paper and could not believe his eyes. It was a notice from the hat factory he and his wife worked at." "Oh my gosh," Hazel said in a breath. Her knees bowed. Wesley gripped her by the elbows, keeping her upright. He could hardly believe it either. "Then he saw the hat?" Franco pointed to the article in Hazel's grasp. "And he said he has been searching for the purse's owner ever since this morning." Tears now streamed down Ivan's cheeks. He beamed a radiant smile, keeping his gaze plastered to Hazel. With a tremulous hand, he reached for her. "Mia Filia," he said with gentility. "What does that mean?" she demanded, rounding enough to grip Franco's shirt. "Please, what does that mean?" "Mia Filia," Franco repeated, bending low so he could speak directly to her, "means my daughter in Portuguese." Wesley wondered how much Franco knew of their purpose in coming to Calma. Had Hazel confided in him about their search? She may have, considering how he would have to tag along and interpret for them. "Daughter," Hazel repeated. Bewildered, she retreated so fast she stepped on Wesley's foot. "See, Jess," Ivan grinned, showcasing the wrinkles on his cheeks and at his temples. Light gleamed in his dark eyes he couldn't seem to take from Hazel. Wesley zoned in on the two of them with their bronze skin and dark hair, with their high cheekbones and narrow faces. Sweat collected in his palms. His glance darted back and forth between them, his heart picking up speed the entire time. "Daisy Jane," Wesley whispered, wrapping his hand more firmly around her stomach. Hazel leaned against him as if needing his reassurance. "I think, is this man your dad?" Chapter 7. Hazel pressed her back against Wesley's chest, grateful he was there to keep her from toppling to the ground. She expected the search to take days, even weeks. She'd expected to find perhaps a clue here and there to continue the search across southern Brazil if they had to. She'd expected to find the Silvas had died of the same yellow fever she'd been diagnosed with 30 years before. Never in 1,000 lifetimes did she ever think she'd find her father on their first day. Wherever her bag had fallen, Ivan must have been the first to come across it. Ivan began speaking again. Franco started not long after. "He says," the translator began, bending low before speaking, "he never would have noticed the bag if it didn't have such a bold pattern. That was why he caught me outside of the pawn shop," Wesley said, his voice filled with realization. Hazel couldn't keep the smile from her face. She jabbed an elbow in Wesley's stomach. "See, it's a good thing I brought that obnoxious luggage." "I'll never doubt you again," Wesley said against her ear, pressing a kiss there and making butterflies cascade in her stomach. Communication among the four of them came to a halt. Hazel took in every detail of Ivan's face, from his wide, wrinkled eyes to his graying hair, from his brief height to his short-sleeved shirt and pants. His shoes were name brand that appeared to be a few decades old but were well taken care of. "Please," she said, "what is your name?" She needed to hear him say it, to have him verify. Franco repeated the question and Ivan smiled. "Ivan Silva." The sound ricocheted through her like an explosion of fireworks. They pinged and banged against the underside of her skin, jettisoning her pulse and making all rational thought impossible. "And you?" Franco asked. "Alegria?" Ivan wondered aloud, brows raised, expression brimming with hope. Alegria, the name she was born with. Hazel had always been told it was Allegra, but that may have been a miscommunication. The name the Stricklands had changed when they'd taken her to the United States. Sandy and Martin Strickland had left Allegra as Hazel's middle name instead. That's me. She couldn't believe it. Ivan's grin widened. "You come. You come?" He nodded first to her and then to Wesley. "I can drive you," Franco said, saying as much to Ivan in his native language. "No," Ivan said. "Come." He grasped Hazel's hand, startling her. She didn't pull away, though. She savored the feel of his calloused skin and the overwhelming, unbelievable reality. Ivan released her hand and led the way. They meandered through a part of town Hazel and Wesley hadn't yet explored. Hazel quickly discovered why a car couldn't take them where Ivan was headed. The plant growth around them thickened. Large leaves provided shade overhead from the sun's wicked heat. Uneven stone stairs parted the growth. A large spider scurried across the stone as Ivan began climbing the narrow steps beneath an umbrella of foliage. With her hand in Wesley's, Hazel ascended behind Ivan, with Franco bringing up the rear. At the top of the stairs was an alleyway between ramshackle buildings. Ivan gestured to the home on the far left. Standing at the end of the collection of houses sprouting out of the forest, there was an open sandy place where small children were kicking a ball. Several older women sat in the shade peeling husks from corn, and Hazel's heart became a cantaloupe in her throat. A woman emerged from the building with a bowl in her arms, smiling as she stirred. She was about Hazel's height, 5'5", and her graying hair was pulled into a braid down her back. She wore a stained apron over a purple dress with a bold pattern. Ivan called to her. She scowled at him as if confused by the newcomers. Next, her wilted expression turned into a pleasant smile at the sight of Wesley. When her gaze landed to Hazel, it became downright shocked. "Game Sawiosh." Hugging the bowl, she jutted her chin in Hazel's direction. Hazel feared her heart was about to beat itself right out of her ribcage. Ivan prattled on, gesturing first to Hazel and then to Wesley again. The woman's scowls vanished from her lined face, replacing instead with amazement in her widened eyes. "Franco," Hazel begged, "what are they saying?" "He's explaining who you are and how he found you," Franco said. "He's calling her Alina. Does that name sound familiar?" "Oh, goodness," Hazel breathed. It was a good thing they were no longer on those stairs, or she would have fallen right down them. Alina Silva. Pinching herself was such a cliché notion, but she was suddenly tempted by it. She'd hoped, she'd prayed that this day would come. She'd thought of this woman every day since she was 10 years old, and now here she was, standing right in front of her. Alina Silva, her birth mother. Alina spoke then. Her voice was high-pitched and sweet. She seemed overcome with emotion, her lips quivering, tears building in her eyes. In a rush of breath and prattled words, she shoved the bowl containing a yellow dough of some kind toward her husband, spat a few more words at Ivan, and pulled Hazel into the warmest hug Hazel had ever received. Her heart pounded against her mother's, and Hazel couldn't fight back the tears that spilled from her cheeks either. Alina continued speaking as she pulled away. She took Hazel's face in her hands, turning her this way and that. "She says you are beautiful," Franco said. "She has thought of you every day since the doctors took you after the earthquake struck all those years ago. She worried you had died with a fever, but here you are." "Here I am," Hazel said, smiling through her tears. She placed her hands on her mother's, which still cupped her cheeks. Alina's smile spread. She spoke on again, gesturing to Wesley. "Y elle est? C'est marid?" "She asks if this is your husband," Franco said. Hazel clutched Wesley's hand so tightly he probably had no circulation left. He gave that sideways smirk Hazel loved and inclined his head toward the Silvas. Hazel's heart swelled with so much love. Wesley had such a role in this. If it wasn't for him, she never would have made it this far. "Yes," she said, smiling through her tears. "This is my new husband, Wesley. We were just married." Franco translated. Ivan and Alina both began talking at once. Ivan had set the bowl down sometime between the time Alina had passed it to him and this moment. Hazel wasn't sure when that had happened. Then again, she hadn't been able to peel her glance away from her mother. Wesley handed Hazel a goofy grin and nod combination. "They're great," he muttered under his breath. Before Hazel could so much as agree, Alina let out an excited noise. "On time?" she asked, once again gathering Hazel into her arms. Everything fell into place in that embrace. Everything Hazel had been fighting and fearing for years. Her mother was here. She was still alive. Hazel had found her, and everything was right in the world. Epilogue. "Now this is luxury," Wesley said, staring around at the Rio de Janeiro Elia Resort lobby. Hazel had to agree with him. Blue-colored tiles peeked through along a fountain in the center. Palm trees climbed the massively high ceiling. The soothing sounds of guitar played on the overhead speakers, and men and women came and went, dragging suitcases and sundresses and shorts, ready to see what the city had to offer. Hazel and Wesley spent several days in Calma with Alina and Ivan. Franco had gotten the car fixed and devoted those days by their side, helping with their conversations. Hazel explained how her life had gone, how she'd managed to become a successful businesswoman and had bought a home in the Ozark Mountains. She and Wesley recounted the story of their love, how they dated in college, how they'd broken things off, and then 8 years later, thanks to the hat Alina had given Hazel when the Stricklands had adopted her and taken her away, Hazel had been drawn to give Wesley a second chance. The Silvas had several other children who were all grown and living their own lives. Hazel was disappointed to not have a chance of meeting any of them, but finding her parents was enough. It turned out that they had an email address, and she intended on keeping in touch with them as well as she could. Hazel also offered to give them money or even to take them to live in the States with her, but both Ivan and Alina declined. They were pleased living where they were, and their happiness, they claimed, was now complete because they knew Hazel was alive and well. She breathed in a long draft of salty sea air and smiled. Wesley wore a backwards baseball cap, a t-shirt with a parrot, and shorts with flip-flops. She wanted to remember him like this trip, to remember her birth parents, to remember every moment they spent here. And since the Silvas had had to work, she and Wesley decided to finish out their honeymoon in Rio. "Look here." Hazel pointed to the elegant shop lodged across from the hotel restaurant. "Is that where you wanted Les Chapeaux to go?" Wesley asked. When she'd first found him at his mother's hat shop, she'd been on an errand to locate the perfect shop for Alia Alir's Rio resort. She tried all she could think of to get Wesley and his mother to agree to set up a hat shop here in South America, but obviously that hadn't worked out. "I think that's the place," Hazel said. "Let's check it out." They wandered along the little store, examining fancy articles of clothes and jewelry. She also wheeled out a brand new faux leather suitcase. Ivan had left her cow purse on the roadside in his excitement at finding the hat, but she found she didn't mind something a little more sedate in its style. Hazel selected a few other items and took them to the counter to purchase. On her way back out, Wesley smirked. "I've got to say, while the view is amazing here, I'm glad I didn't give in to your little sales pitch," he said, nuzzling his nose into her hair. Her pulse picked up speed the same way it did any time he was close. "Oh?" "I don't think Les Chapeaux would have been as good a fit as you thought. Looks like people want more of a variety of things to choose from than just hats." "True," Hazel said. I wouldn't have been able to buy this at your shop." She wheeled the little suitcase around in a circle as though she were a dog walker displaying the pooch's impeccable grooming. "What do you say? Want to hit up the beach?" Wesley slipped his hand around her waist. "I could do with some sun. Or we could just stay in." She gave him a sideways glance. Wesley's lips ticked at the corners. His eyes pulled in a dash of mischief. Tempting idea. Beach first, then room? Hazel's lashes fluttered. "Sound like a plan to me." He held her against his chest and his hands gently stroked her hair. "Are you glad we came?" he asked. So glad. She hadn't been able to stop talking about it, but still she was grateful he asked, grateful he cared. Wesley guided her away from him just enough so he could meet her gaze. He stroked her temple with a gentle, tantalizing touch. "And you're okay with how things turned out? I mean, you found your mom, Daisy Jane. That's incredible." She drew in a long, slow breath. "It is. It really is. I feel so much peace about everything. I feel the closure I've been searching for so long. Wesley, now I know right where they are. Know who they are. I've talked to them. I can help them if I need to." "If they'll let you." He nudged her with his hip. She gripped the handle on her new suitcase and pulled it behind her as they walked. "Maybe they will. Maybe someday I'll be able to do them a good turn." "I love you, you know," Wesley said. "I know, but I don't mind you telling me." She nibbled her lip, knowing he'd get the hint. Pulling her body against his, he pressed his lips to hers. The kiss made her forget where she was, why she was there, or the fact that people were all around them in the lobby. Hazel would never tire of kissing Wesley. "Then I'll be sure to tell you every day of our lives," he said against her mouth. She attempted to back away, but he held her close. "Hazel?" "Yes?" "I'm glad you said yes." She folded into his arms. Glad was putting it lightly. She was ecstatic, emboldened, and completely over the moon. She'd found her family. She'd married Wesley, and she was going to spend the rest of her life being grateful she did. Thanks for listening. Now continue on for a sneak peek of Aaliyah and the Billionaire's Lamp. Chapter 1. Aaliyah Alear stared with nervous anticipation at the designs on her desk. She'd spent weeks learning AutoCAD to bring her ideas to life, to prove to Papa she was more than just a pretty face or the business degree she'd never been allowed to use. The architectural sketches evolved in her mind every time she glanced at them. She'd been able to picture each facility fully landscaped and thriving with vitality. But now, in the heat of the moment, doubt began creeping in. She wasn't sure they were anywhere near good enough to impress her father. Papa's long-standing partner and chief executive officer was retiring, which left the position wide open. Upper management would shuffle spots. Partners would be vying for a chance, and she knew if she wanted a shot at the job, it had to be now. While uncertainty made a racetrack of her pulse, she wanted to prove she was competent to handle her father's billion-dollar resort line. Would these designs convince him the position should belong to her? She needed only 3 years' experience in a full-time managerial role, and she would be eligible to apply for a distance learning MBA. Surely, overseeing a project like this would qualify her. CEO was, granted, a long shot, but this was a family company. Her parents started it, and it should continue on with an Alear at the helm. However, Papa had never taken her seriously. Not really. Still, all she could do was try. Nerves zinging straight through to her fingertips, Aaliyah exhaled and skimmed over her suggested marketing plan once again. She was tired of being a tag-along. She'd gotten her degree just for this reason, for this moment. Not as father and daughter, but as potential business associates. The idea filled her with fireflies, making her glow one minute with determination and want to hide in the shadows the next. It wasn't that she was scared of her father. He was as gentle and kind as they came, but tradition was his lifeblood. He'd ignored her many attempts to convince him she was qualified to be more than his heir. She could handle the many facets of the company he oversaw. She was a woman, yes, but she could be a businesswoman, and a successful one at that. In an attempt to set the correct tone, Aaliyah opted to use one of the resort's conference rooms for this meeting instead of gathering in her suite or his. She wore her favorite suit, white with gold pinstripes, and a coral pink shirt with the collar out over the jacket's lapels. She smoothed the hand over her stomach, wishing there was some way to iron out the nerves rattling inside of her as easily. A knock sounded, and a woman with fiery red hair and a dark pantsuit entered without being invited in. Aaliyah was relieved at the sight of Papa's assistant, Lily. She hugged a clipboard under one arm and offered Aaliyah the cup of coffee in her other. "Are you ready?" Lily asked. "Your father is waiting in the hall." Aaliyah took the warm cup with an exhale and an irresolute smile. "Yes, please send him in." Lily crossed to the door, opened it, and Aaliyah's father stepped through. A short man, Ahmed Alir, appeared sophisticated and businesslike in his black suit. His graying hair was combed behind his ears. His dark eyes glinted with delight the instant his gaze landed on her. She recognized the gleaming expression of pride, a look he always cast on her whenever she entered a room. If her father ever lost the ability to speak, she would always know just how much he loved her because of that look. "Good morning, my beautiful daughter." He spoke with his native Arabic accent, a sound which had both reprimanded and soothed her on many occasions. Like his expression, that voice was a healing balm. He'd always been so kind, so good, and yet so exacting as well. She strode to kiss him on the cheek, but thought better of it. While that was their usual greeting, this was a business meeting. She remained standing by the table instead. "Good morning, sir. Thanks for coming. Please have a seat. Can Lily get you a drink of something?" "Coffee, please, Lily," Papa said, nodding in the other woman's direction. Ignoring Aaliyah's reticence, her father strode to her side and kissed her temple anyway. Aaliyah supposed, even in family business meetings, intimate greetings could be allowed. She smiled at him as Lily placed a fresh cup of coffee at Papa's place on the table. Tendrils of steam rose from it. "I see you are well prepared. Show me what you have." Papa gestured to the table before him, but he didn't sit. It was a courtesy, plain and simple, to not sit until she did. Aaliyah attempted to slow her galloping pulse and drifted with slow, controlled movements into her chair across from him. Her father took his seat as well. Air conditioning usually did a superb job of keeping the humid Florida heat outside where it belonged, but Aaliyah was steaming inside like a sauna. "You know that many of the older Aaliyah resort hotels lack the amenities that are built into its newer buildings," she said. "We have always held onto a sleek modern design. You know I love our Clearwater resort here in Florida, and it does hold itself to its own standard, apart from the other locations lining the beach. But I wonder if it's time we consider standing out from other resorts just a little bit more. With this new line, we have the opportunity to make a statement, to call ourselves out as the most exquisite, exotic destination any vacationer could possibly take." Several of the original Aaliyah resort buildings were less than satisfactory. They contained outdated features that didn't exactly offer the upscale paradise Aaliyah resorts boasted of. Promises to pamper guests like royalty, lobbies that seemed more like a fairy tale than an actual location. Couple that with individual guest rooms which were less than modern, and these older resorts' money intake was far below that of their newer establishments. Her parents had created an impeccable reputation over the years, and the renovations she was suggesting would only add to the resort line's quality. Papa had built an international hotel chain brick by brick, determined to establish an Aaliyah resort wherever people decided to travel. He'd set out to become a household name, and with several different brands hosted all across the world over the past 30 years, he'd done it. Aaliyah doubted there was a city on a map without an Aaliyah name on one of its hotels. Taking a quick breath to steady her uneasiness, Aaliyah presented the first of her designs. It highlighted their Middle Eastern heritage, using bubbled turrets in the Arabian style found in palaces spreading from Dubai to Bangalore. People want to feel as though they're traveling to a new place, to somewhere otherworldly, to somewhere they can escape and enjoy themselves, she said. This new line of resorts will feel exotic no matter where they're located. Papa removed his glasses from his inner jacket pocket and settled them onto his nose, then took a few moments to analyze her digital sketches, tracing the details with a ridged finger. He flipped from one page to the next, inspecting the setup of lobbies, rooms, and restaurants, along with the exteriors. Her insides tied themselves into tiny little knots with every passing second. Finally, he lowered the papers to the table. "This is very well done," he said, "but our resorts always fit in with the locale. If you were to put a resort like this in a rustic setting, say the Western United States for example, it would stand out like a sore thumb." Aaliyah soldiered on. That might be true, or it might be worth taking the chance to build an exotic jewel, something that will show our consistency, that Aaliyah resorts are the Taj Mahal of hotels. Guests will find quintessential luxury, relaxation, and breathtaking views with every visit, no matter where they are, even for the older destinations. "And how do you suppose we incorporate this consistent new look?" he asked. She slid a different set of papers forward. "I did a budget on the repairs of some of our older establishments. I've contacted the hotel managers and even traveled to several myself to see what needs to be done in each location. There are currently 4 hotels which are in the most need of attention, so I thought we could start there. Take the San Diego location. With this plan in mind, we could move the current guests into another building while the repairs on the main building are being made. The investment would be worth it because many of the rooms currently not in use would be fixed. In the interim, we could expand the lobby to include the restaurant and dining area, with the addition of a coffee shop for busy customers who don't have time for a sit-down meal." There, she'd done it. She'd said everything she intended to say. Now she waited with bated breath while he examined her proposal. "I'm impressed," Papa said while lowering his glasses. "You've obviously done a lot of work on this." She beamed. Now for the real reason she'd made this proposal. It took a conscious effort to keep her hands where they were, to maintain her current semi-confident posture instead of wiping her clammy palms on her suit pants. "I would like to be the front runner carrying this out, sir." His brows drew together. The edges of his eyes thinned. For several agonizing seconds he said nothing, leaving Aaliyah a bundle of nerves and pulsing heartbeats. Finally he shuffled the papers on his desk. "Sit down, Aaliyah, please." She was standing again? When did that happen? Their age-old argument began to echo in her mind. Requests she'd made to branch out, start her own business, or even just live on her own. His insistence she had everything she already needed right where she was. He'd continually claimed she knew nothing about business in the first place. In an effort to prove herself, and with her mother's encouragement, she'd gone to business school, only to be put off by him yet again once she finished. Mama had died while she was away, making Aaliyah's requests to move, to do things for herself moot, because her father claimed he needed her with him. When she asked if she could work on his staff, he claimed she wasn't familiar enough with the behind-the-scenes running of a corporation as expansive as theirs. Only recently she'd convinced him to allow her to travel from resort to resort, to familiarize herself with each one's needs. She'd put in the time, hoping just this once he might hear what she had to say. He might take her seriously. Clearly nothing had changed. Head bowed, she dropped into her seat at the table. Papa tented his fingers. "Lift your head, my daughter. I know you have wanted this for quite a while. It is human nature to dream, and you've been brought up living in the finest hotels the world has to offer. Of course you would want to make it your future." She swallowed. This wasn't his usual response. "I want it to be your future too, but I already have a thriving line that offers a paradise to all who visit each destination. True, it will need to be properly looked after, and I can see you are putting yourself to the task." Aaliyah's heart began pumping. Was he saying what she thought he was? "So you approve of my presentation? You wish to have me manage your resorts?" "I do. I know you received top marks in your education. I know you are capable, my daughter. The Allure Resort line has dotted the entire world, and with a company this size, it would therefore be more manageable with someone at your side." She stiffened. She was asking for a chance at the CEO position, for any position for that matter. What did that have to do with having someone at her side? It sounded more like a relationship reference than a business venture. "What are you saying?" she asked. Papa pulled his iPad from his briefcase and set it on top of her papers. He swiped and brought up a website, pinching with his fingers until the image of a handsome man took up the screen. Why was he showing her a picture of this man? This appeared to be a law firm's website. Hassan and Stillman Law. Was he the owner? Was her father working with him and wanted her to present her marketing plan to him? "I'm afraid I don't understand," she said. "You are my heir, Aaliyah." Aaliyah fisted her hands at her sides. "I want to be more than your heir. I don't want to only inherit your fortune, Papa. I want to make sure I do it justice the way you have." His smile was of the twinkle-eyed variety, but instead of calming her, it rattled her. "You will, my angel. You will. But you know I'm battling cancer." The thought pricked her. He'd talked about his impending death too many times for her liking. "You've been battling cancer for years, Papa. The doctor said it's in remission. It's cleared from your body." She suspected it was one reason Papa kept his hair longer. After he'd lost it and it had grown back, he hadn't cropped it short like he used to. He probably wanted to remind himself he still had it. He still had his life. "Nothing is forever, Aaliyah. Should something happen to me, I want to know your future is secure." Was he kidding? He would be leaving her a fortune of an inheritance. "I'll be fine," she assured him. "Money is not the only security there is." His hand was resting on the iPad, on the handsome stranger's face. "For a few years, I've been getting to know the owner of Hassan and Stillman Law Firm as he has handled my affairs. As you know, they're a very prestigious law firm," Papa went on. "His name is Zain Hassan, and I have found him to have many admirable traits. He is kind and thoughtful with his employees. He is easy to talk to, and although I am no judge, I believe women also find him to be good-looking." "I still don't get what you're saying, Father. You want me to go into business with Zain Hassan?" Was he saying he wanted to merge their businesses? How in the world would a law firm merger with a line of luxurious resorts be beneficial? And what did this man's looks have to do with that? "I'm saying he would make a good husband for you."
Hey there, this is Catelyn Meadows. Thank you so much for listening to Hazel and Her Billionaire Tower and the bonus novella, The Billionaire's Lost Family. Coming up next in the Once Upon a Billionaire series is Aaliyah and the Billionaire's Lamp, so keep an eye out for that on my channel. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it. And if you like this book, please hit that like button and let me know in the comments. Thanks so much.
This has been Hazel and Her Billionaire Tower, a fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 5. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Copyright 2020 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright by Courtney Pearson.